I'm the prince of a great kingdom, but my own brother shot me in the back with an arrow and left me in a coma because I'm the son of the king's first wife, who mysteriously died from poison, and they never found out who the culprit was. After that arrow hit me, I remained in a coma for 6 years, and my soul went to the place where heroes go after death. Only those who change the world in their time go there. At first, everyone thought it was amazing that such a young child had become a hero, but soon they realized that I was nothing like that. I was weak, talentless, and a drifter, not a hero of my time. Yet, they couldn't accept someone like me into the world of heroes. So they trained me for 1,000 years, until I became as capable as all of them. After 1,000 years, my body finally woke up from a coma. The heroes who treated me like trash for 1,000 years. When I left, they wished me good luck. I smiled and stepped into the light, because only heroes go there. They'll never see me again because I'm not a hero and I don't intend to be. When I opened my eyes, my frail body didn't have the strength to stand. I am Davey, the eldest son of a small kingdom that killed my mother and tried to do the same to me. Let him wait, because I'm no longer that weak, innocent child. Day after day, only a maid came into my room to take care of me. She was the one who kept me alive. I didn't want to let anyone know I was awake, so I only stirred when she left. I went to the calendar, because I had no idea how long I had been asleep. When I saw the date, the truth hit me like another arrow in the back. I've been here for 6 years. Because 6 years ago, that bastard shot me in the back, and now he'll pay the price. To control my family, I need a strong body. I tried to use the magic I'd learned in the other world, but I couldn't, and I couldn't understand why. Back in the world of heroes, a girl had taught me about magic and holy powers. The same saint known for centuries for her God-given powers. She was the one who taught me magic. The magic wasn't working, and I soon realized that all my training in the other world was going to be futile and have no effect on Earth. When any normal person would have given up after hours of failure, it worked. The divine healing power really worked. A green light engulfed the entire room, and then my frail, emaciated body, which looked like a 300-year-old man, was now filled with energy. Seeing the kingdom where I grew up, it had happened. I spread my arms in joy and called out to the sun god. Unfortunately, I didn't notice that the maid had returned to the room behind me. She burst into tears with emotion at the sight of her young master alive. A short while later, the castle doctor examined me and confirmed that I was much better. It was a miracle beyond comprehension. During the checkup, a woman entered the room. It was Linus Barrett, the woman who had poisoned my mother and become the king's new consort. These were her sons, the second Prince Carlos and the third, Prince Benedict. The second prince had tried to kill me, and he thought he had succeeded. The woman asked if I had seen the face of the man who had shot the arrow years ago. I said yes, and explained that attempted murder against royalty was the gravest crime. Hearing this, the culprit's blood froze. But beside him, his mother laughed sarcastically and said that the case had been closed years ago. The doctor sensed a strange atmosphere. He said he would be completely fine in a few days and left the room. The woman, Linus, didn't hide her true feelings, saying it would be better if he were dead. So I asked if my being alive bothered her so much. Carlos replied that it was a shame for the kingdom that a prince was attacked and remained in a coma for so many years. He said that a pathetic prince couldn't become king in the future. After that, they all left. Now that he was alone, the protagonist realized that even though he had used magic in front of others, no one had noticed. He thought that their different power levels had prevented him from being noticed. Seeing the Wicked Queen and her sons again, the protagonist immediately felt the urge to take revenge, but he controlled himself. He attributed this to his long stay in the temple, but he still wanted to take his revenge. For now, he needed to calmly think about what to do. But for now, he wanted something to eat, and he wondered what his first meal would be after waking from his coma. 15 days after recovering his secret powers and getting a haircut, the protagonist was training in his room. He realized that time passes much more slowly when there's nothing to do. His training had improved his mana control, and his recovery process had been much faster. Although he could heal quickly with the continuous healing magic, Necromancer's knowledge of the human body and the medical expertise he gained from Master Hea, completely healing his body was no big deal. The protagonist put into practice what he had learned during his isolation and found that magic really did make things much easier. Still, one thing was bothering him. His maid, Amy, had decided to strictly follow the doctor's orders and serve the prince soup every day. Because she was a very good cook, it made him feel like an old man who couldn't chew. Amy felt bad that he didn't like it, but she said she couldn't do anything. Despite this, the protagonist insisted that one dish wouldn't be enough for him, so she asked for 5 more servings. The maid was shocked by this request, but Davey assured her that he would eat it all. Just bring the food. Davey knew that it would be too much for a normal person, but because of the restoration magic he had used, he needed a lot of food. In a way, after eating properly, he felt that his soul had finally found peace. But while he was eating so much, he was also having frequent trips to the bathroom. Now done with C, digested with C. After some time, Davey found some documents and discovered a strange truth. Amy apologized for this, but Davey consoled her, saying it wasn't her fault. He realized that the amount of food he was eating was becoming a problem for his family. Furthermore, he discovered that Amy was the only remaining servant in the castle. The family's financial problems had also affected her. Furthermore, the castle they lived in was so large that it was difficult for a maid to manage everything alone. Worried about the future, Davey asked what the estimated value of the castle's assets was. Amy replied that they only had 6,000 gold coins. Davey said that if they could manage this budget, they shouldn't have any other problems. But Amy explained that officially they should receive 500 gold coins per month, but in reality, they were receiving less than 100. Davey asked if his family was being extorted. The maid said no. So he asked if the problem was her salary, but he realized that she probably wasn't even receiving her regular salary. Amy couldn't lie to him, so she admitted that she was only receiving 1/3 of her previous earnings. Davey thought that Amy was probably very kind-hearted, but it was foolish to stay to work on such terms. After all, housemaids were considered property of the nobility, and Amy was the daughter of an artist. She had become his maid because of their impoverished circumstances. But caring for the prince in the castle alone for the past 6 years must have been very difficult. Furthermore, she had spent even her meager earnings on caring for the prince. Because of this, Davey ordered her to take whatever she hadn't received from his personal funds. Amy refused, saying she had enough for the next day. She couldn't accept such a large sum when she didn't even have food. Davey told her that she didn't need to treat him like a prince anymore. He also said that he was feeling much better and didn't need her constant care. Furthermore, calling him prince was too formal and distanced Amy from him, which she disliked, as she was the only one who had truly been there for him for so long. A short while later, the protagonist Davey was visited by a counselor from the kingdom's financial department. The man explained that it was impossible for the prince to use the already accounted for funds. But Davey's attention was focused solely on the counselor's strange mustache. He noticed that the people around him were looking at him with disdain, and the counselor was noticing it too. Instead of bowing his head, Davey told the counselor not to obstruct his request. He explained that he should receive about 500 gold, but he was receiving less than half that amount, and he wanted to know why. The counselor explained that the castle's maintenance expenses are deducted from the gold received by the prince's family. So, they only received the remaining balance. But Davey said he was irritated by these arguments. Those around him felt the same way, pointing out that the family's castle had cracks in the floor and the tiger was overgrown with weeds. Therefore, it shouldn't cost so much to maintain such a poorly maintained place. Davey agreed. Furthermore, he learned that it's unusual for a prince or any other royal family member to manage their own finances. The counselor, in turn, pointed out that the finance department doesn't oversee the use of maintenance funds. He also said that this place is for managing the budget, not for requesting loans. Davey realized that no one was willing to take responsibility for financial problems. He prepared to leave again, until the counselor asked if the prince would visit the maintenance department. Davey replied that he wouldn't get any answers there. He knew that everywhere there were people in charge, they always made excuses and blamed others instead of giving satisfactory answers. Before leaving, he told the counselor to enjoy the money he had left in his pocket. As he walked to the palace, Davey thought it was no wonder Amy had no servants left. Besides their meager salaries, they were also subjected to mistreatment by the nobles, which had put the entire burden on Amy. Next, Davey asked if Amy could get him a sword. The maid was startled by the sudden request, but she said that her sword wasn't meant to be used for harming anyone or anything like that. Amy wanted to get a sword for the prince. In his absence, Davey decided he wouldn't bite a human because his targets couldn't even be considered human. The protagonist knows he's now in an unstable position and can't start killing his targets without planning first. After all, He's already an outcast, and if he's discovered, it could become even worse. Furthermore, he doesn't intend to stoop to the level of the nobles he so hates. At another point, Davey and his maid find a dead wild boar. Davey claims he found it that way. This is a blatant lie, as he hunted the animal himself and was now preparing it for dinner. But Amy is upset by this. She says a prince should never touch a dead animal. And not only that, she tells him not to hurt it again. Davey says it'll be fine, as long as no one else sees him. He knows that even if he wanted to meet the king, he would be stopped. And as for the others, he can't do anything about them either. Davey knows the queen is doing everything in her power to harm him, but as Hercules' apprentice, he knows how to take care of himself when it comes to survival. In this situation, Davey told Amy that the wild vole will now be his dinner, and that the animal poses no threat to him. Another time, in the queen's chambers, she told a maid that the more she thinks about Davey, the more she finds him different from before his coma. Shirley, his maid, said that according to doctors, the prince can barely walk now and that it will take over a year for him to fully recover. But the queen asked if there was any chance this information was wrong. She said that even though Shirley is a Class A informant for Black Moon, she is only a Class C maid to the queen. Shirley belongs to the Ass's Guild, who lives in the Black Moon, the capital of Rouen, even though she trusts her. Queen is not comfortable with Prince waking up. Queen knows that Raja also abandoned Prince, and even after waking from a coma, he is still weak. But she will only feel completely comfortable once she removes Prince from her path completely. Despite her desire, Shirley warns that they should work with her separately from class. If Queen continues to insult her, she may have problems with her. Shocked, Queen says she was simply expressing her concern aloud. She also says she wants to be able to interrupt Prince's plans at any time. Otherwise, she threatens Shirley to pay the price. With this, she dismisses the maid. In her absence, Queen thinks it's best to get rid of these disobedient dogs before taking the next step, and she waits for that to happen. I can't. A flashback shows a protagonist learning to control mana, which is like threading 100 needles, something that must be done slowly and carefully. His master also told him that the most difficult parts were the brain's veins, and that if he didn't want to go blind, he should never forget these teachings. But when he saw his masters, the protagonist thought that Priestess Ro Ayers was just a drunkard who could part the ocean with just a word. The other was a necromancer who acted more like a priestess than Ro Ayers herself, and despite being a great mage, she always brandished her large staff. Then Goddess Hypokia, also known as Sister Haya, said that by participating in this experiment, she would do her best to complete the task. She also said that people came not just to watch her, but to learn from her, so she would like Davey to try harder. And he said that if he had trusted his mentors more, he might have been able to evolve his abilities. But the moment the protagonist did that, he went through such an unpleasant experiment that he never wanted anything like that again. Now, in the present, Amy finds him outside the palace. She asks why the prince is exploring the gardens again. He simply says that the weather is beautiful, and even the forest garden looks elegant now. He then tells Amy that she can go back to her work, and only inform him if anyone asks about it. Davey thought that normally Amy would have gone crazy if she saw him doing anything dangerous, but she seems to be getting used to his routine, even though she still refuses to eat with him. Davey wonders if his efforts to get closer to her are paying off. Anyway, he finds a nice spot in the middle of the garden. It's hidden and quiet, so he can finally start his work. With this, he begins his meditation process. He concentrates to absorb the surrounding mana. He then takes a vow to absorb the mana for his meditation process. Davey believed that as long as the air is pure, he fills his lungs with oxygen, absorbing nature's mana as well. This is said to be an ancient technique, created by Odin himself and passed down from generation to generation to other gods. Despite its effectiveness, there's a limit to the amount of mana each user can store in their body. Therefore, increasing this limit requires training and management. However, with this method, mana that normally takes months to accumulate can be obtained in just a few days, making it a miraculous technique. The protagonist believes that if everyone became aware of this, it would spark a revolution in the country. But he has no intention of sharing this knowledge. After all, it's not something anyone can do. During his meditation, the protagonist feels someone watching him. He wonders who is hiding, but the person realizes his presence has been noticed and immediately flees. Davey thinks that even though no one has seen him closely in so long, investigating will only lead to trouble, so he decides to leave it for now. He wants to create an image of a weak and useless prince because it will. give him peace to train his mana. But he realizes he has another issue to deal with. In the mana circle, Davey knows that priests cannot use magic, and mages cannot use secret powers. Furthermore, necromancy is a power that no one can use. However, he is a special case because he can use the abilities of priests, mages, and necromancers, all because of a crazy temple master in his village and 2 eccentric researchers. Yet, just remembering that moment makes the protagonist feel bad. He thinks that mages normally create a circle around their heart to use mana. Unfortunately, this method can't handle the conflict between necromancy and secret power. If he did, his heart would likely be destroyed in the process. Called the artery circle, this method involves combining the arteries around his body to create an impenetrable and mana-resilient circle. By doing this, Davey will use his entire body, including his heart. This will not only prevent the conflict between necromancy and secret power, but will also produce surprising results. But because it's the closest thing to body modification, even a small mistake can be fatal. That's why he didn't want to resort to this method. Last time, he only succeeded because of the Templars. But now that he's alone, he's doubtful about the outcome of the process. Overthinking, the protagonist gets a glimpse. He sees the aposters. So he thinks that even if he fails a method, it won't be as bad as spending 1,000 years in temple. In this case, he decides to give it a try. A little while later, Amy, worried about the prince, notices that it's dinner time and he hasn't arrived. She finds it strange because he's never late for his meals. She was ordered not to disturb the prince unless it was something very important. Yet, she's worried about his health. Furthermore, if something were to happen to the prince, she could be held responsible. But the protagonist arrives a little later. He apologizes for the wait. Davey says he admires Amy's resilience. And not only that, but he falls for her. This embarrasses Amy, thinking it was a way of showing affection. But the protagonist was simply leaning on her. He could barely stand due to sheer exhaustion. This causes him to collapse again, leaving Amy genuinely concerned about his physical state. A short while later, the protagonist awakens in his bed, realizing he had fainted upon meeting Amy. Speaking of Amy, Davey senses his friend's presence as he watches her take him by his side. This makes him realize he's gotten Amy into trouble once again. The protagonist realizes that the circle formation process is fully complete. All 3 powers are coursing through his veins. And this strange circle has another special effect. Furthermore, Davey senses a stronger mana presence in the environment. Because he's stronger now, he can also absorb more mana than air. He feels like he can use any simple spell, including restoration, with just a snap of his fingers. 5 months later, things are different. Amy is helping the protagonist with some ingredients. Davey believes he's fine with what he's eating. Since the artery circle was completed and his life stabilized, someone has been leaving meat and vegetables at his castle. Initially, he attributes this to a plan by the queen, but he doesn't believe she can just get away with it every time without any reason. Davey feels that someone is really trying to help him, even though he hasn't yet discovered who is doing it. He feels a presence. He spread his mana throughout the castle to find this person, but he hasn't found any answers yet. But this has helped the protagonist better understand who is drawing closer to him or moving away from him. Amy then says they won't have food problems soon. But Davey warns that they will soon have guests because he senses someone approaching. Next is Sonar. Because Alm's promise, Karkarin could condense, he wonders who it could be. He guesses it could be one of the Queen's infants. The protagonist welcomes his visitors back to his quarters. A priest analyzes his physical state and asks if the prince thinks he will fully recover soon. He says that because the prince has been bedridden for so long, using his holy powers to try to heal him is dangerous. The protagonist, in turn, believes that everything the cleric is saying is nonsense because he hasn't even used proper healing spells and has no real intention of helping him. Davey knows that the priest is protecting God and the nation he represents. Therefore, abandoning this responsibility and following someone else's orders is disappointing. He therefore believes that priest should be careful, as he knows priest has no intention of helping. But contrary to what many believe, Davey is almost healed. He then explains that the silver weapon Priya gave priest should be able to heal such minor injuries. Priest defends himself, saying that Prince is a common man and doesn't know what he's talking about. He also says that the use and knowledge of power are only granted to priests, and that despite being a prince, he shouldn't be as selfish as Prince Carlos. Hearing this, Amy scolds Father Boris for his rude words. He, in turn, doesn't like being scolded by a mere maid. In anger, He slaps the young woman. Davey is worried about Amy. After all, he can't interfere without revealing his disguise. Boris justifies himself. He says that if he allowed a maid to behave like that, it would be bad for the prince. So he had to fix it. But he said it was a shame to go that far, because he claims the maid's smile is beautiful. Irritated, Davey almost gets up to confront the priest. Boris says he's leaving and asks the maid to at least drop him off at the door. He adds that he'll be back in a fortnight for his next examination. The protagonist asks Amy to drop him off at the door, which she doesn't like at all. But she has no choice but to obey the prince's orders. Outside the room, Boris tries to arrange a meeting with Amy. He asks her to come alone at night. He says that the prince's life is in his hands, so she wants Davey's well-being. She must do what he says. But Boris doesn't care about mere maid or sick prince. He thought he could do whatever he wanted with a girl, and then throw her away like she was nothing. Alone in his room, the prince was filled with anger. He stood up, thinking that he hadn't earned his dignity to stand in a temple like this. Davey remembers Lady Daphne always saying that if he didn't control his anger, he would become a beast. But he thinks differently. The priest's companions are genuinely frightened when they see the prince walking. Davey thinks to himself that righteous anger is the source of life and can guide his purpose. He also believes that if laziness is the key to progress, then anger will be his fundamental strength. Soon, the priest's companions fall prey to his sword. Meanwhile, the priest plans to blackmail Amy. He tries. He says he's acting on the queen's orders. That's why he doesn't care about a mere weak prince, and certainly not about his maid. That's not all. Barr says everyone in the kingdom thinks the same way, so he can do whatever he wants with both of them without punishment, because he's guaranteed the queen's protection. Hearing this, Davey laughs. He says he needed an excuse to act, and he's found exactly what he was looking for. Then he points a sword at the priest and asks Amy, "What's the punishment for blasphemy against royalty?" Upset and shocked, the priest asks, "How's the prince doing?" Davey says Bars wasn't promoted from his low-ranking position. There's a reason for that. His secret magic was never really needed. The next protagonist reminds Amy that he always warned her to answer her questions and not to ask the same thing twice. In this case, Amy explains that blasphemy against royalty is punishable by immediate death. Immediately, the protagonist executes the sentence on Barus. In his final words, the priest declares that the queen will not let this go unpunished. Davey thanks the fake priest for his warning, but adds that all those who stood with the priest will face the same fate. It doesn't take long for the protagonist to find the queen. Upon finding her, she declares that Davey must have gone mad after killing someone like the priest. After all, he was a disciple of the Holy Order. The protagonist justifies himself, saying that Barus threatened his life, so he punished him according to the law. Frustrated, the queen is about to attack the prince, but she explains that the kingdom's laws weren't so brutal before his coma. And that's not all. She points out that while all this is happening, the king remains silent. Furthermore, there seems to be no point in Davey being punished for his actions, as he merely dealt with someone who slandered royalty. Unless, of course, royalty status was reduced to that of a low-ranking disciple while he was in a coma. The queen was genuinely enraged by these provocations, but backed down. She nevertheless stated that the prince had no proof of his claims, and even if it were true, she said that it was foolish to recklessly provoke the Holy Order. She then stated that she always knew Davey had inherited his mother's foolishness and took advantage of the opportunity to insult him and his mother in various ways. In return, the protagonist stated that it was not right to offend one's parents in this way, especially one who was no longer alive. He then drew his sword and threatened the queen. But the queen's servants immediately came to her rescue. The protagonist then realized why the queen was so bold. She had people protect her in such situations. He said it would be interesting to continue, but he would leave it for another time. He also said that speaking too much would be like driving another nail into someone's coffin. He added that trying to kill someone of royalty was no different. Immediately, the queen realized that Davey already knew that her son, Carlos, had tried to kill her. The protagonist thought he wasn't stupid enough to hide his age for long. After all, it didn't suit his style. He also said that the moment the queen slapped him during his coma showed that she wasn't very considerate. Furthermore, she told him to act like a lady because, after seeing the state of her chambers, she said the place wasn't exactly elegant and that she herself was responsible for driving away everyone who worked there. Now she would be responsible for cleaning up as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he warned her a very bad rumor could spread. So he told the queen to be careful with her decisions from now on, as he wouldn't stand by while she acted behind his back. After the protagonist left the queen's chambers, she vented her anger on her guilty servants, shouting at them. She nearly destroyed her entire room. Now that she understood the prince's true intentions, her desire to destroy him grew even stronger. But she wanted him to suffer before he left this world. It didn't take long for rumors to spread. Some believed that the prince had killed the priest in a fit of madness after waking from a coma, but this was all part of the protagonist's plan. After the queen found out, others also found out, but they didn't have access to the full truth. They only knew that the prince had killed the priest, because half of the palace staff was with the queen. Davey's reputation plummeted further, but not all the news was bad. Amy appeared before the prince, informing him that more supplies had been left for him. Thousands after you, even though Davey said he didn't need any more medicinal herbs. Amy then suggested that someone out there must be aware of his good nature and trying to reward him. Davey asked if Amy thought he was a good person. The girl said yes without hesitation. Despite witnessing the prince kill someone in front of her, Amy hadn't changed her opinion of his character. Davey then thought he was truly an incredible person. Someone arrived during their conversation. It was Besfuz, the Grand Chamber of Affiliates of the royal family. She told the prince that she was the queen. The sinners had been brought in on the queen's orders. Besfuz explained that they had all stolen palace money, and some even tried to escape, but were caught. The prince then asked what the appropriate punishment was for such behavior. Chamberlain replied that the normal punishment would be to exterminate the sinners and their families, but the prince would decide their fate. Davey mentioned that rumors of his bloodthirstiness had recently begun to spread. He then asked if he should act on them. The sinners pleaded with him not to do so, begging for their lives to be spared. In response, the prince ordered that the appropriate punishment be meted out to them all. But first, he wanted to imprison them for 9 days without food or water, even though it was a queen's order. Despite Davey's disapproval, he wanted to turn the situation to his advantage. After some time, the prince ordered the hiring of new servants, but also to keep Amy as his personal assistant and give her a raise. He also wanted to know if he would be granted an audience with his father. When Besfuz refused, the prince asked if it was his father, who had refused, or the queen, his wife. Chamberlain was unable to answer. He said he was just a messenger. He also asked the prince to be patient, as his request would eventually be granted. Davey said he would take care of it. Chamberlain then prepared to leave. Before leaving, the protagonist mentioned that he had eaten all the food he had received, and therefore Chamberlain did not need to send any more medicinal herbs. Besfuz nevertheless said he did not know what the prince was talking about. He suggested that perhaps the prince was being blessed because of his gentle nature, but he also said that someone had come to visit him outside, so he would not disturb him further. Despite Besfuz's denial of responsibility for the supplies, the protagonist was convinced that he was the one bringing the food and medicinal herbs. After all, Besfuz had been responsible for supplies. After all, Besfuz was the head of the king's staff and had always known him. He simply didn't know that anyone else besides Amy was with him in the palace. Anyway, Dewey had to focus on his next meeting. Amy arrived a short while later, announcing that the fourth prince and the second princess had come to visit. Immediately, the princess entered the protagonist's room. Her name was Winley Elrune, and she was overjoyed to see her brother. Her joy was so overwhelming that she jumped on the protagonist, knocking him to the ground. Amy was deeply worried to see him in this state. But soon after, their brother arrived, saying that Winley should be more careful. He was Baris Alram, the fourth prince and Winley's twin brother. He also said that he was happy to see Dewey all right. Cryones alone had children with 3 women. The current queen is his first mistress, Anisha, and his second mistress, Alice, while Alice is a queen's perfect support. Anisha chose to remain neutral, becoming an outsider among the others. Buri and Winley are Anisha's children, making them half-siblings of the protagonist. While Buri adopts a more formal and polite demeanor, his sister acts more casually. Winley tells her brother not to always act so formal, reminding him that she was the one who insisted on meeting Davey. While they argue, Amy tries to check on the prince to see if he's okay. The protagonist, meanwhile, remembers that he heard the twins were leading a group of thieves. Seeing their unroyal behavior, he thinks this might be true. But they're still his siblings, and they listen to everything he says. And in the protagonist's current situation, this is something he can't ignore. After they sit down and talk, they realize it's been 6 years since they last met. The twins were sent to a remote area after Davey fell into a coma. He was only 8 years old at the time and could only follow orders. Furthermore, their mother sent their first daughter, Dana, on a foreign train. All this is due to the current queen's machinations, leaving Anisha unable to control her other 2 children. Even though others don't know this, everything the king's mistresses do is under the queen's supervision. Returning to their conversation, the twins mention that they've seen their father. Davey asks how the king is doing. Rain replies that their father is fine, despite being tired. But Winley realizes that her brother, Davey, hasn't even had a chance to meet their father, and she's shocked. However, Barry mentions upon arriving, he noticed that the conditions at the palace were in poor condition. Davey explained that some people were stealing his money, but he's already taken care of it, and everything will soon be back to normal. Barry insists this is unacceptable. While his brother was in a coma, someone decided to rob him. Therefore, he plans to ask the king to take action, but the protagonist dissuades him, saying everything is already resolved. He'll handle it himself because he doesn't want to bother the king with such trivial matters. Seeing the growing number of people willing to help him, the protagonist wonders if this is really happening or just his imagination. Putting that thought aside, he expresses surprise that Winley has a talent for magic and asks if he's really part of an artistic group. Winley said that his twin brother hurt. It would have happened if she hadn't been there, because he's always running around without any coordination. She said that people like him aren't qualified to participate in any fencing competition. This really upsets Barry, and once again the twins start arguing in front of their brother. After they calm down, Winley gives the protagonist a letter. She tells him that a fencing competition, held every 5 years, is about to begin. This time, the tournament will be held in the Rail of Palisti. After reading the letter, the protagonist recognizes the seriousness of the competition. Barry suggests that Davey should take this opportunity and leave the Rail, as he has lived there his entire life, and even asks his father about it. But Winley corrects him, saying that he himself had requested it, and the king had personally given Davey permission to go. Furthermore, Winley remarked that the Rail of Palisti is a city of water, so it must be beautiful. Then she declared that she wanted to go with him and that she wouldn't accept no. Hearing this, the protagonist declared that he couldn't refuse his siblings' request. In this case, he would travel with them. The refusal was resolved by the car. Davey thought that he had never really traveled on a foreign train, and that enjoying such an event wouldn't be such a bad thing. Furthermore, he thought a little fun would do him good, and he became excited for the event. Meanwhile, in the royal hall, Besfus announced that Varis would soon be 14, almost an adult. He also said that the princess would be discussing the fencing tournament, but he told the king not to worry, as the young master had grown. Besfus praised Davey's remarkable composure and perception, expressing surprise at how much the prince had grown. Hearing this, the king said that it was enough that even Chamberlain was aware of it, and added that the situation was quite sad. Back at Davey's, he stared at his mother's portrait, full of admiration, not just for her, but also because her room was finally organized and no longer looked like a mess. With Basfuz's help, the new employees had worked quickly, and the palace now had the appearance it deserved. Not only Davey, but Amy too was captivated by the new decor. She was delighted that things were finally falling into place. She had to go before Prabhat, but Davey wouldn't stay to enjoy his new room because he had to travel. Amy confirmed that she had packed all the prince's requested items. Then he left a bottle in her care and set off for the kingdom of Pulsati with the twins. The Continental Fencing Tournament was always an event that attracted everyone's attention. He also held considerable influence. With Barry's participation, Davey was allowed to accompany him, hoping his brother would win, thus undermining Carlos's position. For reasons Davey still didn't know, the queen had agreed to Barry's participation in the competition. Perhaps she wasn't confident in his victory. The queen had been holding a grudge since Barry's competition, or perhaps she was hatching some evil plan that Davey had to keep an eye on. Before they left, the king appeared in public to bless the journey. The crowd welcomed him as he saw Cryonese Allen, the ruler he loved so much. But for Davey, he saw the king as a supposed father. It was the first time he had seen him since waking from a coma, as the king had been avoiding his son for the past 6 months. The king then asked if Barry's was confident. The boy said yes. He claimed that he would represent his kingdom well through his achievements. In return, the king wished Barrick a safe return home. Instead of speaking to the others, the king simply turned his back. But before leaving, he told Davey that it was good to see him well. Winley asked if her brother was all right. On his own thoughts, Davey replied, yes. After all, he didn't want to waste his emotions on the king. Then, A messenger from the king announced that Prince Barrett's participation in the tournament was very important, and therefore, there would be no curfew during the event. Davey, for his part, thought that the king was truly different. There was no trace of his former heroic and confident personality. Okay, so the question is, and I am going to be against the mass, he said. Now, he just seemed like a better old man, as if he were tired of everything and everyone. The main party set off for the tournament. During the journey, Varis noticed his brother looking bored and asked if something was making him uncomfortable. Davey replied no. He simply wasn't used to such long journeys. Winley nevertheless picked up the wine that Davey had prepared and suggested it might liven up the journey. He said it was the first time he had tasted such fragrant wine and asked where she had found the bottle. Davey explained that her mother had left the wine and added that she had done so for a reason he still didn't know. Hearing this, Varis asked if they should really drink such a precious thing. Davey replied that this was the best time for it. After all, they were celebrating. Winley remarked that Davey had changed a lot, saying that he had never missed anything his mother had left him before. He added that wine was meant to be drunk, not stored. He then proposed a toast to their happiness. After some time, they set up camp on the way. Burris said they would continue traveling in the morning, as it would still take almost a day to reach their destination. He also mentioned that he had somehow managed to keep Winley calm for now, and the fact that he had drunk too much certainly helped. Burris remembered that Davey had said he wanted to go camping sometime, and noted that that was exactly what they were doing right now. He also said that he had tried to shorten the departure procession as much as possible, imagining that it would be difficult for his brother. Davey thought the journey would have been faster by riding a horse. Traveling so slowly was testing his patience. Furthermore, he reflected on the things that had changed and wondered if more had changed. Rain went to sleep on his side. Amy came to Prince and asked if he didn't want to rest a little. Davey, however, said that the moon was more beautiful than usual. Furthermore, he realized that the magic was stronger and wanted to take full advantage of it. During the night, someone mentions that the red moon is called Circe and the blue one is called Creos. They also say that Circe is said to be the one who illuminates the beginning, and Creos is the one who illuminates the end. The protagonist remarked that the man knew a lot. The man replied that it was common knowledge, as even a child would know such things. He also said that he would prefer to have this conversation with a woman. Just then, a colleague approached the man and asked who he was talking to. The man, startled, thought he was already talking to his colleague, which made him wonder if he was talking to a ghost. The protagonist laughed at the situation and realized that he was the ghost. Davey had used his abilities to become invisible and was spying on the guards, noting that 4 of them were elite expert swordsmen. For now, he thought he could probably handle it if something important happened, like being attacked by 20 enemies in the middle of the night. The protagonist watched the ninjas from a distance, imagining they might have waited until everyone was asleep before attacking. This was probably Queen's plan. After all, it would be an excellent way to eliminate Davey and everyone else at once. The protagonist didn't want to expose himself, precisely to avoid suspicion. But he also knew he couldn't simply ignore the situation. Furthermore, those who had witnessed his power usually didn't live to tell the tale, even without a proper weapon. The protagonist prepared to fight. He remembered that his old master had said that anything at hand could be used as a weapon. According to Davey, there are no rules in combat. Weapons are an extension of your body and depend on your creativity. Even a piece of cloth can become a unique sword. So, armed with a stick, he leaped into action. He laughed at his opponents, seeing that they weren't very competent at their job. It was simply out of curiosity. The protagonist asked if they were sent by the Queen, but no one answered him. In this case, Davey told them that if they didn't answer, they could just leave. But knowing full well that the Queen's house wouldn't give up, he attacked again. As he fought, he considered what the Queen would gain from doing this. Eliminating 3 royals would impact the entire kingdom. Linus would also face difficulties because of this, or perhaps he had some other motive. Back to the battle. The protagonist knocked down some enemies, and then asked if the others wouldn't try to escape. He also told them that he would give them a chance to escape, and tell the Queen that Prince Davey would destroy everything she had just for fun. Seeing his strength, the enemies decided to retreat, but the protagonist wouldn't let them escape so easily. He went after the ninjas, telling them they were slow. He seized the opportunity and finished them off, saying that escaping his grasp wasn't easy. After eliminating the ninjas, the protagonist once again laughed at their performance. He remarked that a ninja's greatest virtue was patience, so they should know that, after all, It was a famous saying among them. Then more ninjas arrived because they were hiding. But the protagonist said that this tactic was useless against him. He could feel one ninja running away, while the others had stayed behind to try and stop him, leaving him behind. After eliminating the ninjas, Davey remarked that they were so useless that they weren't even worth the effort. Furthermore, he had prepared everything before the ninjas arrived on the scene. He declared that no ninja would be able to escape his reach until they were on the other side of the continent. So he attacked the fleeing ninja and directly hit them with a magical technique that had no shape, smell, or color. However, upon hitting his target, it instantly destroyed their soul. The protagonist himself found this a bit brutal, but his masters had taught him to finish everything he started. And not only that, they had also taught him to show no mercy to those who threatened his life. So he thought that a perfect elimination would be the perfect end for these enemies. Best of all, no one had seen him in action, so he wouldn't be linked to any of this. Later, the queen learned of what had happened. Shirley reported that all the candles she had lit, connected to the lives of her students, had been extinguished. At this, the queen understood that everyone had been eliminated, but she asked what had happened to the targets. Shirley replied that they had probably just arrived in the Pallisti Kingdom. The queen was furious. She asked how Shirley had failed to deal with just 3 children and 5 knights. She also declared that the Dark Moon Guild couldn't be as formidable as they claimed. They had not only failed, but also lost 20 members. Shirley explained that they were still investigating what had happened, but all the sciences were pointing to Prince Dewey being an accomplice. The queen laughed at this, wondering who would help that child. She ordered Shirley to investigate further, declaring that she wanted to show this man what happens when someone dares to stand in her way. Furthermore, she reminded her servant that she had only agreed to work with Shirley's guild because they had promised never to fail her. Therefore, if such a mistake were repeated, her contract with the guild would be canceled, and she would use her power as queen to destroy the guild forever. Back at the protagonist, Winley saw the Pallisti Kingdom and alerted her brothers. Davey was happy that they had finally arrived. He knew that the Water Kingdom was a small city-state, but its historical buildings and ruins were the most beautiful on the entire continent. Arriving at the location, the protagonist took in view. Judging by his expression, his brother saw that he was happy. Davey confirmed that this was, after all, where sword-fighting competitions were held. They had a stadium that was usually used as an arena for battles. This place was very popular, where many fighters and monsters fought for their lives. Winley mentioned that 8 participants would represent their respective countries in this edition. The protagonist quickly realized that, after all, it was a battle for national pride. Furthermore, only those under the age of 20 were participating, making it a competition for newcomers, not established talent. Furthermore, Winley also said that the Round Kingdom had sent an idiot to represent them. To this, his brother asked if he shouldn't try to motivate him instead of insulting him. For his part, Davey thought Rain's skills were intermediate, ranking slightly below Master Swordsman, which was impressive considering his age. But then Winley revealed that the representative of the Felon Kingdom was the famous. She was a sword princess. The protagonist didn't know this, and he realized that a lot had changed during his coma. But he knew that Iliana and Fallon were the only princesses of the Fallon Kingdom, as there were 9 other princesses. However, she was Prince Crown's favorite. Rain mentioned that despite Elena's fame, it wasn't just her skills that made her famous. She also possessed a divine sword. Winley explained that this sword was called Cataris, the sword god's favorite blade, a masterpiece that took 1,000 days to create. Davey realized it had been a long time since he had heard that name. Hares, the sword god, had been his teacher at the temple. Although lazy, he had excellent skills and was always praising his sword, and it was common for him to leave an impression wherever he went. But this feeling was still a little strained for Davey. Just then, a young woman passed by, and something caught his attention. When asked why she stayed, she said it wasn't important. At another point, Davey discussed the sword with his siblings, recalling that it contained a spirit said to be born from the Creator's love for creation. It wasn't called divine for nothing, and that led him to wonder why. After 100 years, it had chosen Iliana as its next wielder. Barry also suggested that there was another reason for Elena's fame. He said she was one of the 5 immeasurable beauties on the continent. Davey, however, didn't believe that was the reason the sword had chosen him. After dinner, he put on the outfit Amy had prepared. He then asked if he had something simpler. The maid replied that it was the simplest she could find, because even though he wasn't participating in the competition, He was still a prince and had to behave accordingly. The night of the festival arrived, and the twins were ready. Davey complimented his sister's appearance, but Rain told him not to overdo it, as Winley might actually believe it. After that taunt, he received a stomp on the foot, and Winley led the protagonist to the dance floor and invited her to dance. Another princess at the same ball was asked to dance, but she felt uncomfortable with all the noise. Her companion suggested that it was an event for the new generation to get to know each other, and she should enjoy it. She then asked how her previous visit to the village had been. The princess replied that it had been good for such a barbaric place. A banquet and a ball had been arranged for the nobles to interact before the competition. However, the protagonist was only interested in the competition and used the ball to observe the other guests. She noticed that most of the guests were young, as the competition was restricted to those under 20. Despite this, there were also some shamrockers like her. By far, Varis was the most popular. He was the center of attention for many girls without even trying. Debbie thought that her brother's skills might be the reason for his popularity. Still, she found it interesting that Varis was interacting with others. Not only Varis, but Winley was also attracting a lot of attention. But Debbie wanted to stay away and analyze potential opponents. Amidst all this, Varis asked for help to avoid the attention. But when she saw her sibling, they went dancing and left her behind. Debbie wanted her brother to enjoy his youth and not do anything that would disturb her. Winley said that she never thought that Davey would dance with her. She also mentioned that she had just entered the social hierarchy without even realizing it. Despite this, she was a little upset. She said that if it weren't for Davey's situation, he too could have entered the competition. After all, he was talented in fencing. In response, the protagonist said that his sister was exchanging pleasantries. He said that even with skill, he couldn't reach the level of an expert. But Winley argued that talent is just an illusion. If a person doesn't work hard, their talent is useless. Still, Davey said that he didn't care much about such things. He wanted a quiet life instead of attention. Hearing this, his sister said that he looked like an old man. But during their conversation, someone came and said that this was the perfect place to meet Princess Winley. The protagonist immediately spotted the man, wondering who he was. More importantly, he wanted to know how this man knew Winley. Winley herself didn't seem at all comfortable with his sudden appearance. But the man pushed the protagonist away from her sister and asked Winley if she would grant him the honor of a private conversation. Winley nevertheless addressed him as Prince Valentin and said that she was in the middle of a conversation with her brother, so she couldn't give him any attention at the moment. Despite Valentin not wanting to be rejected, he formally introduced himself as Valentin de Beldas, the seventh prince of the Beldas kingdom. The protagonist did the same, introducing himself as Davey Round. Valentin then began the conversation, but the protagonist quickly explained that he was simply visiting his sibling. In this case, Valentin wished him a pleasant stay. He then returned to speak to Princess Winley, saying that he would very much like to win the competition in honor of her beauty. He then told her to pay attention to the arena during her matches. Winley still, he said he was being rude to the other participants, claiming he would win before even competing. But Valentin said that telling the truth was the way to go. Frustrated, Princess revealed that her twin brother would be participating in the competition, and hearing this only proved how much Valentin was underestimating his opponents. She then let go of Prince and retreated with Davey. Seeing his sister's attitude, Davey realized she could defend herself, but he knew full well that the protagonist, Prince, wouldn't let things end there. Valentin, in turn, stood up and tried to grab Winley by the arm. Seeing this, the protagonist thought he had enough patience with this stoic individual. Then he unbalanced Prince, completely disarming him, leaving him speechless. Davey then told Valentin that he shouldn't touch his sister like that. He also said that Valentin was lucky that he didn't have any broken bones, so he would be able to participate in the competition without any problems. But this enraged Valentin even more. He took off his gloves and threw it at the protagonist's face, challenging him to a duel. Winley said that the prince was overstepping his bounds. Valentin insisted, saying that he was doing all this for his honor as a knight. At that moment, another person said that Valentin was making too much fuss about someone who claimed to have honor. This was the same princess from earlier. She said that she had been observing Valentin's situation, and then asked if he really thought he could fix something he never had. As soon as the protagonist saw the princess, she seemed very familiar to him and was surprised by her presence. Varis, the god of swords, was an ancient hero who founded the fallen empire, an empire that eventually became one of the continent's 3 great powers. It's common knowledge that Harris was the first possessor of the Holy Code and the founder of the Lost Claimer sword technique. It's said that those who mastered this swordsmanship could unleash tsunamis with just one sword strike. But, even for the protagonist, this seems a bit much. Now, in the present, he realizes that the princess looks like Harris. But this is Princess Iliana of the Fallen Empire, the treasure of the Emperor. Yet, Davey can't stop thinking that the sword bears too much resemblance to the hero. Even though he was handsome, Harris was always a man. So, it's impossible that he could have transformed himself into a woman. But just as he thinks this, the princess comes up to the protagonist and asks what he just said. Davey apologizes, saying that he was just thinking out loud and made a mistake. He then tries to convince her to let him go. Meanwhile, the princess scolds Valentin. The protagonist thinks that Valentin's Iliana looks really beautiful. But the same cannot be said for Valentin, because Davey believes that, in addition to being ugly, the aging prince is unesthetic. For a part, Iliana says that if Valentin truly considers himself an honorable knight, he should apologize to those he offended. Judging by the aging prince's face, he has no intention of doing so. The protagonist thinks that such an arrogant man, despite his intentions, will not apologize easily. In this case, he says that he accepts Valentin's proposed duel. Iliana asks if he's really serious. He says that it's a useless fight, and Davey doesn't need to accept it. But the protagonist says the decision is his, and if the Valencian hasn't given up on the proposal yet, he's ready to duel with him right away. A little while later, Davey picks up a wooden sword and reflects on how long it's been since he used such a weapon. Varis approaches and tells the protagonist that while he's strong, his opponent is a tournament competitor. Davey knows this very well. Seeing his distraught siblings, he tries to comfort them both. His opponent seizes the opportunity to taunt him, saying that if he's just swinging his sword like an amateur, he should just give up and stop bothering his siblings. He also says that, if Davey gives up and begs for forgiveness on his knees, he might consider forgiving him. A distraught Varis tries to defend his brother, but Davey stops him and says that actions speak louder than words. In this case, Valentin claims that he won't lose, and since Davey's victory is impossible in such a scenario, he will kneel down and acknowledge his superiority. The protagonist agrees to this proposal, but insists that he shouldn't lose heart if he loses. Davey then considers how he will handle the fight. After all, in the eyes of others, he's just a weak prince who's barely recovered from a coma. So, he doesn't want to reveal his true strength in such a trivial battle. With that, they begin the fight. But Valentin thinks the protagonist is afraid, because he thought Davey would make the first move instead of standing still. Hearing this, the protagonist gets an idea. He charges at his opponent with full force. This sudden attack catches Valentin by surprise. However, the attack is utterly horrified. Instead, Davey deliberately strikes the ground and pretends his sword has fallen from his hands. Not only that, but the sword hits his opponent in the face, while Valentin suffers a powerful blow. Davey pretends his sword slipped due to carelessness, but it was all part of his plan. He knocked his opponent down without revealing his strength. Not only that, but Valentin feels humiliated because the blow that knocked him down was actually his opponent's fault. Furthermore, others feel the same way and quickly comment on how shameful his defeat was. Enraged, Valentin rises from the ground, wanting to finish his opponent once and for all. But Davey says that his opponent should train better, because with those poetic skills, he won't be able to finish anyone. Next, we talk about a market executive. Valentin attacks the protagonist. He tried his best to injure him, yet he couldn't land a single blow. Davey, on the other hand, wasn't even breaking a sweat. Sensing that he was close to defeat, Valentin sank into despair, wondering why he was at such a significant disadvantage. His attempt to survive was thwarted. He was knocked down, and the crowd watched him fall before his opponent. In addition to losing, he had to endure taunts not only from the protagonist, but also from others who had seen Valentin lose more than once. Frustrated, he told everyone to shut up, declaring that he couldn't take any more nonsense. Meanwhile, Davey noted that his foe wasn't just defeated. He was publicly humiliated by the very prince everyone had considered weak. The protagonist believed his fencing technique was superior due to his use of drunken stands, as the name suggests. This fighting style involved deceiving the opponent, pretending to be unaware of what they were doing, much like a drunkard. This technique was invented by Dog Gojin, the greatest alcoholic in the pantheon of heroes, and also by the rabbit who had an interest in creating the most evil and diabolical fencing styles. The protagonist knew this because he had met the man himself during his time at the temple. Dekjan kept praising the technique's creation, yet he also knew how malicious the style truly was. Davey had always heard that such a technique should only be used against someone who truly deserved it. So, the protagonist knew from the beginning that even its creators considered this technique taboo, not because the technique was so fast or strong, but because of the sheer magnitude of the relationship Daring conveyed, the pretension, but because of how much it could manipulate and deceive an opponent. That's why this style wasn't designed for self-defense or offense, but rather to completely humiliate an opponent in front of others. It targeted the opponent's weaknesses during their attacks, delivering a lethal blow, making it extremely effective for that purpose. This way, the enemy became like a rat lost in a labyrinth. Not only that, but the more people who watched, the worse it was for the technique's target. That's exactly what was happening now. After playing with his opponent for so long, Davey wondered if he was just very lucky or if Valentin was just really useless. Not only that, but he found this style very enjoyable to use. He felt it was perfect for him. Davey believed this style was best for someone who wanted to have fun while fighting. Not like him. His opponent wasn't having any fun at all. Enraged, Valentin manifested his powers. He intended to wipe the goddess from the face of the earth. Venice declared it was just a friendly training match. He asked if Valentin had gone mad enough to use his powers. But the protagonist had left his foe no choice. Reflecting on this, Davey realized that if he had escaped the attack, he couldn't simply blame luck. Besides, he knew he had been watched since the duel began. Venice, for his part, seized the opportunity and swiftly attacked the protagonist. But as he attempted to strike, he was surprised when Davey once again dodged the attack. He not only surprised his foe, but also turned the situation to his advantage, knocking Valentin off balance and toppling him to the ground. This made the protagonist realize Davey's superiority. However, the protagonist, in turn, tried to undermine him in front of the public, pretending he had simply slipped and disarmed his opponent through sheer luck. The public reaction was full of hatred for Prince Valentin, yet it ensured Davey's victory in the duel. Questions were raised about the duel. People wondered if Valentin had always been as pathetic as he appeared today, and if Prince Davey was really the same person who had recently been in a coma. Davey justified himself, saying that he was barely able to hold his sword properly, which had left him unbalanced. But luck was on his side. Hearing this, Winley remarked that her brother must have used all his luck that day. But what was a great show to some was a complete waste of time to Iliana. What she saw seemed quite stupid, so she turned her back and left. Davey noticed this and concluded that the princess was quite cold. Later, Davey was reprimanded by his brothers. He was not only irresponsible, but he had also caused quite a commotion. Davey defended himself, saying that everything worked out fine in the end, and there was no point in stressing about what had happened. Benitez argued that Davey was lucky because his opponent had a truly explosive personality and could easily have been fatal. He mentioned that the twins had met Valentin before and witnessed his skills firsthand, and that Valentin had then started pursuing Winley. While they agreed that Valentin would probably never try anything like that again, Benitez warned Davey not to try something like that again, as luck might not always be on his side. In fact, Davey was the only one who had tried. In response, Davey grabbed his brother's hand and squeezed it. After demonstrating his strength, he told Benitez not to treat him like a sick patient. He promised to follow his younger brother's advice and still stay out of trouble. Davey thought that sooner or later his brother would discover his true strength, so he thought it best not to hide it from them any longer. Winley was even more relieved to know that Davey was strong enough to defend himself. Furthermore, he had caught his opponent off guard, while Valentin struggled to balance the weight of his sword. Davey himself was shocked by his opponent's humiliating defeat. As for him, Valentin was still furious. He was breaking things in his chambers to vent his anger, while his servants tried to calm him down. Valentin declared that he was the next prince of Booty's era and would not tolerate humiliation in front of other nobles. After all, he wanted to create an image of a radiant figure who possessed exceptional talents. Furthermore, there were few things in the world that he did not have access to, which meant that almost everything was within his reach. So Valentin had fallen in love with Princess Winley and chosen her as his future wife. Besides her beauty, she also had a brother who was a medium-level expert swordsman, and he would become a subordinate through this marriage. Furthermore, Valentin had arranged everything with Queen Round, and the entire plan was ready. which made him even more confident of his success. But now, an obstacle had come in his way, and most importantly, his credibility had been completely destroyed. As a result, Valentin's anger was stronger than ever, and as he ruined everything around him, he felt an unending desire to destroy Davey for insulting him. But as soon as he spoke this idea, a voice asked if this was truly Valentin's wish. Suddenly, the voice, surprised, he asked who was speaking. A feminine presence appeared and told the prince that she could help him fulfill his wish. Still confused, the prince asked who he was speaking to. The woman introduced herself as Karis and asked him to remember that name. Then she came to the prince and told him to trust Valentin, because only then would he be able to fulfill his wish. After some time, the day of the tournament finally arrived. Amy informed Davey that her brother was about to enter the arena. He seemed excited, but not for the fight. He said he still had a long way to go. Med asked what he was talking about. Davey said he was just thinking aloud and said he was ready to go, because other things could wait. Benedetti's was already in position by his side. Winley was watching the match from the stands. Not only her, but the entire arena was anxiously awaiting the fight. But Beneth's opponent was none other than Valentin, who, after what happened last time, had no intention of losing again. The protagonist arrived at the arena. Seeing everyone excited, he thought, the energy in the place was incredible. He was thankful that Beneth's match was in the afternoon. Not only did he not want to watch morning fights, but he also wasn't feeling well. When he met Winley again, she asked if her brother was feeling better. Davey preferred to keep his physical condition private. He thought he had completed the mana circle at a very young age, which gave him the power to defeat much stronger opponents. But his transformation wasn't completely complete, and sometimes he would get indigestion after overusing his abilities. So he thought that if this continued, he would have to use his secret powers to cure his stomach ache. Soon, Benedetti's entered the arena as he was chaired. The protagonist noticed his brother's popularity. Until then, he didn't know who his brother's opponent was. But as soon as he saw Valentin enter the arena, he felt incredibly ironic that he would be facing two of Ron's figures. Furthermore, he thought such a fight would take too long. Before the match began, the judge announced that the blades were blunt, and the use of mana on swords was prohibited to prevent injuring or threatening the opponent. Staring at his brother, Davey said that the audience's opinion was no joke. Winley was worried about his twin brother, thinking he might get hurt if he got too carried away. But the protagonist reassured him, saying that Benedetti's was a rookie, so he wasn't worried about his safety. Therefore, he assumed nothing bad would happen. No way. Back to the fight. The judge told Competi to proceed. Then some majors created a magic barrier around the arena. Valentin, who hadn't said a word until now, remained focused. Not only him, but Bonus was also taking it very seriously. With this, the judge allowed the fight to begin, and both opponents advanced. Judging from the duel against the same opponent, the protagonist concluded that Valentin was unpredictable with a sword. Bontes, on the other hand, used strength to inflict massive damage on his opponent, and, comparing their styles, his brother had a better chance of winning. Furthermore, the protagonist believed that Valentin might not be able to withstand Benedetti's heavy attacks. But the opposite happened. When attacked, Valentin didn't dodge. He chose to block the battle, proving all his expectations wrong. Seeing this, some concluded that the fight would be more interesting than they had imagined. In turn, the protagonist thought that Valentin hadn't acted like that during their duel, and that improving overnight was literally impossible. Even a genius would take time to master certain physical abilities. Still, he recognized that if Benedict continued attacking, sooner or later his opponent would reach his limits and tire. Even while trying to analyze the situation calmly, the protagonist sensed something was wrong. Not only him, but Winley also said that he had never seen Benedictus move so fast. He thought that if his brother had improved, he too would have to work harder. Davey also noticed his brother's improvement. Ever since he was young, Benedictus had dreamed of becoming a knight. After 6 years, the protagonist could see his brother's evolution. He had finally dedicated himself to it, but he knew little about his opponent. Seeing Valentin fighting so differently than before, Davey felt as if he was facing someone else. He had already felt this strange sensation, as if something dangerous was about to happen. Noticing his brother's uneasiness, Winley asked if Davey was all right. Back in the fight, Benedettus analyzed his enemy. He didn't expect Valentin to counterattack his long sword. He admired his opponent's persistence, and despite his strange movements, he knew he couldn't lose his guard. Instead of waiting for an attack, he wanted to end the fight immediately. so he prepared his strongest weapon. But as he attacked his enemy, Valentin stood still, deliberately waiting for the attack to happen, and saw the sword very close to his face. Benitez didn't understand why his enemy was acting like this, but he launched his attack at the last second. He turned. After all, he couldn't injure him. Otherwise, he would be punished by the organizers. With that, he tried to attack again, but in a way that wouldn't hurt his opponent. But this was all part of Valentin's strategy. Before Benitez could attack again, he channeled his mana into his sword, knowing it was against the rules of the competition. He put Benitez's life in danger. Benitez had practiced a lot the previous night. He didn't want to lose the competition. Then Davey came to talk to his brother, saying he hadn't been able to sleep because of him. Davey mentioned that Winley had already fallen asleep and asked why Benitez wasn't doing the same. His brother replied that he hadn't been able to sleep, which allowed him to practice a little. Benitez also admitted that he was feeling uncertain about the upcoming bout. Still, he was confident he would win. Davey encouraged his brother, assuring him that he wouldn't lose and that there was no reason to worry. Observing Benitez's structured mana flow, Davey noticed that his brother had a gentle and smooth mana. He considered giving his brother a boost, even though it would have been a scandal if people had found out. Davey was willing to take that risk. So he asked Benitez to stop for a moment, saying he was a little tense, and offered to massage his shoulders. But during the massage, Davey took advantage of the opportunity to lend his brother some of his mana, warning him that the process would be a little painful. Immediately, Benitez felt as if his whole body was in a trance. Davey explained that this was probably because Benitez had stayed up all night instead of sleeping and advised him to get more rest. Meanwhile, Davey theorized that the technique worked by activating the recipient's mana. It created a chain reaction that forced a massive flow of mana throughout his body. He knew that, despite its seemingly simple nature, this method required an experienced practitioner, and most places had mana. Now, Davey had heard of a place where the technique was free of mana, but they also provided excellent massages. When the process was complete, Davey uttered a magical word. Surprised, his brother asked what language it was, but Davey continued without answering. Once it was done, his brother was on the ground. His body couldn't handle the sudden surge of extra mana. Davey thought that while it wouldn't directly help Bonatithus in the upcoming battle, it would certainly help his brother evolve faster. But he couldn't let Bonatithus just sleep there. It wouldn't be good, even if it provided more security. Benitez complained that his brother should have treated him better. He said that if Winley had been there, Davey would have carried him on his back. Davey refused, but told Benitez to go to sleep immediately, or else he would give him another, more intense massage. Benitez didn't think twice and ran to his room, satisfied that his brother would be safer now. Davey also left for the night. Back in the present, the moment Benitez was hit by his opponent's magic, the shield his brother had given him activated. Protecting him, it immediately pushed Valentin's sword away, preventing him from continuing his attempt to injure Benitez. The crowd noticed that Valentin's sword wasn't normal. Furthermore, they saw a mana shield protecting Benitez. From the VIP box, Winley cheered, celebrating his brother's defeat of his opponent. But when he looked to the side, Davey was gone. Despite the shield inside the arena, Benitez was still injured. The table immediately ended the fight and removed Valentin. Not only was he disqualified for breaking the rules, but he was also punished. The organizers declared that his actions could trigger a war between the nations and immediately sent a notification to the Volt's nation. Valentin's servant tried to convince them not to proceed further, begging his prince to say something. But Valentin grabbed the servant by the neck and, in an exaggerated display of strength, smashed the poor man's head in front of a horrified crowd. This act, of course, completely shocked everyone. After all, no one had expected a prince to publicly execute one of his servants. Furthermore, everyone thought Valentin had gone completely mad, and in a way, they weren't wrong. Valentin hadn't been the same since he met Chariot. Seeing the madness that had erupted in the arena, some people began to flee the scene. Prince Valentin had gone mad and was on the verge of a complete breakdown. The organizers knew they had to do something, but they realized that restraining someone in that state wouldn't be easy. Then the protagonist stepped forward. He went to his younger brother and told him that the match was over and that he had done something incredible. Benitez mentioned that he had created a mana barrier. The protagonist then gave a proud smile. He knew that a mana barrier was a high-level mana ability that protected its creator from harm. Davey had placed a barrier on his brother as a safeguard, but the real reason for Benitez's safety was his own growth. Even though Benatis was only 14 years old, this was something anyone would be proud of, despite his immaturity. He clearly had immense potential. Davey had expected his brother to cry and complain of pain, but Benatis surprised him. Nevertheless, he told Bonus that he had had enough, and it was time to rest. Benatis was then carried out of the arena on a stretcher. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, a problem was still brewing. Valentin was causing a huge commotion, something the protagonist had to solve. Some mages tried to stop the Mad Prince, but even using magical attacks, they couldn't handle the situation. Valentin's mind and body had clearly changed. Not only that, but he was far stronger than the mages could handle. So they tried to evacuate people while the magical barrier was still intact. But just then, the protagonist arrived in the arena. Surprising the mages already present there, they asked Davey not to come close, warning him that the opponent was very strong. Winley also became worried about the protagonist upon seeing him in the arena. This was especially concerning because she hadn't even seen him move to get there. Despite this, the protagonist wanted to address the situation. He noticed that Valentin had been infected with something and remarked that it felt like the enemy had truly taken over. He then began to think about how he would deal with him. Seeing Dewey, Valentin became even more enraged. As he advanced towards the protagonist, the mages tried to stop the prince, but they couldn't handle the crazed opponent. Valentin had a clear path to reach Dewey, but then Winley suddenly appeared in the arena, worried about her brother. The protagonist was surprised by her appearance. After all, this wasn't part of his plans. The last thing he wanted was to involve his younger sister. But Winley wasn't the only one who showed up. Iliana appeared immediately after, pushing protagonist away from the enemy. Davey had certainly not expected this. Until then, Iliana hadn't even been seen in the arena. She had appeared almost out of nowhere. Not only that, but she had come with the clear intention of destroying the enemy. Valentin hadn't been thinking clearly until now, just following his fighting instincts. But Iliana knew what she was doing. She used an attack called the Great Mountain Divider, and upon hitting the enemy, it sent him flying into the air. Davey was truly shocked. This was the first time he had seen Iliana in action after attacking the enemy. Iliana thought the situation was resolved, but she was surprised to see Valentin still standing, even though her attack was above average. Valentin didn't seem seriously injured. Not only that, but he looked even more ravenous. But before he could do anything, Iliana launched her attack. She attacked him from below. She launched a continuous attack with her blade in hand-to-hand combat from multiple directions, intending to permanently defeat him. The enemy was bearing the brunt of the attacks. Taking advantage of this, Iliana held back no energy during the fight. Some spectators were astonished to see her fight with such energy. Iliana thought she had finally succeeded. Valentin was nearly knocked down and unconscious, so she ordered the guards to arrest him for his actions. Winley tried to pull Davey away from the arena, telling him to let Iliana handle everything. Meanwhile, Davey praised Iliana's energy and understood that she was far superior to most other swordsmen. But Iliana saw something the others hadn't noticed and called Valentin a vampire. Davey didn't fully understand, but Iliana charged toward the enemy. Even the bound Valentin could move, and with that, she exposed herself to harm. Davey observed the enemy's actions from a distance, yet he understood what they were doing. Iliana tried to stop the enemy from doing so, but she couldn't get close in time. This caused Valentin to create a blood tide, and those closest to the attack fell first. Amidst the blood mist, Davey tried to save his sister. Winley wasn't feeling well, but instead of worrying about herself, she showed concern for Davey. Trying to comfort her, Davey said everything would be fine. Then he got up from the ground and told her to get some rest, saying that when she woke up, she would realize it was all just a bad dream. As soon as he put his sister into induced sleep, Davey decided it was time to take action. Otherwise, with this necromantic man in the air, things could quickly deteriorate. He was the only one who understood what was happening. Not only that, but he believed that when someone connects with their mana, their powers begin to develop their own distinct personalities. But he possessed 3 different powers, each behaving differently. Necromantic mana was essentially a psychopath, and was the most effective to use. Regular mana, on the other hand, was a beauty, albeit difficult to handle. Once it developed trust, it acted at the user's will. Finally, the most stubborn was the holy power. This power had no intention of listening to anyone, and had a lazy personality. So, If there wasn't a major uproar, the holy power wouldn't have manifested. But the uproar was enough. It earned Davey Radiant Blessing, a 4th level holy magic. Now that Winley should be healed for a while, he had time and space to think. He concluded that the enemy had used Blood Tide, a power that steals the life essence from nearby living beings. The bad news was that Davey didn't have enough power to save everyone in the arena. But he was glad that Benitez was already gone, and now that no one was watching, he could handle the situation calmly without worrying about hiding his abilities. But to Davey's surprise, Iliana was awake. After all, a proud warrior like her wouldn't give up so easily. Davey considered it the worst possible scenario. He didn't think anyone could remain conscious under Blood Tide. But when Iliana saw Farron standing, he realized there was a reason she was a new owner of the Divine Sword. But all Davey could think about was how beautiful Iliana looked. Despite his tiredness, he walked over to the princess and touched her shoulder. She was slightly startled. Davey tried to talk to him, asked if he was okay, but despite their dangerous situation, Iliana tried to keep him away. The monster was still free, and Davey only wanted to help. Noticing his resistance, she told him to leave if he felt okay. But Iliana grabbed Davey by the arm and asked why he wasn't feeling well. Davey realized he was cornered. He thought Iliana would suspect something, but wouldn't confront him immediately. So he decided to play the fool, saying he didn't know why he wasn't affected by the mist. Iliana's expression clearly showed she didn't believe his lame excuse, even though Davey privately thought she should thank him for dying. Despite this, Iliana took charge of the fight. She told him to get out of the arena and leave the rest to her. She insisted that this was a situation someone like Davey couldn't handle. She also said that he had only luck in his previous duel, and luck wouldn't help him now. Iliana clearly considered Davey a helpless prince, believing herself to be very different. She possessed power and knowledge. She knew full well that the blood demons mentioned in ancient texts were actually vampires. She told Davey that he must have heard of them, emphasizing that luck wouldn't be enough against such an enemy. After all, anyone who couldn't sense or manipulate mana would be torn to pieces in seconds. Davey explained that the enemy wouldn't let anyone leave the arena without a fight. Iliana then declared that she would provide cover for his escape. Davey noticed that Iliana was incredibly confident, but for some reason, she was more confident than during their duel. She looked emotional, almost as if she were facing her archenemy. A flashback showed a glimpse of Iliana's past. Once, as a child, she woke in the middle of the night and went to look for her mother. But when she found her, her mother was sucking the blood of another human. Even though she was very young Iliana knew she was a vampire. She never forgot what she saw. Now, facing the enemy in the present, she decided to destroy all the vampires still alive in this world. As long as she lived, that would be her goal. But just as she was about to attack, Davey grabbed her hair. Stopping her, he apologized, but then asked Iliana not to interfere with his work. Davey still didn't know why the princess was so obsessed with vampires, but he was no longer worried about maintaining his disguise and prepared to fight the enemy. Contrary to what the princess believed, Davey actually possessed considerable knowledge about vampires. He had learned about them during his training and probably knew more than Iliana. Furthermore, he had faced many vampires before, giving him extensive practical experience. In fact, fighting another vampire was almost exhausting for him. As he dodged his enemy, he muttered that this one seemed much more stupid than the previous duel. But Davey wasn't there simply to defend himself or dodge. He intended to attack and destroy his enemy. With this, he delivered a blow that struck him right in the heart. It was an application of celestial demonic arts, an ability called Demonic Blood Explosion. Upon being struck, the enemy not only felt the impact, but was also thrown across the arena. Seeing this, Iliana was truly impressed. After all, the one she had thought weak had just demonstrated extraordinary power. After witnessing what had just happened, Iliana wondered what it was. Seeing the protagonist use his powers, the princess doubted if it was even humanly possible. Until then, she had thought Davey was just an ordinary human, incapable of sensing mana, and just another normal human. But she had just witnessed him shatter a statue with his own eyes while attacking a vampire. It was something even knights and mages would have had difficulty doing. Even with her sword, she couldn't do something like that. It made her wonder if Davey was really just a prince who had recently awakened from a coma. The protagonist extended his hand to Iliana, but she recoiled in fear. Yet she insisted on the gesture, that the prince wanted to help her up. Iliana decided to accept his kindness. But just as she was about to touch his hand, Davey asked to borrow Iliana's sword. She then realized that he wasn't chivalrous at all and felt embarrassed for reaching conclusions. Well, he told her that his sword had broken when he first tried to hit Valentin. But Davey said he wasn't talking about that sword, but the one he wore as a necklace. He also said that he would need a much stronger weapon to face the enemy. Davey tried to convince him to lend the divine sword its powers. The protagonist knew that Searcher, the celestial blacksmith, had dedicated his life to forging countless weapons, including the sword that saved the world. Even broken weapons would become new in Searcher's hands. Surtur's fame spread across the continent. His 12 infamous swords, scattered throughout the land and considered national treasures, were also widely recognized. However, one of them was Blacksmith's favorite sword, Caloris the White Guardian. Although it was one of the 12 swords created by Surtur, it held a special value. Caloris was a level above the others because it was created for a friend of Blacksmith's, a sword god named Horsey, who had infused his life force into the weapon. Because of this, the sword possessed its own ego and made conscious decisions, which surprised someone they learned about it. But the protagonist knew the sword's true nature because he had met Horus. And knowing Horus's personality, he knew that handling the sword was not easy. Immediately, Carras asked who the protagonist thought he was. To capture him like that, Davey realized that weapon was acting exactly as expected, as the sword had shortened. Davey ironically asked if Carras could do more than scream like a madman. He also said that they would get along much better if the sword would simply agree to work with him. At that moment, Princess approached the protagonist and asked for her sword back. Davey then said that Iliana would suffer if Carras continued to refuse to fight her. Furthermore, the protagonist was impressed that Princess Fog, even without the sword's power, had stood firm in the middle. He realized how strong she truly was. But despite her strength, he considered the enemy to be something Iliana could not face and thought it would be better for her to do something stupid. Know your limitations before you act. Amidst all this, despite his guardian's condition, the sword still refused to help. The protagonist then realized he had to do it the hard way. He immediately invoked the sword's powers, manifesting it in its true form. The protagonist remarked that Caldera was almost exactly as the rumors say. Kaluz, in turn, asked how he did it. Davey said that the sword simply needed to lend him its powers during battle and leave the rest to him. Next, Davey combined his skills with the divine sword and began calling down lightning from the sky. Davey then asked the enemy how much longer he would remain hidden. He saw a rift in front of him and declared that it was time for the villain to show himself. But seeing a mere bat flying towards him, he said he had expected more from a vampire. Finally, he realized he was dealing with an advanced species. At this, the little bat transformed into a female vampire. Davey then declared that he already knew her. Calling the vampire, Ms. Maid confirmed that she was indeed a servant of the queen. Upon seeing her, the female vampire said she thought someone was supporting the prince when his subordinates were eliminated, but now she realized she had acted alone. The sarcastic Davey tells her that she is truly amazing, but tells her not to be shy and come closer, as he can no longer tolerate looking up at her all the time. Furthermore, he also says that if she stays up too long, she might reveal more than she intended. Shirley, in her vampiric form, becomes incredibly irritated by these provocative comments. But this is exactly what the protagonist intended. Immediately, she attacks with her divine sword. The vampire woman, in turn, warns that if Davey causes catastrophe, the queen will not hold herself responsible. Relations with the Voltage Kingdom could be severed, leading to war between the kingdoms. The protagonist realizes that the enemy is perhaps confident of defeating him by revealing his true form, but he declares that his plan will not succeed. But it will not succeed. But it will not succeed. But it will not succeed. His arrogant words further irritate the vampire. At that point, he finally decides to attack the protagonist. He uses his vampiric magic to do so, which destroys everything it touches when it spreads. Nevertheless, Davey manages to dodge and tells his enemy not to be so agitated, but his words have the opposite effect. As a result, the vampire then throws spikes at the protagonist. He jumps off the pillar he was on, but realizes the spikes have reached him there too, barely hitting him. Davey manages to dodge as many spikes as possible while falling until he finally lands on the ground, deflecting the attacks with his blade like a skilled swordsman. At this, the vampire woman admits that he has exceeded her expectations. Yet, she claims that, despite his strength, Davey is still only human. The protagonist explains that his enemies shouldn't hate humans so much. After all, she served a human. Deeply irritated, the vampire's patience finally runs out after so many provocations. Davey nevertheless argues that this is a trait of vampire lords. After all, the stronger they are, the more irritating they are. Not only that, but they are also one of the strongest species. Immense are born with power, and upon awakening, they become leaders. Defeating them would be impossible if their natural enemy wasn't the great elves. A flashback reveals in the protagonist's past, the sword god explained that he used to irritate vampires before battling them. This tactic destabilizes enemies, making them easier to handle. He also revealed that vampires were particularly arrogant, so the higher their rank, the easier it was to injure their egos. Now, in the present, the protagonist reflects on how the Farron Empire trusted Hari greatly, and wonders how they would react if they knew Hari's true nature. The protagonist then returns to the battle. After dodging a few enemy attacks, he counterattacks with his sword, but the vampire uses a magic shield to defend herself. Not only that, but she doesn't use any armed defense. Instead, it's a blood shield. Caldris remarks that he's probably facing a countess, even though her rank isn't very high. She's a pure blood and can easily challenge a lord. Hearing this, the protagonist declares that he has no choice but to defeat her now. Caldris, however, questions whether he can truly do what he says. Davey says yes, and then asks if the sword itself is afraid. Before he can hear the answer, he is attacked. Shaylee says that those who pretend to remain calm in such situations always meet the same fate. She also says that the girl who found the divine sword fainted despite her strength. Furthermore, her intention is to defeat the prince and kill him. He must leave at least some contact, as he must present his body as proof of his efficiency. He then attacks Davey, but the protagonist has no intention of making things easy for his enemy. Instead of standing still and waiting to be hit, he charges straight at him. Seeing Davey's actions, the vampire woman calls him a complete fool and attempts to strike him once again. But the protagonist not only dodges the attack, but also gets behind the vampire. He seizes the opportunity to laugh at his enemy, saying he knows nothing, especially about swordsmanship. The protagonist believes that swordsmanship is an art that goes beyond simply swinging a sword repeatedly. And using all his training, he uses Kara's skills against his enemy, sending him into despair when he realizes he can't dodge him. She is immediately hit, and she falls to the ground like a meteor entering the atmosphere. The surroundings were so transformed after the attack that the protagonist himself was astonished at what he had done. Calderas tried to say something about his past, but Dewey interrupted him. He said that thousands of years had passed since Calderas' creation, so he didn't want to hear the full story. After all, instead of talking, he really wanted to end this fight. The protagonist thought that even if he wanted to, Talwar wouldn't believe he was a disciple of his former master. Calderas realized that the vampire had decided to flee. Dewey said that pursuing him now wasn't a good idea. Talwar remarked that the flood of blood was nauseating even for him. Fortunately, the mist wouldn't spread anymore because the explosion had destroyed their source. But there were still bloodstones left in the area. The protagonist knew that those affected by the blood tide usually died or became infected. If those infected weren't eliminated, they would infect others. For now, it was confined to Mistrina. If it wasn't completely contained, it could spread and cause panic. Carlos told the protagonist that he was lucky not to have been hit by such a corrosive substance, noting that despite his youth, he was clearly skilled. Davey replied that, in a way, that was true. Furthermore, he knew that awakening the blade's aura would take some time, as his power wasn't developed to the common method of others. When someone possesses wisdom and proficiency, along with a certain level of skill, that person becomes a master. The protagonist was just such an individual. Furthermore, the sword itself was a master. She was also starting to feel it, as she felt a bit of his imageable power. Not only that, but Calderas noticed that the protagonist possessed both dark mana and secret powers, and he was surprised he'd never encountered anyone like that before. Davey said he usually breaks paradigms, but Calderas called him crazy for achieving such a result. But the protagonist told Calderas that it was actually the result of years of research. But he didn't want to talk anymore, because he still had some unresolved matters to deal with, and because he couldn't do what was needed alone, he allowed Calderas to help. Davey thought he didn't want to sacrifice himself for the benefit of others, but if it helped him get his powers back, then maybe it would be worth it. Even if it wasn't his arm style, he was willing, given the results he'd imagined. Next, he began praying to the goddess Freya, interceding for those killed by the blood tide. Not only that, but he asked the goddess to do something about it, claiming he couldn't do it alone. Hearing the prayer, Caldrus asked if this was how a god was asked for help. Furthermore, he noticed that the protagonist wasn't used to doing such things. Davey had been impressed by Daphne's saintliness and learned that the foundation of her power wasn't a faith that supported the gods, but rather her understanding of that faith. More precisely, it wasn't about gaining the gods' love, but rather their curiosity. As some were injured, he intended to use the sword to save them. Therefore, he asked Freya for permission to do just that. Furious, Cass declared that no god would listen to such a poorly worded prayer. But Davey countered that the sword knew nothing about gods. He said that the gods' love wasn't given to those who called themselves deviants. Rather, those who act to gain divine curiosity. As Caldrus had said earlier, nothing could be done about the life force absorbed from people. So the only option was to infuse the crystal with even more power. He was referring to the highest form of sacred magic, used only with a divine blessing. Created by Saint Daphne, who used the most powerful sacred magic of all time. And he said that the gods love crazy people, especially those who were not ordinary. Immediately afterward, sacred magic manifested from the sky. It struck Caldrus and the protagonist. The sword was completely shocked by this, because it was a rank 9 power. Not only that, but he thought it was so. Immense couldn't resist the power and claimed the protagonist was trying to destroy her. But it was actually the opposite, as she couldn't receive that much power herself. The protagonist used the sword as a receptacle and now intended to use this magic to heal the inner arena. The power was so strong that even those far away in the arena could see a strong glow. It shone brighter than the sun, and the protagonist was embraced by celestial wings, and her wounds were instantly healed. Furthermore, the dark magic crystal shattered, and the evil spread with it. Davey remarked that the explosion was so strong she felt as if she had been crushed. She also teased the divine sword, saying that she had survived after all, but she must be very tired. Despite trying to maintain control, the protagonist felt something in her back, and her strength began to wane. As soon as he fell to the ground, something appeared before him. Davey could somehow see his attributes, like in a system window, and noticed that some things had changed. He also noticed that he had received the nickname Crazy Person, and wondered if Freya wasn't exaggerating with this description. On top of that, the person he assumed to be Freya simply gave him a gentle smile, seemingly interested in the protagonist. After a while, trying to recall what had happened, he wondered when he had last had such a deep sleep. For the past 6 months, he hadn't been able to sleep without worrying about something or the other. Somehow, he felt that this sleep had helped clear his mind a bit. Upon waking, he found himself in front of Winley. She told him that Davey had been taken to a lodging in Phyllis Duchy and asked how he was feeling. After waking, she asked how long he had slept. His sister replied that he had been unconscious for 2 days, and she was so worried that he might never wake up. This made Davey realize that his sister was genuinely worried about him, and considering what happened the last time he had fainted, it wasn't surprising. Winley then mentioned that she had had a strange dream, one, where she was in a red mist and her brother had saved her, but she doubted it. So she asked her brother what had really happened that day. Winley also mentioned that while she was examining Davey, she discovered something, a mark on his back that she recognized as a stigma, about 3 cubits long, so large that it couldn't be ignored. In a way, this surprised her, but she soon realized that the pain she had felt earlier was the stigma itself forming on his back. This had never happened before. He also knew Freya was responsible and wondered if it was really necessary to create such a large stigma on her body. Winley explained that the priest who treated her had actually discovered the stigma. Not only she, but the entire duchy knew about it, and there was an uproar outside. Furthermore, when Davey was found, not only had the mist disappeared, but the surrounding sacred energy was concentrated on him. He thought the stigma meant that a god had bestowed their love on a person, and it was a good thing that only this information about him had been leaked to Winley. Still, he had to understand better what had happened to his brother. He doubted whether or not to tell her his secret, knowing what would happen if he did. And if something serious happened now, his journey would be even more difficult. In this case, he decided to conceal the information and simply say that he had fainted before seeing anything. So he couldn't say what had happened, even though it didn't make much sense. Winley decided to trust her brother, but asked if he was in pain. Thinking about it, she concluded that he was better than before. Besides invoking the 9th sacred magic on his sword, he had also enhanced his sacred powers, and the result couldn't have been better. His mana capacity had increased significantly. With this, all three of his powers had improved, and he could now create an aura blade worthy of a true master swordsman. Of course, sacred magic was a power that had evolved the most among the three, but by extension, others had also improved, such as the effects of the stigma. Still, Davey lamented that he always had to go through such extreme experiences to become a stranger. Winley told him that she didn't know how much madness had happened while he was asleep, especially when his maid, Amy, found out what had happened and was worried about him. His sister also said that in addition to the maid, Princess Iliana had also come looking for him and wanted to take him to her kingdom. She said that she could give Davey more proper treatment there. He thanked his sister for her concern and care, but said that she must be tired, so she should rest, and he would do the same. Before leaving, Winley told Davey that he needn't worry about Benetti's, as he left the arena as soon as the tournament was canceled and was out of danger. Despite the current commotion, he hoped Davey would recover quickly. As soon as his sister left him alone, he was left alone. Davey again checked the status window that had appeared with his mark. He noted that it seemed like a game, and despite not fully understanding the nature of the system, he concluded that it could only be Shreya's doing. He still didn't know if it had appeared because of his prayers or was a minor consequence of using divine magic, but he figured it didn't matter much right now. Then a voice spoke to him. It said he could pretend put a barrier on him, but he knew he was already used to peeking into someone else's status. Immediately, Davey was shocked and asked where it came from. He said it was very bold of him to deceive his senses and try to get so close, but he promised he would find out who was behind it. Immediately, the person whose voice was behind it appeared and told him to look down. The entity said it was embarrassed to think someone could break its seal, but if it was divine will, it had no reason to go against him. A flashback showed the moment when he discovered the talent of the sword god's art. He wondered whose portrait Harisi was painting. After observing it for a moment, judging by the horns on its head and the red pupils in its eyes, he concluded that it could only be a portrait of a demon. Not only that, but judging by its appearance, he deduced that this demon seemed very strong. Furthermore, the portrait contained so many details. Davey deduced that Harisi knew this demon very well, because that was the only way he could remember so many details. Harsi, in turn, said that this demon was beautiful. No girl in paradise could compare to her in terms of beauty. Her name was Parzelk, but now, all that remained of her was the memories her father had. When he was still human, he had adopted Parzelk as his daughter and taught her swordsmanship. But the irony of fate is that he had to destroy his own daughter and seal her away to end a war. Because of this, Persephone Farron became known as the Demon Queen of the Abyss. Now, seeing the Demon Queen of the Abyss in present, she immediately recognized her. Noticing this, Purcell said that her eyes never disappointed her. Seeing her shocked, she asked what Davey was thinking. He simply said that Purcell was younger than he had thought. After a while, Davey tied Purcell. She said that the reception was very rude and that, unlike humans, such things did not interest her. Davey nevertheless told him that it was no joke. Purcell replied that it was because it was their first meeting. She did not understand why she was being treated so hostilely, because there was no reason for it. Not only that, but she was also curious as to how she could have a symbiotic relationship with someone so rude. Dewey didn't understand what she was talking about. Purcell explained that she was referring to the passage on his back, which was designed to be a vessel where his soul would be deposited. Dewey immediately understood why the mark was so large. Now everything made more sense, because the symbol was actually a seal designed to imprison the Demon King. After explaining, Purcell asked to be freed. He reiterated that he didn't like such situations, and that being in that position made him feel uncomfortable and undigested. Dewey then freed Purcell from his shackles and asked what a demon queen imprisoned and a sword wanted from him. He also said that his answer should be convincing and straightforward. First, he formally introduced himself as Persephone Pharaoh, Queen of the Abyss, who watches over everyone from a void. He also said that they say that when someone stares into the void, it stares back. He was a victim of it. Not only that, but it was also the primary cause of the great war between humans and demons. Until that moment, all Davey knew about Colderus was that the sword had been used by Harris to pierce the Demon King and end the war. But now he had just discovered that the sword also contained the spirit of Persulk, sealed there by his own father. Furthermore, Persulk seemed completely different from the other Demon King. Davey had previously believed that he received his power from the goddess Freya, not a demon. But Persulk clarified that Coldrez was simply a friendly spirit who lived in the sword with him. She also said that if she had known things would end this way, she would have said goodbye properly. But she also knew that Coldrez wasn't a very sentimental person. Getting straight to the point, Persulk explained that she had been transferred from the sword to Davey, according to the divine will. Davey said he didn't understand the reason behind it, but Persulk confessed that he didn't know either, which caused him frustration. Nevertheless, everything happened because Davey used secret magic through the sword, so Persulk said that he was responsible for what happened. Furthermore, he had a personal interest in her. After all, Davey was the second person to successfully unlock the divine sword's full potential. Speaking of this, Persulk asked if Davey had ever met her, and she replied that she had. Recalling that Hares always said that Persulk could return, the Demon Queen was pleased to hear that her father spoke about her frequently instead of keeping a secret. Davey remarked that people should learn to hide certain things from each other, and questioned why a person would lie to the Demon King. Percel, in turn, wanted to correct something about herself. She said that she wasn't the one peering through the void. She had simply borrowed the will of a greater being. She was referring to the status window, and she assumed that humans commonly called it the Great Divinity. Hearing this, Davey couldn't believe that a powerful being like Percel could communicate so childishly. He also wondered what a divinity that dispensed secret powers would expect from someone like him. Percel, in turn, suggested they take a walk. She said that Davey could take advantage of the opportunity to show him how interesting the outside world was. Davey asked what benefit he would gain. Percel replied that he had already received something since he had received his powers. He added that with the system window, he was able to acquire even more abilities. Davey realized that Percel knew more about him than he thought, and he couldn't ignore that fact. Anyway, Percel said it was a very good trade for her, and she was anxious to see how Davey would reciprocate. Davey thought Percel's powers were quite tempting. He didn't even consider giving them up, so he agreed to do as she wished. 12-god person Sarmati date not only that, but he had also accidentally acquired someone who could hear his kingdom without suffering the consequences. A little while later, the Duchy of Fearless Grand Event, originally scheduled to be a fencing tournament, was transformed into a celebration after a surprise attack. Amidst all this, Davey became the center of attention due to rumors about his stigma. He barely managed to leave his quarters. Persulk, in turn, explained that Davey had saved everyone's lives and asked if it wouldn't be better to tell everyone the truth instead of hiding it. Finally, looking at Stigma, he saw someone who had received a physical manifestation of divine love. Davey knew that only 3 saints had appeared in the last 400 years, and a stigma was even rarer, so publicly revealing himself was out of question. With that, he went to the twins and told them to pack their bags immediately. He said that instead of explaining himself, he simply wanted to leave this place and go home. Winley agreed. He thought that he hadn't committed any crime, and therefore wasn't responsible for giving anyone an explanation. Besides, this wasn't secret territory. Davey, in his thoughts, considered that in reality, perhaps for a short time, this place, along with half the city, was truly secret territory. Still, when things got complicated, running away was the best plan. While going home, amidst the escape, Persulk asked whether such. Would it be okay to just leave? After all, some people from Monas II would probably follow her to her homeland to find answers. Davey replied that it would be fine as long as something bigger than her would draw people's attention. Sometime later, Iliana learned of Davey's escape. She was furious. She said that Davey had not only left her a huge mess to fix, but also a misunderstanding and fled with her siblings. He had told everyone that he had dealt with the enemy after awakening the secret sword, and that stigma had manifested due to its hidden powers. Iliana still insisted that it was all a big lie. Seeing the princess so irritated, her maid reflected on the fact that she had been working with Iliana for 10 years and wondered what would happen if everyone found out that the cold and powerful princess's true face was actually that of a rebellious and aggressive girl. Iliana, in turn, told her maid to tell the knights to get ready immediately. On the way back to his homeland, Davey saw his brother and sister sleeping side by side. He thought they seemed to get along quite well together. It was nice to see them not fighting, even if it was only when they were asleep. Meanwhile, Persulk asked if he regretted what happened to Calderas. He mentioned that Davey was the only one besides its current owner who knew the true nature of the divine sword, or perhaps he was the only one. He believed that he should be its true master. Davey wished he could, but he knew that until he regained his original strength, he would not be able to use such secret powers. As tempting as he seemed, he was not a thief, so he would not try to take the sword from its current owner. Furthermore, he said that it didn't suit Caldera's personality well, and that he didn't like using such large and heavy swords. Furthermore, he had another sword in mind that he wanted to acquire. Judging by his expression, Percival concluded that Davey had a plan. He admitted that he didn't know everything, and that way he looked deeply into Davey. There were still some parts she couldn't reach. But, putting all this aside, Percival asked what he planned to do when he returned home. He said that with Stigma, Davey's enemies wouldn't be able to move freely, so eliminating them now would be the best option. Davey said that he wouldn't do anything without proper preparation. Furthermore, the opinions of the nobles, led by Duke Beata, held great influence in the kingdom, unlike Queen Linus. For this reason, the royal family couldn't punish the nobles casually. Defeating them one by one would take too much time. This situation further fueled the queen's arrogance. But Dewey had already thought of a solution. After arriving home, everyone was called to speak with the king. Benedict apologized for what had happened, but the king said it wasn't his fault. In truth, the king blamed the Valtese kingdom for opposing the union of nations and was relieved that Benedict had returned safely. The king had also heard about the stigma. In turn, Dewey explained that despite being out of uniform, he had somehow piqued divine curiosity and earned a mark. Unlike the king, the queen didn't like hearing this at all, but she tried to maintain her composure, no matter how difficult it was. She even claimed to be happy with the prince's achievement. The king then stated that this matter could not be taken lightly. He ordered a letter to be sent to the Valtese kingdom, reiterating the request for union. He told the twins to rest after their long journey, but he asked Davey to stay a little longer. Davey replied that it had been almost half a year since His Majesty had last summoned him to speak. To be precise, it was the first time they had met properly since he had awakened from his coma. The king asked if the prince was angry about it. Davey felt he didn't need to lie anymore, but he also didn't feel right about blurting out everything he was feeling at that moment. He understood that his father had taken care of him through the chief chamber. The king thought there was no father in the world who wouldn't notice such a drastic change in his child, and even though he didn't consider himself a good father, he had noticed Davey's transformation. So he agreed to speak with him after so long. The last time they met, little Davey had begged his father to save his mother. He asked if he hadn't been informed about her health. Davey insisted that his mother wasn't sick, but had been poisoned. But his father completely ignored him and ordered the guards to remove the child from his presence. Still, Davey refused to leave without an answer. Still, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't do anything without defeat. He couldn't do anything without defeat. It wasn't until 4 years later that Davey learned the truth about his mother's poisoning, but the king had remained silent on the matter. Now, standing before the king again, he asked if his father felt good about him abandoning his mother and marrying an enemy for the good of the kingdom. The king said that the fault wasn't his current wife's, but his own. But Davey didn't want to hear about that. He just wanted to know if the king felt any remorse. After all, his mother had called out to him even in her final moments. No matter how hard Davey tried to shake off these thoughts, such a wound wouldn't simply disappear. Furthermore, he had watched his mother die with tears in her eyes. In response, the king said he knew he hadn't been a good father. However, he added that being a king wasn't a position where one could do whatever one wanted, as most of the time a king had to deal with matters he didn't fully understand. He then told Davey to live in peace and grow stronger every day, because that way no one would get in his way or stand in the way of his future kingdom, because that's what he wanted, to pass the crown on to his son. But Davey realized his father had completely forgotten his mother. He said that while people normally say a son's duty is to follow in his father's footsteps, he wouldn't do that. He said that if being king meant abandoning his family for the kingdom's benefit, he wouldn't follow that path, even though many coveted the crown. Davey said that wasn't his case. Therefore, he suggested that the king could give his crown to someone else. Ultimately, he refused to accept the title, even if it was forced upon him. After leaving the royal hall, Parsec remarked that Davey could be rude when he wanted to. He replied that it was necessary, and no matter how much he saw in him, some things never change. Furthermore, Davey said that he had realized what he truly wanted. After returning to his quarters, he told Amy not to disturb him for the rest of the day. Davey then went to his room window and prepared to leave on a mission, declaring that it was time to enter the rabbit hole. A short time later, in the kingdom of Ron, owned by the Black Moon Guild, reports surfaced that Shirley had disappeared. Furthermore, the organization's leader stated that some of the subordinates had also disappeared a few days earlier. According to reports, they had failed to eliminate their princess. One of the guild members remarked that there was apparently nothing special about being a Class A intelligence group sent by headquarters. The guild master warned him to speak carefully if he wanted to survive, but the man replied that the identity of the missing woman was still uncertain. Furthermore, he couldn't believe that some kids could cause so much trouble. As a true guild member, he would go after the boys and Shirley. After all, only a true assassin would do something like that. The leader's servant asked if it was okay to let this happen. The leader, in turn, said that the man's arrogance would be his undoing, so he let him go. Not only that, but he also said that even though she was labeled Class A, Shirley was far more powerful than he was. Most in the organization didn't know this, but Shirley was a far more dangerous woman than she appeared. But he couldn't understand how such a woman could fail in her attempt to eliminate the defense children, only to disappear immediately afterward. He thought he had to leave, but he wondered why no one was answering his calls. Just then, the guild master realized something was wrong and tried to do something. Immediately, a blade stopped at his neck, and a voice told him to think twice before moving. Not only that, but the leader realized that his servant had fallen first, and he hadn't even noticed. Next, he was forced against his own desk. His captor noticed that the guild leader was an ordinary human, not a vampire. Disturbed, the leader wondered why none of his men had come to confront the intruder. He didn't know the intruder had killed everyone before he entered. The intruder also said that no matter how much he screamed, no one would come to his aid. The leader then concluded that if things continued like this, he would be next. So he tried to talk to the intruder. He asked if the message had been sent by the Ruxo Guild or the Karshasha Guild. Instead of answering, the intruder told the leader that if he wanted to stay alive, he would have to provide the requested information. Frightened, the leader said he would give whatever was asked for in exchange for his life. The intruder then released the man, saying he didn't want anything more. All he wanted was a list of the nobles who were the Barriata family's hand and foot, and a list of all the crimes committed by the Duke, who wielded immense influence in the kingdom. He already knew that the Duke had reports on everyone he wanted to keep in line, and those reports were hidden there. The leader tried to escape, but the intruder threatened him with just one finger. He said he had only worn it once. He was getting the NAS critic done today. To this, the leader concluded that he was dealing with a master assassin. The intruder said that he was an expert at sensing lies, so trying to deceive him wouldn't be a good idea. He then asked what the guild leader's next move would be. A short while later, the intruder appeared with the requested documents. It was Davey himself in disguise. After reviewing the list, he concluded that there was a lot of information, but some of it might be wrong. However, there were still other guilds to explore, and he thought he could corner the nobles if he collected all the reports on them. But Selk said it seemed like a bloody battle was imminent. Davey didn't think it was a bad idea, but he knew he had to act cautiously. After all, no matter how prestigious a noble is, they will always have political enemies. Just like his disease make knight Marquee pet his. Upon reading a letter from one of the 3 sword masters of the Round Kingdom, the Marquis was overcome with despair and immediately went to find his butler, because he had discovered something dangerous. With this, Duke Berta will become the man who helped get his limbs amputated. Davey explained that tonight's concept was a knight's visit. Perselk then asked what his main objective was. The protagonist said he already knew the answer. He wanted to save his family, food, and shelter, escape difficult situations, and live a long, healthy life. Parzelk said it was strange to hear a prince say all this, considering he was living the same life. In this case, the protagonist said he needed to know one thing. He would soon leave the kingdom and go to a small territory granted to him as a member of the royal family. There, he would make his future. Moreover, this territory was the most advanced city on the continent. Revenge was something he would accomplish along the way, but it wasn't his main goal, and he wouldn't let such a small thing ruin his life. Parzelk said that if he were king, he would fulfill his wish faster. He also said that being king wasn't much different from managing a territory. Davey Firth also said that managing a small territory was much easier than governing a country. He wanted something simpler. He wanted a place to call home. Back in the royal hall, the queen declared that Prince Davey, despite his stigma, was the pride of the kingdom. He then asked why the king had, and rewarded him for such an achievement. She argued that since the prince had already recovered and received the territory, sending him to manage his own land wouldn't be a bad idea. Some people didn't understand why the queen had suddenly started praising the prince. They thought to themselves that she would never do this under normal circumstances. But with Shirley's escape after a failed attempt to eliminate the princess, things had become much more complicated. Moreover, the Intelligence Guild, where the Duke stored his information, had to be kept in the same building. 7 different locations had been attacked overnight, which caused her deep concern. The guild reader had personally reported to Queen, saying they had been attacked by a monster that was impossible to defeat or locate. As a result, the Queen's fears only grew. She knew what could happen if the information she was hiding fell into wrong hands. After all, she could be accused of attempting to rebel against the crown, and the documents were proof. Furthermore, she was beginning to suspect Marquis Patrice. She suspected he might be supporting Prince Davey's rebellion against her, and in that case, the solution was simple: get rid of the Marquis. But since she no longer had Shirley to assist in such a task, the best thing she could do as queen was to try to remove the prince from the royal palace. She suggested removing him, but she hadn't expected the king to agree so easily. Yet, the opposite happened. The king argued that it wasn't right for an adult, uncrowned prince to remain in the palace. So he summoned the chief chamberlain to prepare the prince for his departure. Surprised, the queen wondered what the king was thinking. A short while later, the protagonist was summoned to speak with the king, but he wasn't surprised. He knew that sooner or later the kingdom would recognize him as a threat and decide to remove him. The king told Dewey to go to his territory and develop it to prove his worth. Persis commented that the king was probably afraid his son would rebel, and that's why he decided to send him away. The king didn't know. The prince had planned to do the same. Even before this decision was made, Dewey thought that the king and queen must have had their own plans. There was no point in him staying there anymore, as he had other things to do. Meanwhile, Parslack remarked that things had become complicated because Davey's recent actions could endanger many lives. But he didn't seem worried, believing that a complete overhaul was necessary before the next king ascended the throne. There was no way to pass on this current reality to the heir, and it would be a bonus if he got a chance to face his enemy in the meantime. As soon as the protagonist left the meeting, he was surprised by the twins. Disturbed, they wanted to know why Davey had to go, and if they could do anything to help. Davey told them that it was his wish all along, and even though he seemed weaker than others, now that he had the stigma, he wouldn't be in danger. He asked the twins to trust him. Winley told Davey to ask for their help whenever he needed it, even with small problems, because she would do anything to help him. The protagonist explained that even though the Huns' territory wasn't the best place in the world, many people still lived there. He promised that once he had transformed the place into a pleasant environment, he would invite them to visit. The protagonist next approached Amy and told her to go to the Ministry of Finance and the Department of Territory Administration and submit all available documents about the Huns' territory. He also mentioned that no one would probably refuse to provide the documents if Amy said they were for Prince Davey. In turn, Purcell commented that the protagonist thought he was invincible. He found the situation quite interesting. He also mentioned that his mother loved eccentric things, and despite his great powers and abilities, he noted that Davey hadn't become an insufferable agent. The protagonist asked if he felt any affection. Parasak replied that Dewey was much more passive than his mother, so it was possible that he truly felt affection for her. Not only that, but he told her to feel flattered because the Demon Queen had become his fan. In a way, Davey said, it was an honor. A little while later, Amy arrived with the documents she had received, even if they were few. The protagonist realized that the territory was a remote village, and considering that, perhaps it was better because he would have more freedom to develop it. He was eager to pioneer this new place, and not just him, but Parzelk as well. But he took a look at the documents and discovered that the High's territory was a Karst land. But she wasn't surprised. After all, Davey wouldn't be given any territory without a catch. The protagonist couldn't disagree. It didn't take long. All preparations for their departure were complete. Amy asked if everyone accompanying Davey was there. He replied that he didn't have many allies, because only a few had sworn loyalty. Next, Marcus Patrice introduced himself to the prince. He told Prince Davey that he needed to leave the palace. The right decision. He also said that even though he isn't the crown prince now, that could change in the future. Marcos also remarked that Davey had grown up a lot, and that if his mother were still alive, she would surely be proud of him. Davey disagreed, saying he was a dishonorable son, but the Marquis countered that if that were true, he himself would be buried alive for failing to protect the prince. Davey actually discovered an alibi for Patrice when he raided Marcos' home and used the evidence Patrice had collected. He found information about those behind his mother's assassination. Patries then told Davey to contact him if he had any problems. He assured him that he would help as much as he could. Davey explained that if rumors of Marquee's assistance spread, it would lead to absolute chaos. Patries nevertheless replied that his oath would be nullified if he did not help the prince. In this case, Davey said that he would make the small village his new home and hoped that the Marquee would continue to fulfill his duties from within the palace. Davey liked the idea of having an ally within the palace. He hoped that in his absence, the Marquee would not give his enemies a moment's respite, but he still wanted to deliver the final blow himself. Davey then considered that it usually took a full day to reach the territory through the mana portal, but since this particular location was close to the capital, he would have no problem getting there by carriage while they were traveling. He looked at Persephone. Thinking she really was like a sleeping beauty, it felt like the days he'd spent with her had passed in the blink of an eye. He also noticed that Purcell loved to sleep, and he wondered if his short height was due to his magical powers being so weak. Meanwhile, the little one was using his leg as a bed, and Davey gently covered her with a warm jacket. Outside, a knight announced that they were almost there. Soon after, Davey saw the territory ahead. The territory was located east of the Swan Kingdom. It was a dry land where there was nothing but sand for miles, a place where only monsters thrive. Its only advantage was that the main road to the capital passed through it. If these roads were improved, the territory could become an important transportation hub. But this was no ordinary territory. It was a cursed, inhospitable land, a dry place where nothing could grow and which everyone considered very bad. The territory had been managed by someone before his death. But 5 years ago, a severe drought devastated the land. The true cause of this devastation remained unknown. With this in mind, Davey opened his status window to analyze the territory's information. He noticed that one item on the list was missing. Purcell commented that it was a curse. Not only that, but he explained that this curse spreads like an addiction, starting small and quickly spiraling out of control. Davey hadn't realized that remnants of black magic still existed in the world. Apparently, some ancient demon from the territory had angered a sorcerer, so he used purification magic to purify the area. Purcell still said it wouldn't be an easy task. Breaking such a long-standing curse was difficult. Not only that, but the entire territory was affected. The number of living species was still as low as the knowledge of black magic, as the cursed mages had long since disappeared. As they arrived at the location, a group stopped Davey's caravan. They asked the newcomers to identify themselves. Looking at the supposed defenses of the place, Davey remarked that it was enough. He wondered if the fact that guards were still working there was a good sign. Amidst the confusion, the prince exited the carriage. He declared that they were all family now, so there was no need to fight. The local guards immediately recognized him and quickly apologized for the poor reception. Seeing the guards' condition, Davey felt worried. He asked when they had received the message about his arrival. God replied that it had been 2 days ago. Davey then asked if there had been any monster attacks since then. God's expression told him everything he needed to know. With that, Davey declared that he had to deal with the goblin problem before dealing with the curse. The captain of the gods introduced himself as Monmiter. He explained that he had to assume leadership of the territory in Lord's absence. But now that the prince is here, he can take on that role. Davey says that the guards have worked very hard and will now be promoted to official guards. He told Monmiter that one of his lieutenants would train them and instructed the captain to ensure the squad was properly organized. Davey believes that he doesn't like to waste talent. He also said that if Monmiter can improve himself, he will grant him a noble title. After all, he still has the authority to do so. After a while, Davey assesses the situation, noting that despite its age, the fortress still has a strong defensive line. He wants to understand how the goblins managed to invade. Monmiter explains that it was all due to the guards' constant fatigue. He also says that dozens of houses were burned and many civilians were abducted. He also reports that they don't have enough provisions for the winter, and the farmers are hungry. Meanwhile, Purcell explains that the prince won't be able to use his wealth here, and even if he repairs the castle walls, they will only last 2 years at most. Davey jokes that if she continues like this, he will promote Purcell to his secretary. She refuses, because it would mean less time for sleep. Still, Davey doesn't have much he can do. He gives the guard leader some money and asks her to buy him whatever materials and supplies he needs. He asked them to buy as many provisions as possible. Amy, who had accompanied Davey to the distant territory, said, "How does he still have so much money?" Davey made up some excuse, but he knew he had actually stolen it from the Intelligence Guild. Parslack reminded him that there's no justice in being a thief, but Davey told him to sleep instead of lecturing him. Barnil, who had left his position as palace butler to accompany the prince, offered to help with the shopping. He was a relative of Chamberlain Bassoes and said he would make sure His Highness got whatever he needed. In this case, Davey told him to act quickly, ordering only a minimum number of guards to be present, while the rest gathered with the knights. Outside, Davey erected a platform to address the residents. He formally introduced himself as the territory's new ruler. He said he was already aware of the goblins' abductions, and while some people feel the urge to pursue their enemies, many are afraid and prefer to hide, even though not everyone is a warrior. The prince insisted that he couldn't do anything. Otherwise, sooner or later, the goblins would return and repeat their actions. He wanted to not just defend against the goblins, but to end the problem once and for all. Some residents said that the prince had a point, but that he was the last line of defense and couldn't do much in his current condition. But Davey claimed that he only needed to act successfully once to stop the attacks. Davey knew that to some, he was just another noble, confident in his bloodline, but incapable of doing anything. Still, he said that he was not just a prince, but the lord of Husk territory, and that everyone here was his family, so he would take care of them. After all, he wasn't the kind of man who would let his family die. He knows that words alone won't convince everyone, but he says he has a stigma sent by the gods to boost his credibility. But if his words still prove unbelievable, he tells people to take them as an order and declares that no one will die without his permission. A short while later, Davey enters the demon forest with a group, but Purcell says that taking these unprepared and exhausted men to hunt goblins is a very bad idea. Davey still points out that they have 150 men, which should be enough. Purcell still says that being overconfident won't always help. Besides, numbers can always change. Davey claims that he has everything under control, leading Purcell to remark that his favorite thing is to always appear right. Characteristic. The next guard leader says that as soon as they cross this mountain, they will find the place where the goblins are gathered. Davey arrives at the location and realizes it's an abandoned village, but he doesn't understand how orcs and goblins can live in such a place. Mon Meter explains that it's a ghost village, currently operating as a goblin camp. One of the young men is filled with anger because the goblins killed his friend. Davey approaches him and says he understands his feelings. He then tells him to use that anger to fight bravely and destroy their enemies, honoring the dead and avenging them. Davey praises their attachment to those who have passed away, even if they were friends and not relatives. With this, he declares that he has found a rightful territory. He then attacks first, releasing an arrow. An unsuspecting goblin notices the arrow too late and is immediately struck by it. Not only that, but the arrow was also covered in flames, setting the area ablaze. The guards panicked, thinking he was launching a surprise attack rather than a frontal assault. But Davey calmed them down, assuring them that he wouldn't let any of them die. Seeing where his arrow hit, Davey celebrated. He had used an arrow created by the philandering god of the bow, the very god who had mastered all Apollonian skills. Now, he was fulfilling his purpose in this attack. While it seemed chaotic, it wasn't an armed skill. It was originally designed to be used as a trap during battle, but the protagonist had to use it now. After all, he wasn't the kind of person to back down over trivial matters. With this, he prepared for his first action as a lord, blessing all his companions with battle buffs. Parsock asked if it was okay to use magic on these men. Davey replied that they wouldn't even notice the magic had affected them anyway. He just wanted the men to feel motivated to fight, now that everyone had been blessed. The protagonist explained that soldiers from elsewhere wouldn't receive such special treatment. Even the paladins of the sacred kingdom of Balshas didn't receive it, because only a saint or pope could use sacred magic above level 7. Davey ordered them to release all the anger they had suppressed against their enemies. He thought he had always wanted to do this. Then he ordered everyone to advance. The protagonist had no idea the guards' hunger for revenge, but seeing them behave, he concluded that they were desperate for it. All the guards were in a state of shock, and the goblins, who usually intimidated humans, were now experiencing that fear for the first time. It didn't take long for the goblins to start biting them playfully. The guards, who had previously lacked confidence, now felt capable of fighting. Davey noticed that in a short time the fight had truly devolved into a goblin massacre. He allowed the guards to vent their anger while he remained on the sidelines, supporting them. He quickly healed those who were injured. He also reminded them that he hadn't allowed anyone to die, so they had to be careful, as he wasn't invincible. But he also said that anyone who was injured would be healed, so they didn't need to retreat. Seeing such a significant disadvantage on the enemy's side, the protagonist almost felt pity for the goblins. Despite this, it didn't take long for the guards to finish them all off. Not only that, but they also thanked their new lord. But the protagonist, unaccustomed to such praise, felt quite awkward, so he told them that it was too early to celebrate, as there were still people left to save, and he had to find them while he was still on the move. The protagonist thought his intention was simply to allay the guards' fears, but it had an unexpected effect. Now everyone was praising him profusely. The next day, before the subjugation, the guards seemed ready for a holy war. Even though they were only going to eliminate the goblins, their lord had only summoned 10 men to assist in the mission, which disappointed some, as they too wanted to participate. The guard leader remarked that their lord was just a boy who had recently turned 16 and probably thought Davey was simply enthusiastic about his first victory. He believed that Davey would soon understand how things really worked there. Soon after, the young guard was astonished. He saw his lord return safely with the rest of the group. Both he and the other guard were shocked. Finally, they realized that with just a few men, the lord had subdued the remaining goblins in a short time. The protagonist realized that some people might think the guards accompanying him were hypnotized or something similar, but he just wanted to make sure everyone returned safely. Parzilk warned that if this continued, they might develop a pseudo-religion or something similar. But Davey said that there were still some goblins left, so he would have to continue the expedition. While he took some of them, the others would stay behind and prepare for the winter. He thought everything would return to normal in a few days, and the excited guards would calm down. At least that's what the protagonist believed at the time. Rumors spread far and wide, and he gained a reputation as a saint among the people. Not only that, but some guards even began escorting the lord as if he were a priest of a religious leader. This marked the first time the protagonist regretted anything since waking from his coma. Unlike many others, the protagonist had earned the people's trust, and this was important to him. According to Astrea, the king who conquered the Palladian Empire was on the Bard continent, and the same man who taught Davey how to use the spear. Even when governing a small territory, a ruler deals with people, not animals. Therefore, people should follow their leader willingly. Even though Davey didn't learn much about politics from Astrea, he felt sympathy for her words. While he was looking over the territory's documents, Parzilk arrived and asked how things were going. The protagonist mentioned that some of the information was ambiguous. Parzilk then noted that if he could break the curse, he could transform the territory into something decent in 5 years. But it would take another 20 years to truly improve the place. After all, simply breaking the curse affecting the land wouldn't instantly restore it to normal. Parzilk said he had a clear opinion on the matter. He explained that the territory lacked an underground river system, which severely limited its resources. Furthermore, due to low harvest, there was no more livestock, so eating meat was out of the question. The coins he had acquired might be a temporary solution, but the local lack of funds was a serious problem that needed to be addressed. Davey explained that the territory had no way to make a profit. This meant there was no way to earn money, but he believed there were other ways to solve this financial issue. He noted that there were many young adults living in the region. He suggested that they could be employed in monster hunting, turning it into a form of income. Another option was to cultivate a special crop, but that would require treating the land first, and then there was the option of bartering, even if they were trading grain for diamonds. The personnel countered that this solution required negotiations with other territories, and they currently had no options or product to trade. Davey still wanted to analyze the territory himself to be sure. He was confident he would find something. He was willing to use whatever was available, no matter what. While he was searching, he remembered his dream was to own his own building. Yet, he only had a pix. He remembered that these lands were once fertile. The previous owner abandoned them, and then a lord took over. Davey knew that there was a mage's lair somewhere, and that mage was responsible for the debt. He wanted to find them and undo what had been done, but he hadn't yet replenished his divine power. So, without his full abilities, reversing such a powerful curse would be difficult, especially since he lacked power reserves. He even considered asking Calderas for a loan again, imagining that he could convince the princess with some random excuse. But Selk still advised him against doing so. In this case, Davey said there was only one option left. Then he said, There's something here that's almost begging to be used. Then he placed his hands on the ground and performed a curse rearrangement. Persilk said she had never seen such magic before. The protagonist assumed the creator of this magic must be from another continent, which is why her friend didn't recognize it. This magic was also known as the magical programming language. Highly programmable because it was supposedly created with countable forms and patterns. This is why dark mages took so long to create various artifacts or incantations. Persilk then realized that this magic could be used to locate the mage who created the curse. The protagonist confirmed this and immediately began deciphering the codes. Meanwhile, Persilk commented that she would have to deduce the information herself because Davey wasn't sharing all the details he had. Then she noticed something. Davey said it wasn't exactly a curse. Instead, it was a self-sustaining greenhouse created by a mage. Next, she headed toward the eastern section of the Han's territory. Because he was curious about why the territory's border was so well-defined, he discovered 7 possible locations where the maze could be. All were located on the borders of the territory. Furthermore, the dome covered only the Huss territory. It seemed as if it was designed to regulate everything related to the territory's climate and geology. Persilk felt that the curse had deliberately dried out the soil and created a lack of rainfall. The protagonist confirmed this. He also said that so far his technique had only managed to locate one effect of the curse. He still didn't know why it was created, but he did know that the creator's intention was to turn Huss into a desolate territory. So he thought, what would happen if he removed the curse? Davey imagined that with the right configuration, he could even turn this vast desert into a tourist resort. Following his clues, he arrived at some ruins. He was surprised to see such a place amidst the raw rocks, but judging by the architecture, he didn't think the construction was from before the Great War. Perhaps the Dark Magers weren't even aware of this place's existence. But apparently, the curse hadn't activated just like that. Besides, the place was strangely quiet. Then a golem appeared, and Purcell remarked that he had spoken too quickly. Purcell said that this wasn't a common golem. It was using a magic stone as its energy source. Furthermore, they might have special abilities, but the protagonist could only think of one thing. He was attacked, but managed to dodge. Not only that, but he also landed on top of the golem. While he was trying to capture the enemy's gem, he muttered. "It smells like money," he muttered. He celebrated his capture of the precious stone, saying it was his lucky day. Meanwhile, some guards on the city walls were enjoying the quiet atmosphere, while the Lord was exploring outside. The truth was, no one expected Davey to be so helpful. Currently, no noble dared to visit such inhospitable territory. Moreover, those who managed to escape to other cities were usually treated poorly by others. The only thing the kingdom had done for this territory was stop collecting taxes, as the inhabitants barely had enough to eat, let alone pay tribute. And amidst all this, a young man was sent here. Some whispered that Davey had been sent here simply because he'd been demoted in a power struggle, which made some of them distrust him, but they couldn't do much about it. After all, Davey was the only one willing to help. Besides, before his arrival, they were facing the largest wave of goblins' attacks. Without his help, they wouldn't have lasted long. The goblins had already managed to breach the fort's defenses and abducted some people. The guards, barely able to protect the place, were unable to rescue the missing people. The missing people had a great voice. In the midst of this chaotic situation, the prince and the new lord arrived. Their approach was suspicious, and some thought they would punish the head guard for his misdeeds. But if Davey had done so, many would have turned against his leadership. But contrary to expectations, the new lord handled the situation remarkably well. He took the opportunity to counterattack the goblins. He also built a church and called the inhabitants family, a gesture that offered some hope that the abducted might return home. Davey inspired many with his words and actions. Even though he didn't like being called a saint, he became an important figure among the people. He was glorified as a god. It was easier for these people to believe that a miracle had occurred before their eyes than that of an untouchable deity who hadn't appeared to help. A boy helping with the repairs said it was great that the new lord had dealt with the goblins, but he doubted the territory had any future. Long before the goblin problem, drought had already ravaged the territory. Furthermore, the lack of rain had ruined all attempt at planting. Priests and mages were sent to try to reverse the situation, but they all failed. The conclusion was that this couldn't be solved by human hands. No matter how blessed the new lord was, he believed that even Davey couldn't heal these lands. Speaking of a protagonist, He knew that magic crystals were a natural formation of highly condensed and pure mana. A single mana crystal was 100 times more valuable and powerful than a regular stone of the same size. That's why he was obsessed when he saw some on the foreheads of the goblins and didn't hesitate to try to obtain them. Even though he said the task wasn't easy, Parslack disapproved. He had seen him deal with goblins with ease. Davey thought that the only thing known about mana crystals was the fact that they could be found in ancient ruins and only in small quantities. Great tech all-day dogness fucksmen in this back. This further increased their market value. Despite this, the protagonist wondered how long the money generated by these items would last. Furthermore, Parzok said he couldn't simply show these items to any buyer, as it would arouse suspicion. The buyer was given the items, and the protagonist continued his journey until he found a crystal much larger than the others. Not only that, but he realized it could be the curse's energy source. He realized Parzok was right, as many had waged wars to obtain such a large and valuable crystal. Furthermore, the crystal was filled with pure mana. Davey imagined that if he could use it, he would be able to freely cast Ninth Circle spells. So he decided to try, but he noticed that, contrary to its external appearance, Davey thought the structure of the code was too exaggerated, merely to cause drought in the territory. He suspected something was hidden within. Even though it was difficult to manipulate, he wanted to try and find it, and during his search, he discovered some energy cores hidden within the source code. Seeing the change in the magic's behavior, Parslack asked what Davey had done. He replied that he had spread some water over the area to begin with, but there was a catch. The clouds already had so much water stored. It would all accumulate and fall in a single massive downpour. It would be a huge storm. A discussion was taking place somewhere in the distance. Some nobles were talking about Marquee Patrice and believed that if he continued to act independently, the aristocracy would collapse. So they tried to find a solution to prevent any evidence from being used against them. To the conspirators, it seemed as if the ghosts of the past were coming back to haunt them, as so many enemies were now appearing out of nowhere. Furthermore, the Queen hadn't commented on the situation. Rumors claimed that Stigma was so powerful that the boy couldn't control him, so they thought it shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the Sacred Kingdom was in the same situation, meaning they couldn't believe the truth of Stigma. Not only that, but some believed that instead of worrying about a mediocre prince, they should focus on what was truly important. Meanwhile, Duke Barriata brought attention to another matter. He said that the aristocracy's cohesion wouldn't be broken overnight. He also said that they had to fight, even if it meant taking every risk in the world. He believed that the right approach was to recover the stolen secret information, but in the worst-case scenario, they should be prepared for war. A servant said he would make all the necessary preparations. The Duke immediately instructed him to do so discreetly, as the kingdom couldn't be exposed until everything was ready. Barriata felt that his colleagues were grossly underestimating Prince Dewey. Unlike them, his instincts told him not to make the same mistake, as something had happened to the prince after his coma. The moment he gained influence and support, he would likely show his true colors. But he believed that as long as Dewey remained in his territory, he wouldn't be able to do much. After all, he wondered what the prince could achieve in a barren, dry land. Contrary to Duke Barriata's belief, the protagonist caused rain to fall under Hyde Sky for the first time in years. Still, he admitted that it was no easy task. Back home, he mentioned that it would take a few days for them to begin planting. He could tell this by looking at the magic crystal that acted as an operating panel. Moreover, it was all the other plants in the region. It was connected to a magic crystal, acting as a kind of remote control. Davey explained that he had control over the region's weather, and since humans are naturally lazy, having such a thing was quite useful. He had also stored other crystals in magic bags, and wanted to wait for the land to recover before acting again. A week later, the protagonist went for a walk, and his fans immediately appeared. Davey asked why they were doing this. One of them replied that he simply couldn't stand watching his lord work so hard, so he was offering to do the heavy labor. The protagonist wasn't sure if he could handle such a huge task. Despite this, he said he had some simple work for them. He had asked the knights to prepare the land for planting, so he wanted everyone who could do what they could to cultivate the land. He also said they had 4 days to plant, and if they couldn't manage, they could give up without any problems. Davey explained that he would reward their working hours, depending on how hard they worked, but he wouldn't let anyone work without pay. The leader of the guard said that despite climate change, cultivating such a large plot of land in just 4 days was impossible, But the protagonist didn't understand why. After all, the land had already been used for planting, so they should have equipment to help with the work. Meanwhile, Mon was worried about the P population. Some were simply worried about what they would spend after receiving their pay. The leader of the guard said that they should be grateful for everything their lord had done and not try to take advantage of his kindness. But the protagonist wasn't fooled. Using his magic, he increased the workers' physical strength, and just like he had done with the guards, he gave them the necessary motivation. Mon Meter was quite surprised by this, but at the same time realized that it would be useful. In return, Davey told Mon Meter that he would discover a new world when he started using the pickaxe. Moreover, if he had casts, he could give the workers even greater buffs. Man Meter asked what the Lord intended to achieve by giving so many things. Davey explained that he wanted to turn this dead land into a source of income, because the fastest way to make money was through large quantity and scarcity, and the product that satisfied both conditions was abundance. But Salk also realized that Davey's intention was to address both quantity and scarcity, not just his. Mon Meter still didn't understand and asked how the Lord intended to do this. The protagonist explained that his plan was to plant moonflowers in addition to the other provisions he needed. Lunar plants cannot be grown on the eastern continent because the weather conditions are always changing and difficult to obtain. Furthermore, importing lunar flowers from the west is very expensive, as they are used by mage towers and alchemists to create potions for temple. They are not only expensive but also scarce, creating immense competition for them. Knowing this, Mon Meter says he cannot grow these plants there, but the protagonist Davey knows he can control over the local climate. He says that all he needs to do now is meet the vegetarians living in the forest. Obviously, he is referring to the elves. Sometime later, in the elves' land, Uriah Helshin, the chief of the forest elves, says that the spirits warned her about a visitor. His master Midas arrives and apologizes for coming unannounced. Uriah nevertheless assures him that he is always welcome. He mentions that he recently found some excellent tea leaves. While Uriah is drinking the tea served, Maid says that he recently had a dream. He then asks what dream brought him here. His master pauses for a moment before answering. He then reveals that in his dream, a debt had fallen on this forest. Uriah remembers that his master always said that the work of spirits comes from nature, so something like this is expected and natural. But his master insists that the forest is drying up. He also tells Uriah that this is not his true home and asks him to come back, wanting to take him to the embrace of his hometown, the Divine Tree. Uriah nevertheless declares that this is his home now. He has no intention of returning to the place his master calls home. He suggested that his master could take the other elves living there so they wouldn't have to travel through the curse. Mies doesn't want to leave Uriah with everyone, saying she won't survive if she stays. But Uriah replies that if that happens, it will be nature's will. She is very attached to her new home and hopes that one day someone can save this place. Uriah feels a lively breeze on her face as she walks, noting that it feels as if the wind is telling her about a good meeting. Changing the subject, she asked if her master enjoyed the tea. Then she revealed that she had used cricket wings as an ingredient. Obviously, her master was unhappy. She thought for a brief moment that he had forgotten. Why doesn't Uriah have a good relationship with Eastern elves? Others call her the most nature-obsessed. Not far from there, the elf's expected guest approaches. Davey thinks that elves are a rarely seen species on the continent. Records indicate that they began hiding their presence after the great incident 300 years ago. Some even believe they don't exist. But Davey thinks he might be lucky to find them, as he noticed some spirits watching over them during his fight against the goblins. He believes that the existence of spirits proves the existence of elves, given their symbolic relationship. Davey would prefer not to meet them, but if they do, he won't act against them. But Selk doesn't like them much, saying that elves are rigid and stubborn. Davey agrees. He knows that Apollon, the Elf of Doom, probably caused all the trouble, and with what he knows about him, he'll never let him meet him. After a short walk, he finds an enchanted forest, possibly home to elves. The spiritual creatures living there approach him. He notes that these creatures are usually impressed by those with an affinity for spirits. They might even like him more than elves, because of his purifying power. Furthermore, Davey underwent intense training to acquire such powers, even entering a fire just to get used to the high temperatures. Iliana was his spiritualist master at the temple. She had contracts with 13 royal spirits who were born as humans. Parasak notices that Davey has an affinity for these spirits even without a contract. Furthermore, The fact that he possesses dark mana doesn't interfere with his relationship with the good spirits. But Silk then asks how he plans to find the lunar flowers. Davey replies that he doesn't even know these flowers can produce seedlings. After he says this, a small crutcher places a small flower in his hand. Shocked, Purcell asks if it's what she thinks. Davey confirms, yes, a lunar plant. Soon after, they discover a garden full of these plants hidden inside a cave. He then thanks the spirit who guided him there. Yorcel realizes there are a lot of lunar plants, enough to replant near their territory with the remaining ones. But she notices Davey doing something strange and asks what exactly it is. Spiritual power is based on mana, divine power, and dark mana. Anyone who possesses the power can see spirits. The only difference is a person's level of affinity with them. Therefore, the protagonist can confidently assume there's no spirit he can't summon. At this point, Purcell asks if he's planning to make a contract with a spirit. Davey explains that this is a garden of the moon goddess, and as the name suggests, the place belongs to the spirits. Anyone picking even one of these flowers without their permission will contract a disease. So, he knows he can't act recklessly. With this in mind, the protagonist attempts to communicate with the spirits living there in a different language. Immediately, a nature spirit appears and is surprised that he knows how to speak the spirit's language. As a result, they manage to establish communication. The protagonist tells Purcell that the spirits have given him permission to harvest the flowers, so he wants to do it before the elves discover it. Purcell doesn't fully understand what just happened, but Dewey says it's better to avoid a troublesome situation. After all, their mission is to collect plants, not waste time talking. Speaking of Elsa, Yuria thinks it's truly amazing to reach the spirit garden and obtain the spirit's consent. She also thinks a visitor received the spirit's permission simply by communicating, without any prior preparation, and he's just a human boy. Yuria never imagined a human would be able to know about the Garden of Lunar Flowers, much less receive authorization. Now she wonders whether she should tell her master about this. Her master asks Yuria what's wrong, and she replies that she just wants to know why she didn't drink her tea. After all, she had prepared it as a keepsake for her master. She found a dead cricket, let the ingredients dry for a week, and then boiled them. But despite all her hard work, her master ignored her sincerity. But she says that if he doesn't like it, he can try other items, as she recently created a new menu. Miadis thanks her but declines, thinking that Yuria's eating habits are problematic. Yuria, in turn, says that a human who can communicate with spirits has just entered the flower garden and awakened a great being from its deep slumber. Her master is surprised by this information, but he notices that she's not joking and says that it's been a long time since a dragon disappeared, and they are now just legends of the past. Despite this, he finds it more probable that a dragon still exists than that a human can communicate with spirits. Mad says that among humans, there are individuals who have certain peculiarities, but no, there's never been anyone who can communicate with spirits. Furthermore, Joing Sari Medicta believes that only elves have the necessary connection to communicate with spirits. But Yuria says she has to leave the village for a while. After all, that's what she's been waiting for. Someone who can save the village from debt. Back to the protagonist. He wants to know why a job that should have taken 4 days was completed in half a day. His elven elves say that all the workers are infatuated with Lord and want to repay the kindness he's shown. Davey can't complain. After all, this was the result he was looking for. But he knows it won't work in the long run. Production of lunar birds picks up speed, and using watchmen, they start plantations. But mysterious sounds are heard throughout the territory. This raises a question for the protagonist. If the plants are truly going to grow in his territory, he knows that lunar birds take up to 5 months to grow. The flowers also require the power of spirits to bloom. But he only wants to sell the leaves, not the entire plant. He tells the monument lord that he lacks the skills to cultivate lunar plants and claims that the leaves are slowly drying up. Dewey claims that rain will come soon, thus solving the problem. But after a few days, not only did it not rain, but the temperature also rose, causing the workers to become worried. Yet, the protagonist had everything under control, having controlled the temperature and climate at will for the past 4 months, eliminating all worries. It wasn't long before news spread that lunar plants were being cultivated in High's territory. Furthermore, the nobles know that the current lord of the territory is personally leading this experiment. The master of the Red Tower of the Majors, known as Sage Harrison, arrives and asks if they're talking about the territory that was cursed 5 years ago. One of the young men says that it's apparently raining there, meaning the curse has been broken. The lady says that while it's true that the land is barren, it will take at least 10 years for the place to prosper. Furthermore, she says that the current lord is the eldest prince of the Ron Kingdom and must have lost his mind after being sent there. The Tower Master's assistant says that the prince they're talking about is Dewey, but Harrison tells him to keep quiet. After all, he was the first to receive this information. So, if something interesting is happening in the East, it would be very useful. In this case, he asks his assistant to make preparations. Ask Davey back to his protagonist. He noticed that a beautiful garden of spiritual flowers had sprouted from a previously barren and karsty land. They barely covered production costs because the number of seeds available for cultivation was low. The good news was that more leaves were being sold. Amy mentioned that the current stock was around 20, and 10 more were still ready to harvest. Davey knew that the current price was 4 leaves for 100 gold coins. 10 zero leaves would mean 250 zero common coins, or 5 zero platinum coins. To put this in perspective, a normal family could survive on just 1 gold coin for 2 weeks, and 5 gold coins would last a full month, with some leftover. Unlike the spiritual stones, he publicly put the leaves on sale as a business. Davey also deliberately spread rumors, leading many to think he was just an idiot. This meant they weren't interested in interfering with his operations. Persolk warned that this tactic wouldn't work twice. So Davey responded that they should take full advantage of it now. Not only that, but he also believed everything else was ready to attract the entire continent's attention to their product. After all, lunar leaves only went on sale twice a month at most, and even then, large quantities weren't enough to meet the demand across 2 continents. These leaves were the primary ingredient for magic and alchemy catalysts, and were crucial for making church portions. So, learning that such plant leaves were available for sale nearby should have been great news. But with a large shipment, the protagonist spread another rumor. Soon word spread that the lord who had been trying to expand the leaf business had fallen ill and was bedridden. Day 3 Davey did it, considering it a necessary evil. It wasn't unusual for an expensive product to be priced high due to carnage. Consider the sharp price drop associated with increased supply. Therefore, if he distributed them without reservations, the price of the leaves would obviously fall. To maintain high prices, he wanted to create an artificial shortage, allowing him to charge whatever he wanted when he resumed sales. Amidst all this, a crowd gathered outside the protagonist's gate. He realized that within days of the rumor spreading, chaos had spread across the region. All merchant groups, organizations, and even priests had come demanding answers. Amy reported that she had informed everyone about Lord Baden's whereabouts. Yet, he insisted on seeing the products. At this point, Davey realized he had to do something about it. In a meeting with his staff, he asked the monitor to explain the territory. He asked about security. His allies said they were doing their best, but claimed they needed more people at the security posts. After all, it was difficult to handle so many visitors at once. In response, the protagonist ordered that anyone who appeared suspicious be removed. He knew he had the advantage in this situation and didn't need to be lenient with all the visitors. Still, he needed to maintain good relations with everyone. He then asked about the inns, and his allies replied that they were all full. Some empty houses had also been used, and there were still not enough. Davey suggested using the tents they had purchased to set up a camp and asked Butler to charge the stage, but without exorbitant prices. Before Montmartre left, the protagonist wanted to speak with him in private. He then showed him a vial of potion, saying they needed to discuss it. Sometime later, the guard captain went to an inn. His men asked their chief to stay and have a drink, but Mahmoud said he needed to rest. So he went to his room and lay down on his bed, saying he was very tired. He thought about his schedule: morning treatment with Master Barman, afternoon troop training, and now etiquette lessons with the Lord's governess. It was all too much to handle. Besides, he had never worked so much his entire life. But just when he thought he would finally rest, a visitor arrived, asking to speak to the captain. The man apologized for the interruption and then introduced himself as Haz, a 4th grade specialist from the Green Tower. He said he needed to discuss some matters with the Silent Mother. Halleys then remarked that the captain's management was impeccable, but he knew it was difficult to manage so many people in a small space. He then said that the current lord was lucky to have someone like him. Despite the compliment, Montmartre claimed that he was just an unimpressive knight. Getting straight to the point, Hallis said that he would like to meet the lord, but his quarters were closed to visitors. He then asked if Montmartre couldn't help him with that. The The captain explained that the Lord had fallen ill from working so hard and would not be able to receive visitors until he recovered. After all, the Lord's health was more important than business. Hollis claimed to understand his reasons. Yet, he also said that the Green Tower had no time to waste. He then placed a bag of money and precious stones on the table. Mon Miter immediately said that he did not accept bribes. But Hollis, he argued that it was actually a gift and that he wanted nothing more than Mon Miter's friendship. The captain said he wasn't used to receiving such gifts. Alice nevertheless told him to accept it as a reward for his hard work. Furthermore, he wouldn't miss it, believing Mon Miter would put the money to good use. But Mon Miter was already prepared for such a situation. He thought to himself that everything was unfolding exactly as his lord had predicted. During their private meeting, Davey reminded the captain that he was his right-hand man, and that it wouldn't be long before some people would try to turn him against the Lord. The protagonist told Mon Miter that he might be tempted by bribes or pressure, but he urged the captain to choose those people carefully and discreetly. He also told Mon Miter to accept any bribe, pretend to help them, and then reveal to the Lord who these individuals were, the ones trying to turn his captain against him. Not only that, but he asked Mon Miter to pretend to help him and show him a special item. Davey explained that it was a magically treated potion priced at 100 gold per vial. He didn't want to sell it to Mon Miter, but rather to get subordinates talking and spread the word. Ultimately, his goal was to maximize the value of his product. This item would help keep stocks in the region as long as possible. Back in the present, Mon Miter presented the item to Hollis, explaining that it was a raw material that had been manufactured and would soon be commercialized. Upon seeing the potion, Hollis declared that it was definitely a top-tier item. He had never seen anything of such quality before. This meant he wouldn't find anything like it anywhere else on the continent. He then thought to himself that he wanted priority on this item, no matter the price. Momenter noticed that Hollis was impressed just by looking at the item, and said that his lord had put a lot of effort into producing it. Furthermore, all products that don't meet quality standards are discarded and used as fertilizer, and he has 10 more such zeros ready for sale. Hollis realized that he had produced only 10 zeros from 20 grams, meaning half were discarded. He thought this was a bold decision for a 17-year-old lord, and in this case, he couldn't let the opportunity pass. Momenter then mentioned that his lord intended to auction off the current stock and then continue production. Hearing this, Hollis thought that there would be some priority for the buyers as well, but Mon Miter said he didn't know any more details. Haley said she knew enough and promised that the Green Tower would reward Mon Miter for it. With that, he took his leave and left the captain's quarters. Mon Miter was again amazed at how Lord's plan had worked so well. The next day, he went to Lord to explain what had happened. The protagonist explained that some actions were easy to predict, and this wasn't a place free from the clutches of greed. He had simply displayed attractive products to attract rich clients. Mon Miter then revealed that in addition to the Green Tower, he had also received bribes from representatives of other regions. Davey told him to keep the money and didn't care how his captain spent it because he had earned it. Furthermore, the protagonist already made most of the profits from leaf production, so he had no objection to leaving Mon Miter with the money. After all, he wanted to keep her close. Parsuk asked if the protagonist was sure he would be okay with other major groups. He said yes, explaining that once rumors spread, many would want long-term agreements. Branches of the various towers and alchemist groups would want to establish themselves in a region, which would transform from an empty territory into a bustling and prosperous one. This would bring increased profits and a population increase. Davey knew that, in a way, the ancient curse had helped keep the territory vacant for him. Now, he simply had to manage the new administration. At one point, Ulysses, the Red Tower Master, reported that other magic towers were planning to invest in the region with money and space. He wasn't sure if he should do the same. So his master said that even though he'd become an elder, Ulysses was still very cautious. He also said that making mistakes was normal and trusted Ulysses to make the right decision. But Ulysses argued that the regional lord's insistence on auctioning off his goods made no sense. He thought that selling directly was more profitable, despite requiring more investment. This made it seem as if the lord was deliberately devaluing his product. Ulysses didn't fully understand the reasoning behind this strategy. He didn't know that the protagonist was secretly selling directly to the Western continent. Unlike Ulysses, his master believed the lord was smarter than he appeared. Harrison explained that a small region like Hines probably didn't have many inhabitants and could only buy what was sold within the region. Therefore, the lord was accelerating the territory's growth while saving as much money as possible. Furthermore, the territories. Located near major trade routes, it had the geographical advantage of being located near various locations, and with towers and branches extending from various locations, it would make Hines a perfect commercial district. Harrison explained that Lord's decision not to expand product production was to prevent other groups from buying in bulk and selling to end consumers at a higher price. He also said that Lord's strategy was to accumulate as much money as possible in a short period of time and plan for the future. He was acting as if he had nothing to lose, even though there were risks involved. This meant that leaf production was just the beginning. Harrison also said that Lord had a lot to offer, and he probably wasn't the only one who noticed this. Even if Lord was bluffing, he would still prevail. In this case, Ulysses said that he knew what kind of relationship he wanted with Lord, and concluded that he needed a meeting with him as soon as possible. His master said that he also wanted to speak with the boy, so he asked his disciple to arrange a meeting. As his conversation with Ulysses concluded, Sage remembered being asked if it was possible for a young man with barely a mana trait to kill a high-level vampire with just one attack. Iliana had harbored this suspicion since her previous encounter with Protagonist, and she had been attracted to Harrison for his wisdom. Furthermore, Davey had used his borrowed sword without a contract with Colors, further fueling her suspicions. Thinking more about the question, Hansen thought it was possible if this man was a disciple of the Sword God, or even the Sword God himself. Adding this to the other information he had about Prince Davey, the great sage concluded that everything was slowly falling into place. After a while, various requests for housing began pouring in within the High's territory, such as the purchase of land near the village. Some people had even begun fighting over properties. Troubled, Amy asked what she should do to resolve these disputes. Davey told her to put the territories up for auction. Whoever paid the most would get the property. But the butler asked what the starting bid should be. The protagonist suggested starting with the highest possible value, because he had always heard that the truly rich owned large estates. Furthermore, he imagined that a true estate was a business where profits needed to be maximized. Before leaving, Amy mentioned that a message had arrived for Davey. It was a letter directly from the royal palace. Amy then announced a public auction. The initial bid was 90 gold coins. Soon after, a competing bid was offered, but a member of the Green Tower quickly countered it. A representative from the alchemist school raises the bud once again. They've been fighting over the same piece of land since the beginning, and the auction only heats things up. With each rising bud, both parties seem ready to fight. Amy announces that the latest bud is 130, so if no one raises it, the land will be sold. The budding war continues. Helisa's life is in danger. The last bud seems to have won her the dispute, but in the very last seconds of the auction, someone else steps forward and covers the bud. The protagonist then receives news that they secured a deal with the LV Trading Group for a flask for 150 gold coins. Davey attributes this to the strategy he developed with Mon Mater. Furthermore, all the auction houses sold at a pace similar to properties in the capital's developing areas. He's happy to have made a profit on both fronts. Furthermore, if things continue like this, Hans's annual revenue will be around 1.5 million gold, making his territory the richest in the kingdom. With this in mind, he intends to continue leaf production without increasing the quantity. He also plans to clear land to cultivate other products. Davey believed that excess is bad, so he must maintain a balance between supply and demand. He has asked his allies not to leave unused structures standing and to repair those that are still functioning, as he is planning a major renovation soon. Meanwhile, Davey thinks about the letter he received from the kingdom. Essentially, it praises his recent achievements, which both his home kingdom and the continent haven't acknowledged, and promises an appropriate reward. But to receive it, he must return to the kingdom for a formal visit. Davey burned the letter as soon as he read it. He wondered how they had the audacity to send him something like this after exile. He suspected the Marquis might have been stirring things up in his absence, and this was perhaps an attempt to force a truce. However, the protagonist noticed that the letter didn't bear the king's royal seal. He would go there anyway. Now it was time to move forward with his plan. Furthermore, the kingdom was on the way to his next destination. A flashback showed that in the past, one of the protagonist's masters had built a secret dungeon in the basement of his last place of residence. But he said he couldn't finish it before his death. So, if Davey found it, he wanted him to complete it in his name. With it, the boy could do whatever he wanted, expose it to the world, or sell it to the highest bidder. Still, Davey feared he wouldn't be able to handle the task. His master said the younger man was more stubborn than him, but he trusted him with the task. saying that as long as he completed it, he could do whatever he wanted with his creation. Back in the present, the butler insists that someone be sent to accompany the Lord on his journey. However, Davey insists on traveling alone. Before leaving, he asks the butler to take care of Amy and not overwork her, ensuring she gets proper rest. The butler says that teaching Amy is fun because she's not only the daughter of a baron, but also very intelligent, and he feels like a granddaughter to her. With this, the protagonist feels his friend is in good hands, so he finally sets off on his journey. She finally notices Purcell veering off course midway and asks if Davey is taking shortcuts. The protagonist explains that he needs to visit a place before going to the Royal Road, a famous tourist attraction. He also says that the place is one of the great sites in the Round Kingdom where the entire Alliance works together to preserve and research it. After all, he's referring to the hometown of the Blacksmith Searchers, called the Valid Region. Davey knows that Persephone was raised as Harris's daughter and believes she must have met Searcher at some point. She confirms this, informing him that Searcher used to say that this place was built from the same material as the Holy Sort Cauldrons. So it must be an incredible location. But the protagonist disagrees, explaining that the place belonged to Searcher thousands of years ago, but now it belongs to Queen Linus. Not only that, but it's full of all her enemies. So he'll have to enter disguised, because if they find out who he really is, things could get tense. The protagonist waits in line to enter the site and uses a fake identity. He introduces himself as Mercenary Davey. He thinks he's worked hard on this new identity and will be safe as long as they don't recognize his face. But he's stopped at the entrance. The guard says he's come to explore the recently discovered labor, but he tells the boy not to poke his nose where it's not his place and lets him go. Shocked, Davey wonders what's going on. Frustrated, the protagonist simply stares at the place, lost in thought. He thought this place was too bad even for the land of nobles. Just then, a man approaches him, saying that the protagonist must have come from far away because he doesn't know what's happening in the region. The old man points something out. Cue to enter the city. Someone was bribing the guards. The old man explained that it was the only way to enter the city. Davey thought that the law had changed a few years ago, so bribes shouldn't even exist anymore. But the old man said that, and the protagonist's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Then he gave Davey something and asked him to give it to the guards. He also said that even though it was a little, it was enough to get Davey in, and advised the young man to avoid unnecessary trouble. The old man said that Davey felt like his grandson, which is why he was helping him. Davey thanked the kind man for his generosity and gave him some coins in return. Finally, he realized that the guards didn't really want money. Next, the protagonist approached the guard again. He explained that collecting money from people was illegal unless it was a processing fee for large-scale purchases. The guards called the protagonist a naive child and asked what he planned to do about it. In response, Davey explained that this was his last chance to redeem himself and avoid punishment under national law. So he told them to return all the money they had received and confess their crimes. The guards laughed at the situation. The protagonist felt a little embarrassed, but he knew it was just standard procedure. At that moment, the chief of the guards pointed his sword at him. He said that if he killed the boy right there, no one would care. He then told Davey not to interfere in their affairs. Davey still asked if the guards did, and mind being outlaws. The guards replied that he and his group were the law, and that they were following Duke Various orders. Just as he was about to attack, the old man from earlier interrupted the guards. Claiming that the protagonist was just a boy and didn't deserve punishment, the distraught guard, instead of attacking Davey, targeted the old man who interrupted him. However, the protagonist intervened and disarmed the guard. Furthermore, he declared that attacking the defense elders was even more cowardly than accepting a bribe. Furthermore, threatening a citizen of the Cayman Pleas Kingdom was tantamount to stealing from a nation. Davey then seized the guard's sword and declared that he should be punished appropriately for his crimes. After dealing with the guard, he announced that the same punishment would apply to everyone involved in the scheme. He then told the others not to complicate things further and to inform their chief about what had happened. Instead of complying, the other guards surrounded the protagonist. Davey then stated that they had chosen the harshest way to deal with the situation. He also stated that their actions were enough to punish 3 entire generations of their families. However, since the guards refused to back down, the protagonist did not sit back and attacked. However, he still gave the guards a chance. He told them to call their chief to the scene before the worst happened. Soon after, someone arrived on the scene, asking what all the commotion was about. Davey threw an identification pendant at the man and told him to think carefully before making his next move. Count Gadda knelt before the prince. Not only that, but he apologized, recognizing his identification from the pendant. He explained that his actions were due to the lack of activity in the region. Davey explained that the region was home to the 1,000-day and 1,000-night markets and was considered a treasure by the entire alliance. He didn't believe his claim. The Viscount said it was unfair because the prince hadn't announced an investigation into the area. Therefore, it was an abuse of power. In this case, Davey asked if the person in charge wanted him to show authorization. Disturbed, the Viscount said yes, claiming that Duke Verida would never allow such a thing. Davey realized the Viscount was trying to complicate things. He thought that, being the region's largest estate, even inspectors were afraid to do their work there, fearing retaliation. With this, the Viscount tried to win the prince over with smooth talk, but Davey asked if he hadn't heard about recent rumors. The Viscount didn't know what the prince was talking about. Davey coughed and declared himself hoarse as he finished. Davey remarked that the man had wasted his last words. A moment later, the old man was playing a card. He told the protagonist that everything was peaceful 10 years ago, but then Baron Elish of the royal family died. Refugees began to arrive in the area. Exploitation soon became a problem, and those who supported the foreigners were punished. The old man lost his son that way. Davey then realizes that this is why the old man helped him. He reminded him of his son, not his grandson. He also said that the old man's son, judging by this story, seemed like a kind person. Soon after, they arrive at a marked spot. Davey declares that he has finally found the ruins of Walshart, the historic site of the 1,000 Days and Nights Market. The old man is not adamant that everything will be fine after what happened before, but the protagonist claims that the local duke doesn't pay much attention to what happens there. Then the old man, he thanks Davey for saving him from the guards and avenging his son. He feels indebted to him now. Karsa feels indebted to him now. David still simply tells the man to continue living a just life as they say goodbye. Purcell remarks that the story he heard was a bit sad. The protagonist agrees, but claims that things will get better from now on and feels he has done something significant for the area. Upon entering the Warashad ruins, Davey is captivated by the beauty of the place. He took the opportunity to take a panoramic view of the surroundings, but he didn't expect to find so much intact. This led him to take some notes. Purcell still thinks it's pointless to search for something in ruins that have already been excavated. Davey says that while it seems like a waste of time, there's something there that hasn't yet been discovered. He quickly notices a cryptogram in the area. Purcell doesn't fully understand what it is. The protagonist explains that the place was coded to hide something that only those who decipher the code would find. He got this idea from observing from above because he could discern patterns. The code was created by the searcher, and although there were people in the past who could decipher it, currently the protagonist is the only one who knows how. So he believes that no one but him can find the place's true treasure. And all the science points to something interesting at the spot indicated by the court. Davey realizes that there is an entrance to the center through an anvil, and a special password is required to enter. The protagonist believes that the searcher left a will for his race, bequeathing his entire wealth to the person who finds his legacy. This makes the protagonist feel like a pirate king or something similar. Upon opening the dungeon secret passage, he realizes that the creator of the place put a lot of effort into its construction. It possesses the magical power to withstand underground pressure and was designed to provide a source of oxygen for people to breathe. Davey imagines that the task couldn't have been easy, and that if he hadn't known Sirdar, the place might remain buried forever. After exploring the dungeon, the protagonist discovers something. Purcell says it feels more like a residence than a dungeon. Davey remembers that Sirdar called himself a furs maniac. He built this place shortly after Harris's death and spent the rest of his life working on a single project until his last breath. Even though his mortal body died, everything about Sirdar remained intact, exactly as he left it. Amidst all this, Purcell finds a room that resembles an altar. Davey thinks the searcher worships some unknown feral deity or something similar. As he approaches, he activates something, and magic appears from a chest. Purcell says he's never seen a human's consciousness materialized so powerfully before. The protagonist system warns of impending danger, but he knows that the 000-day blacksmith earned this title after fursing for 1,000 consecutive days without rest. But his own race, the dwarves, called him by a different name, the Devil's Blacksmith, unlike normal blacksmiths who prided themselves on simply hammering metal. Using mana, The searcher surpassed the limits of normal fursing. He broke all his limits until he was recognized as a hero, and despite not having completed his final task, he asked Davey to complete it in his place. With this, the protagonist opens a chest left by the Sirdar and finds the nameless Crimson Sword, which destroys the living, and the Blue Sword, which governs the dead. Both are twin swords, but they were not completed by their creator. However, Davey could see the swords as status symbols and realized that their power had not yet fully manifested. Parzelk said that the screams he heard probably came from these weapons. Davey agreed, explaining that these were living swords just like Koldira's, and that this was typical work of the Sirdar. The holy sword Koldira's is the Sirdar's greatest creation, but was created using the physical essence of the fencing master Harris. These two are still different. They were not created with a specific master in mind, meaning the Sirdar had no one special to wield them. As a result, the swords were created to find their own masters. Purcell commented that the swords didn't look incomplete, but Davey knew that wasn't true. He said the final touches were still to be applied. For that, he needed fire, not just any fire, but one that burned brighter than normal, and he knew of only one place that had such a thing, the Dove's army. After leaving the area, Davey headed in another direction. A guide told him that if he followed the main road, he would quickly find the plaza he was looking for. Davey thanked him and continued on his way. Then he asked Purcell what he thought of the royal summons he had received. His friend replied that the business he had built was very profitable. So, as the letter said, he intended to reward him, because in just a few months, he had earned more money than the entire kingdom makes in a year. He had earned more, and the taxes he had paid had opened the eyes of the bigwigs. That's why he would probably try to convince the prince to nationalize the business, making the kingdom even richer. But she knew very well that Davey already knew this, and had only asked to make the trip less boring. Davey, in turn, was a little shocked by the attention he had received from the continent, but he knew it was only because his business had made such a huge impact. A short while later, he arrived in his homeland, and was greeted by the chief chamberlain. Davey remarked that it had been a long time since he had last seen Besfus. Besfus replied that the prince had grown, not only in height, but also in stature thanks to his new ventures. Davey, in turn, said that he felt the heavens had blessed him and he was simply taking full advantage of it. Changing the subject, Boffers mentioned that some important books had recently been stolen from the palace. This had enraged the king. As a result, the titles of all the reliant nobles had been revoked and they would face immediate execution. He also said that the king had already retired for the night, and if Davey wanted to meet him, it would be better to wait until the next day. Davey thought that although the information had been stored at the Marquee Poultice's center, such significant progress would not have been possible without the king's involvement. He also thought that the king had apparently been holding back, but now he had decided to do everything together. While these thoughts were swirling, Davey bumped into someone. Prince Carlos had come to visit him. Even though he was not happy to see him again, Davey said that Carlos apparently wanted to speak to him alone and asked the butler to leave them alone. Despite his concern, the butler obeyed Davey's orders. Carlos then said that Davey had become too arrogant simply because he had succeeded in a business venture. He then told him not to feel proud. He claimed that Davey had simply gotten lucky and that any ordinary person in his position would have done a better job. But Davey replied that Carlos must be really nervous to say such a thing. Davey said that Carlos, unlike him, was just an idiot who couldn't do anything without running to his mother first. Frustrated, Carlos said that Davey must have gone mad to insult him like that and tried to attack Davey. But Davey pushed him away, saying that Carlos was the one who had gone mad. He also said that Carlos was delusional because people around him flattered him simply because of his position, and that without that, he wouldn't have such an inflated ego. He said he had achieved things on his own, unlike Carlos, who always got everything on a silver platter and didn't work hard for anything. Angered, Carlos tried to attack Davey again. Davey, in turn, thought that if Carlos hadn't been such an idiot, he wouldn't have shot that arrow 6 years ago. Remembering this, Davey became a little irritated, so instead of dodging, he decided to counterattack, knocking Carlos to the ground. He also said that Carlos's negative comments had a bad effect on the king. He also pointed out that Carlos had a habit of calling him a commoner, but then reminded him that half the blood in his veins was the king's, the most important man in the kingdom. He immediately seized the opportunity and overpowered Carlos. But Carlos stood up and seemed unconvinced. Davey then struck Carlos in the forehead with his finger, enough to make him scream in pain. Carlos, his face covered in blood, threatened Davey. Davey still asked if Carlos hadn't been beaten enough. Carlos ran away, vowing to avenge himself in the future. Percival asked if Davey had punished the impudent prince enough. Smiling, Davey replied that he was just playing with Carlos. Surprised, Percival realized that Davey had truly enjoyed what he'd done. He told him never to laugh like that again, as he might scare someone. Davey hadn't realized this, thinking it was just a bad habit, but he said he had put a curse on Carlos that couldn't be cured even with magic. Percival asked what exactly he had done. Davey replied that he had simply given his beloved brother a gift, something everyone would see at tomorrow's meeting. The next day, the Knobs gathered in the royal hall. They discussed the best way to use the money collected from Prince Davey's business. The king himself hadn't said anything yet. Parsec observed that the nobles were discussing Dewey without even involving him, as if he were not present. He did not see Marcos Patriarch, the only noble who showed any empathy for Dewey, unlike the others who only cared about money. This worried him about the direction of the conversation and the future of the country. Dewey remarked that next time he would probably open a restaurant. He had heard that the most profitable businesses involve food and beverages. He also said that he had no experience in such things. The king then said that before any decision was made, Prince Dewey should be rewarded because he was the one who brought these blessings to the entire kingdom. He thanked the prince on behalf of the entire kingdom. Davey, for his part, said he had simply fulfilled his duty. Nevertheless, the king declared Davey had achieved more than anything else in the past 10 years. He promised to reward him with whatever he requested. But Davey knew no one there truly intended to give him any real reward. He said he had nothing in mind and asked for some time to decide what he wanted. The king called it a wise decision and granted the prince as much time as he needed. Afterward, the nobles resumed their meeting. While discussing the best course of action, whether or not to invest in the lunar plant business, Persilk remarked that it was worse than he had imagined. Among others, Duke Varieta, the leader of the nobles, spoke. He said one thing needed to be verified first. He explained that everyone was excited about the business, but had forgotten to evaluate the basic details first. Varieta argued that even though the business was revolutionary, they shouldn't link it to the nation without consulting its creator. Hearing this, Duke Ferrandis said that no one had a higher status than royalty. But Varieta asked Ferrandis if he would give up all his positions to the kingdom for the good of his nation. The noble didn't even need to speak, as the answer was more than obvious. Duke Varieta declared that everything would be decided by Lord Davey, and no one had a right to interfere. Purcell told Davey that someone was finally helping him, but Davey knew that wasn't the case. Varieta further said that if they forcibly nationalized the business, there would be resistance. Varieta's Majesty did. Varieta continued, and no one would want to become an entrepreneur in such a situation. Davey, for his part, said that Varieta hadn't had all that to say. The Duke confirmed that the prince was right and said that a mediator would be very helpful given the current situation. He then revealed that he had a letter, claiming it was from High Priest Velis of the Sacred Kingdom. The letter requested Prince Davey's visit to the Sacred Kingdom because he wanted to verify his stigma manifestation and reward him with the title of saint. A duke named Rhonda called it ridiculous and said he couldn't send a prince to the Secret Kingdom. But another noble argued that he couldn't override the Secret Kingdom's decisions because he served God Priest directly. Rhonda countered that the Round Kingdom wasn't subordinate to the Secret Kingdom, and that sending a prince there would be like paying tribute to it. Davey, in turn, said he wouldn't overthink it. He said that if his stigma was recognized by the Secret Kingdom, nothing significant would happen. Varieta argued that the prince wasn't seeing the full picture, and that, as royalty, he had responsibilities to fulfill. He also said that angering the Secret Kingdom wouldn't achieve anything, and suggested doing as requested. In this case, the nobles inquired about the prince's current affairs. The Duke explained that, unfortunately, if the prince becomes a saint in the Sacred Kingdom, he would be barred from governing his own territory by law. Therefore, a new lord would have to be appointed for the highest territory. Hearing this, the nobles understood the Duke's intentions and began to agree. Davey also realized the nobles' true intentions and found the situation more interesting. Varieta said that currently, the Highs region was the most important point in the entire kingdom. Therefore, he couldn't just appoint anyone to the position of lord. He could think of only one person who could take the post. Then he nominated Carlos, the second prince, to manage the territory in Davey's absence. Davey thought it made sense. After all, Carlos was Varieta's grandson. With him in a position, the Duke could privatize the business and take the profits for himself. Not only that, Davey knew that the other nobles' intentions were no different, as they all want a share of his business. Then Carlos entered the royal hall. He knelt before the king, making a noise that everyone noticed, including his older brother, Prince Davey. But something unusual happened. Carlos behaved very strangely in front of the king and all the nobles. When he tried to speak, he made animal noises, seemingly without reason. Instead of praise, he was subjected to insults at the most inopportune moments. Persolk finally understood what Davey had done to her brother the previous night. Davey then remarks that she's laughing too much. But Carlos's grandfather finds no humor in it. He asks how she dares behave like this at such an important meeting. Carlos tries to justify his actions, but every time he opens his mouth, he imitates a different animal. He can't hide his embarrassment. The king, enraged, says he doesn't want to hear another word from him and orders the guards to remove Carlos. Furthermore, he declares that Carlos will be on probation until further notice, without the possibility of appeal. Still trying to justify himself, Carlos only brings more embarrassment, and his behavior also affects his family members. The matter further escalates. To make matters worse, as he's being forcibly removed, Carlos's hat falls off his head. Everyone is immediately shocked by what they see. Carlos, known for his long hair, had gone bald overnight and tried to hide it with his hat. But now everyone knows the truth. Seizing the opportunity, Davey says that his brother isn't mature enough to hold the position of Lord of the Husk territory. This incredibly irritates Varieta. Davey asks if the Count's position is above the king's. Seeing Varieta's shocked face, the protagonist asks another question. Challenging Varieta, is the kingdom his? The Count says no, admitting that the prince has misunderstood him. He also states that all his actions are for the kingdom's good. Davey, in turn, asks why the Count has a letter from the Holy Kingdom, which even the king hasn't seen. He also asks why the Count is siding with the nobles, but pretends otherwise, suggesting he doesn't believe him. Surrounded, Varieta asks what the prince is suggesting. Davey says that all the Count tried to do was sell the country at the Holy Kingdom's request. Not only that, but he also wanted to take advantage of Davey's business. Davey claims that the Count is no different from other nobles and says he has a mission to deal with the Holy Kingdom. The king asks what the prince has in mind. Davey replies that all the inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom are human and that even the high priest is not above the king. The next protagonist makes a call using a crystal ball. Davey, communicating remotely with Father William from the Holy Kingdom's administrative department, apologizes for the sudden call, but he asks if the Pope has decided on the matter he mentioned earlier. Before hearing the answer, the protagonist learns that even humans have business to do in the Holy Land, and even though the High Priest is an important figure, he directly contacted the Pope, the highest authority in the Holy Kingdom. Father William explains that the High Priest acted alone without the Pope's authorization and promises that such a thing will never happen again. The meeting ends, and the letter sent by the High Priest proves to be useless. The lonely protagonist takes the opportunity to thank the priest for his help. Valium explains that while it wouldn't have been bad for them, they never really considered asking the prince to come to the Holy Kingdom. Besides, it wouldn't have been of any significant benefit in the long run. This is because Davey is more useful in his current position, and Davey had told the Pope that if he stayed away from the Hans region, the cultivation of the plants would be disrupted, and the Pope didn't want that. Furthermore, he had promised to send a special shipment to the Holy Kingdom. Father William thanks him for such generous cooperation and says that the Pope is interested in continuing to purchase in large quantities. Davey knows there's nothing secret about this arrangement. It's a materialistic deal, but he doesn't care. After all, he built this business from the ground up to make a profit, so he's willing to sell as long as he's paid. He just wants to make some good, easy money, and ultimately, he only cares about good results. Taking advantage of his crystal ball, the protagonist calls Amy. She cries for help until Butler interrupts. He tells Amy not to show weakness. The butler apologizes for this and says he's taking care of things at home. Davey says the meeting went well and he will return to Hans soon. Meanwhile, Butler mentions that the guests have been moved into temporary tents and that he has taken care of construction permits, which will begin soon. However, there's a problem with the infrastructure improvements. Butler is unsure if everything the Lord has requested can be accomplished so easily, as there is not enough time. The protagonist thinks that even if he revived the territory, Hans is stuck in time, and its local technology is quite outdated. Therefore, Butler claims that it will take 10 to 20 years to finish everything requested, as money alone cannot solve the problem. Davey realizes that despite having the money, he has nowhere to use it. So, he says it is time to start his second venture. He says he will rely on the skills and technology of the continent's greatest engineers. Eventually, he's made an offer that's impossible to refuse. The protagonist intends to trade diamonds or corn, and nothing better than a trade item that offers a good return with minimal risk. He's talking about Rax. A little later, Davey travels to the territory of the Yellow Rock Tribe, a village of dwarfs located in the kingdom's northern region. Dwarves, often called Little Engineers, are known for being stronger than humans and having a high resistance to heat. They're considered perfect for engineering, unlike elves, who are only legends. Dwarves have some contact with humans, but they don't have much interest in other species except trade. So, only important individuals like nobles and royal representatives interact with them. Being promoted to the level of being able to enter a dwarf tribe was the reward the protagonist requested from the king. Instead of becoming king, he took a different route, knowing that if he hadn't made the specific request, he wouldn't have been so easily received by the dwarves. After all, small people aren't very easy to deal with. When he made his request to the king, he and the other nobles were cautious, as angering the dwarves could close the gates on them forever. Davey said he was fully aware of this, and that's why he requested such a reward, and he even said he was confident he would at least get through the gates, despite everyone else's doubts. Persluck explained that when the request was made, he noticed that all the nobles were thinking the same thing, what Davey would do next. Not only that, they also sent several soldiers with him to keep an eye on him during his expedition into dwarf territory. But they were right about one thing. The protagonist, Davey, is indeed planning something big, and this could put the nobles in trouble. As soon as they arrived at the Yellow Rock Tribe, the prince's representative announced his arrival and requested permission to enter. One of the sentinel dwarves, a dwarf named Garrett, said he had never seen the prince before. The protagonist officially introduced himself and said he had come to make an offer that could not be refused. Upon seeing the prince's carriage, the dwarf immediately recognized the cargo and understood that the protagonist was not bluffing. However, he explained that his tribe was facing an internal problem, so they could not participate in any agreement. Nevertheless, he would allow the prince to enter, but he told the prince to come on foot and leave the horses outside. Upon entering the dwarf village, Garrett said the elders would meet the prince. He quickly led him to the elders' quarters. Davey noticed the space was small but cozy. Inside, the 8th elder, named Golden, was waiting for him. Upon seeing the dwarf, Davey knew he wasn't in the mood for conversation. But he found it strange that there was only one leader, as he believed the tribe was led by multiple dwarves. So he thought it best to introduce himself before asking questions. The protagonist gave a very formal introduction, welcoming the leader in the manner dwarves greet each other. Golda was surprised. She had thought humans didn't know how to greet dwarves, and she concluded she was in the presence of a respectful human. He then said, "It's rare to receive someone like this." So he asked the prince to sit down. He explained that all the other elders were busy, so he was alone in the meeting room. Getting straight to the point, Golda said that the prince would know that they often negotiate outside the village. So she asked him why he was there. Davey explained that the formal trades were still a few months away, and he hadn't come for her, but to fulfill some personal requests. He also said that he had brought some gifts with him, such as meat, beer, and other essentials. Golda said that she admired humans who knew how to treat dwarves with proper respect, and above all, she loved beer. But she added that unfortunately, her tribe was in a complicated situation and couldn't focus on external demands. She couldn't go into details. However, since the prince had come from so far away, she would allow him to stay for a few days to rest. But she asked him to be nice, because if he created any problems, he would be immediately expelled. After this, Golda left. The protagonist took this opportunity to check on the dwarf status. This revealed that Golda had been forced by others to meet him alone. In a way, Golda appreciated the respect and gifts the humans showed her. However, Golda's greatest frustration stems from the Flame of Beginning, known as the secret sword of the dwarves. In the past, Searcher had mentioned creating an item with dwarves. He wasn't very skilled at the time, so the item wasn't the highest quality. But they both felt so accomplished that they celebrated for several days after creation was completed, which was a significant moment for Searcher. Currently, the protagonist is staying in the dwarf village. He said he didn't expect to hear about the Blaze of Beginning sword there. Davey had once heard that the sword lacked a sharp edge. It was forged by Searcher in partnership with dwarves, the first collaboration between their races. As a symbol of their unity, this sword was not capable of cutting. Furthermore, this sword holds Searcher's memories. The most interesting thing is that it is actually a prototype. While the first version of Cauldrus was crafted differently from other swords, the general production method is the same, as it involves creating items using mana. This method bridges the material and non-material worlds, and even materials themselves, such as a hammer used in the treated iron, are unique. Essentially, this method requires a blacksmith to access knowledge beyond their current understanding. Given how closed-minded he can be, he wouldn't even attempt to create something like that. So, he must be racking his brains trying to figure out this production method, which must be the problem Golda mentioned. But now the protagonist wants to get away for a while. Besides borrowing the dwarves' skills, he has another reason for coming here to develop his territory. He wants to reach the Great Force, the very force the dwarves created using intense techniques. Davey had already anticipated resistance when trying to talk to the dwarfs, so he had already formulated a plan. After leaving his quarters, the protagonist heads towards a tavern. Golda meets him and asks what the prince is doing there. Davey wants to know if Golda has some free time. The dwarf replies that he can't do his work properly if he doesn't have a good rest. Furthermore, his brother Golgotha expelled all the elders. That's why he's drinking. The protagonist then asked him to join him for a drink. Not only that, but Davey said he'd heard dwarf liqueur was very strong and asked to try some. Some dwarves, said the prince, didn't know what trouble he was getting into. They also said he seemed reckless and careless for asking to try the liqueur. Davey, however, simply thought the dwarves were making a lot of noise. A waiter served a drink, but said the dwarf liqueur was much stronger than humans were used to. The protagonist said it was nothing and gulped down the entire glass in one breath, saying all occurs. Must be like that. The doves were impressed, as they thought the boy would pass out. Purslock asked if that was all it was. Davey said the liqueur was strong, but tasted bad. Although he doesn't drink much, he knows one thing. Drinks and beds are the two things dwarfs love most. So, he proposed a drinking contest against Golda to see who could drink the most liquor. Golda said that dwarfs never disrespect someone who can hold their liquor. He accepted the bet and said he would pay for whatever they drank, so the waiter could serve them freely, without even knowing if he would win. The protagonist thought that betting was the best way to build bonds and get what he wanted from the dwarf elder. In return, Golda said that if he lost, the prince would have to leave their village immediately. Otherwise, she was willing to fulfill any wish the prince had. Golda also said that it wasn't personal, but while he appreciated the prince's visit, he would have preferred to be in a different state. This is very good for Davey. Finally, Dwarf accepted the bet. The next day, Golda feels frustrated at losing the bet. He never imagined losing to a human, and now he has to fulfill his request. Davey thinks he doesn't get drunk because of his secret mana, but Dwarf doesn't need to know that. He learned it from one of his swordsmanship masters, a hero who united the Murim world of Jongon, named Chiema Dokajun. He was not only skilled in combat, but also known for his heavy drinking. Even Daphne, an immortal saint, loved to drink. She had sworn not to get involved with Chiema Dokajun when it came to alcohol. The problem was that drinking had become a part of Davey's daily routine while learning swordsmanship from him. His master forced him to consume alcohol because it was part of his swordsmanship technique, making the training more difficult for the protagonist. Dwarves are nothing compared to someone like him. Golda intends to fulfill the bet and asks what the prince wants. Before that, the goddess asks if the tribe's uproar is due to the turmoil blaze of beginnings. Golda says yes, explaining that the dwarves were protecting the sword, but it broke. The sword had passed through several tribes, and her father was the last one responsible for its care. But due to his early passing, that responsibility fell to Golda and her older brother, Golgotha. The dwarf asks the protagonist to ask about other things as well, as he is ready to talk, as Davey had expected. The dwarf is also returning the favor by being treated with courtesy. He thought it was good to drink with Golda because it attracted attention. He then explained that even though he wasn't a master, he had forging skills and asked if he could participate as an assistant in the Broken Sword project. A short while later, Davey was taken to the Central Forge. Arriving there, Purcell found it incredible how the dwarves had agreed to all this, or how they had managed without alchemy. However, some dwarves were unhappy with the presence of a human in the forge, thinking that Golda must have gone mad to agree to this. Davey also felt bad for putting the dwarven leader through this. But just then, Golgotha arrived. He asked his brother what had brought a human into the army. Golda replied that he had lost a bet and just wanted to see the army. The dwarves, however, insisted that this was the main forge. Golda must have been too drunk to agree to such a thing. It's dwarf's duty, he agreed, but claims it's not. He swears by his title as elder, and asks the others to trust the prince as he did. Golgotha tells the other dwarfs to simply get back to work, as Golda is also an elder. If he's decided this, the others will have to respect it. Golgotha then says he will avoid Davey's presence, but Vern threatens to hit him over the head with a hammer if he does anything stupid. Davey simply says he won't forget his warning. After a while, Davey looks at a sword, which is 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. It looks no more than a decoration. The dwarfs are trying to repair it using hot iron and hammering. But Purslook notices Davey's focus on something else and asks what it is. Davey says the sword can't be repaired. He explains that it was made using a process similar to the making of the Holy Sword. But because it was never a complete item of the holy sort, it didn't last long, and, despite his regret, he knows that's the way things are. Golgotha works quickly on the item. Seeing this, his brother suggests he take a break, so he doesn't overdo it. Davey also notices that if he continues like this, it won't work. Meanwhile, another group of dwarfs arrives. They are from the Black Rock tribe, and their leader, named Thors, says that the Yellowstone dwarves will only destroy the sword completely. Thors comments that Golgotha is doing a good job for someone who destroyed a sacred item. He also says that he never liked the idea of Golgotha being in charge of the sword. He also says that it's not too late to give the sword to the Black Rock tribe, claiming that their smiths will take much better care of it. The Yellowstone elders reply that even the best smiths from the rival tribe wouldn't be able to repair the sword so easily. Thor replies that they're wrong, explaining that he's been working on the sword for a long time without making any progress, and will likely ruin it completely. He also says that the elders from other tribes have already agreed that the sword must be removed from the Yellowstone tribe, as they cannot leave the item in the wrong hands. After all, things would have been different if the god brother's father were still alive. Hearing these words, Golgotha looks disheartened. With this, Thor declares that there's nothing more to see and that he will take the sword to his tribe, whether the Yellowstone elders like it or not. But Davey speaks up, asking if Golgotha is truly a mastersmith. Seeing this, Thor laughs that Golgotha is definitely finished. He's even found a human friend. He has taken it and brought it to the central fort. Golda tells Davey to back off and not get involved in this matter. But Davey says that a true mastersmith feels the spirits in everything he does and respects each one of them. But he says that Golgotha abandoned this mentality from the very beginning. Then David takes the dwarf's hammer and uses it on the sword. It shocks the 4-piece senses of Ahar. The dwarf thinks that the sword is now completely ruined. Some people even try to pull the man away from the sword, so that he doesn't further worsen the situation for the tribe. But Davey asks if Golgotha really wants to resolve the situation. Golgotha says yes. Davey then says that having a big ego won't solve the problem, especially since the sword had protected their small village for 3,000 years. Instead of letting go of an item that had fulfilled its duty, Golgotha is imposing its own will on it, attempting to forcibly repair it. The goddess claims that an item that was the pillar of the village shouldn't be treated like this, and anyone who doesn't understand this shouldn't be called a master smith, even though he's standing in front of the continent's best craftsman. Davey thinks the dwarves still don't understand that this item can't be repaired. So he raises the sword in front of him and throws it into the blazing furnace in front of everyone. The protagonist knows that every master artisan's creation has a soul, and no one can truly call themselves a master without respecting it. The searcher said that if he ever finds someone brave enough to insult that soul, they should be crushed. But instead of doing so, Davey throws the sword into the army, watching it being consumed by the fire. Some angry dwarves threatened to kill the prince, but Davey said that given the sword's condition, it was the right thing to do. He also said that the dwarves should not disrespect the secret item further, especially since his master had created it, and it was deeply connected to him. Furthermore, Davey claimed that no one there truly understood the true purpose of a secret item. He explained that the sword had died long ago, and the dwarves weren't confident enough to create new ones. He then asked if they truly prided themselves on calling themselves a race of master artisans. The dwarves, enraged, asked who Davey thought he was to speak to them like that. Golgotha interrupted the argument, saying that the dwarves were only making themselves look worse. Davey realized that the elder had already realized that the sword's life had expired, and that trying to repair it would be a waste of time. But even though he knew he didn't have the skills to recreate the item from scratch, he didn't want to admit it. He had finally concluded that the sword would lose its meaning if it wasn't passed down through generations. But he now realized that this approach wasn't ideal. Thor responded that the prince was saying all this because the sword had no connection to humans. Even the best dwarven artisan couldn't recreate a legendary item. He also said that dwarves shouldn't be so arrogant, as no human, not even he, could accomplish such a feat. Purcell noted that he had never seen these stubborn dwarves so shaken. In response, the protagonist told Thor that he was wrong to say he couldn't craft a legendary item. Immediately, all the dwarves were shocked to hear this. Purcell was also shocked. Some dwarves muttered that even their own kind had no one so skilled. So, a human claiming to be able to create a legendary item was absurdly difficult to believe. Furthermore, they believed that only Sidur could craft such an item. The protagonist, in turn, told them they could continue to blather on or learn something simply by watching him work. With that, Davey began working in front of DWYS. He thought that among all the skills he had learned from his master, one was special, and from that, he had mastered many other abilities. The Searcher was a great teacher, and because of that, the protagonist learned a lot from him. Still, he hadn't reached his master skill level. But what was important was that he had created several items, some even better than the dwarf's secret sword. After all, it was just a prototype. Watching the protagonist work, Thors noticed that the prince was mixing cadmium steel and mithril alloys and immediately told him to stop. But Davey replied that he was the opposite. He wasn't bound by common sense in creation. He said the rules the dwarves had established didn't apply. Furthermore, he argued that common sense didn't really exist because the possibilities for innovation were endless. If one changed one's approach, one could create new things by combining various processes. Even though Apostle was what he called the dwarves watched the protagonist work, unable to believe what he was doing. After some time, a sword was created. Dewey showed them the item, saying it was quite easy to make. Dabbs realized the protagonist had melted down an old sword and forged a new one. Upon seeing the item, he was amazed by the creation. Not only that, but the protagonist believed his new sword's power was even greater than the previous one. But Silk praised his work. Key, and Davey replied that if he discarded common sense, anything could be created. He explained that the most important thing was the texture, because the sword itself would absorb mana. In short, it was a structure that circulated mana throughout the sword, much like the mana circles on his own body. Next, he asked if Elder Golgotha recognized the technique he had just demonstrated. Davey explained that only a few items could self-heal without the help of mana, making them different from artifacts, which became useless when their mana was depleted. Purcell noted that even though the beginning was tumultuous, Davey had won the hearts of the dwarves. The protagonist then said that even though he had started forging the sword, he would not finish it because the blacksmith of 1,000 days had only created the base of the item and left the rest to the dwarves. So he would do the same. Golgotha replied that he didn't have the necessary skills. But Davey simply offered to learn. The dwarven elder immediately asked if the prince could teach them. He said yes, but not for free. He then proposed that he would start as soon as his current task was completed. Some of the dwarves were genuinely impressed by the protagonist's sword. Purcell then says that Davey could be accused of blasphemy, but Davey replies that with his stigma, he's not worried about that. He asks what Golgotha thinks about this, and the elder is completely unsure what to think. Davey says that he didn't forge these swords, but he will be the one to put the final touches on them. The dwarves mention that the blacksmith who forged these swords died long ago. Davey knows this very well. These swords have aged over time in storage, increasing their strength by more than tenfold since their initial creation. When using this type of mana processing technique, the sword must be deliberately stored to strengthen over time. Therefore, the new secret sword will have to be left untouched for at least a few months, as time can vary. This worries the protagonist, as he is unsure how to apply the final touches to such items, especially since he doesn't have the necessary materials. However, since he is in the dwarves' central duty, he considers asking them for what he needs, as that was the main reason for his visit. Golgotha says he is willing to help and allows the prince to use the duty and its materials as much as he wishes. He also says that despite his own lack of skills, he recognizes the protagonist's talent and believes everything will be in good hands. Davey knows that furzas are personal items that are usually forbidden to other blacksmiths. So, being loaned something like this is truly unusual. This means the dwarves genuinely want to learn the protagonist's technique. And if it wasn't clear before, it certainly is now. Golgotha arrives with an item. Purcell asks if it's a bone. Davey says it's not a common bone, but the bone of an unknown ancient dragon. Golgotha claims there's nothing more valuable than that, saying the item is a family heirloom, passed down through generations because no one had the skills to use it. The protagonist becomes very excited because he never thought he'd see a dragon bone in such a place. But a dwarf notices something. He notes that if the prince takes both the dragon bone and the elder's personal furs, it could cause a problem. So he offers his own duties in place of Golgotha's, telling Davey he can take whatever he wants. Furthermore, several dwarves begin arguing over who will help the protagonist with this project. They begin offering various items and materials to the prince, claiming they also have family heirlooms to offer. A short while later, the protagonist stands in front of a pile of various items. Parzelk then asks if he has everything he needs. Davey says yes and thanks the dwarves. Golgotha says he would like to help more, but explains that blacksmiths have certain rules to follow. In the meantime, he leaves the prince free to work, and in the meantime, he will study the techniques Davey taught him. Now that he has everything he needs, the protagonist wants to get started. A flashback shows Miss being furious in the past and wanting to take out her anger on Dewey. Sardrake still wanted to know why she was so upset with the boy. The Hall of Heroes resembled paradise. It was created by the subconscious of the heroes and served as a resting place for them in the afterlife. Ober's repeated. Attempts to create Odeon's dragons led Dewey to touch an unknown dragon bone. Sardrake had caused real trouble for the goddess of mages. He had used a dragon as an ingredient to create the secret sword, which Miss Bean was very displeased with. Instead of getting angry, she blamed Dewey for overseeing the process in place of his master. As a result, the protagonist disliked learning to use secret relics, believing they didn't exist in the real world. Back in the present, he realizes he was wrong. He wants to apply fire resistance magic to his creations, but he knows that if he makes even one mistake, everything will go wrong and the swords will melt. Persona watches the process closely, and what she sees is beautiful. The red sword, which was previously blood red, suddenly takes on a transparent ruby color. As for the blue sword, it looked like a supernova in the night sky as it connected with Davey. In addition to seeing how much the swords had changed, she also notices Davey's intense concentration. The protagonist is truly there, as he knows what will happen if he makes a mistake during the process. But he knows what he's doing, and after working intensely on the swords, he finally completes them both. After finishing his work on the swords, the protagonist feels he should name them, but Silk asks if he has something on his mind. He replied that the names came to his mind as soon as he saw them. He then declared that from now on, their names would be Azor and Carmesium. He also checked the sword's new stats. Parzelk remarked that the names were off, noting Davey's lack of creativity, but he was more interested in their attributes than such trivial details. So he decided to test the Carmesium sword. Parzelk asked what he was doing. Davey replied that he was simply performing a cut test. Immediately, a wet stone began to melt in front of him. Parzelk observed that Davey hadn't even used force to strike the target. Yet, the stone was still cut in half. Next, Davey decided to test Azor, but this time, he didn't strike a target. However, Parzelk noticed that it wasn't for nothing. The sword had cut mana in midair. The protagonist confirmed that everything was as it should be. Because the Ezer was designed to cut through things that don't exist on physical rails, he was amazed by the sword's final quality. Now that everything was ready, he could finally leave. Some dwarves were waiting outside. Debbie asked what he wanted. The dwarves explained that they had secured the area so no one would disturb him while he worked. They mentioned that the prince had been inside for 4 days and were worried because he hadn't come out even for food or answered the door. When they knocked on the door, Parzelk commented that Debbie had become obsessed with finishing the swords. But watching him work was very interesting. Debbie asked why, but Parzelk didn't want to say. Anyway, the dwarves asked to see the finished swords. Some people were watching them. They even cried with emotion. They looked like devotees in front of the sacred artifact. It wasn't strange. Given their passion for crafting items as blacksmiths, seeing a masterpiece in action was truly moving. A few weeks passed, and the protagonist offered to teach the dwarves. He shared everything he'd learned about weapon making from Searcher. He also taught the dwarves how to combine metal and mana for better results. Dewey still had to be patient, as the dwarves were quite rough and required a certain delicacy to master the techniques he had to teach. But the moment the dwarves shed their pride, they became even more passionate about their work. Some looked as if they were holding a hammer for the first time. They were so full of enthusiasm. To take a break from Fergus, the protagonist went for some fresh air. Golgotha accompanied him and invited the prince for a drink. He explained that this drink was more suitable for humans than the one dwarves drank. Despite this, Golgotha wanted to talk about something else. The protagonist already knew what was being discussed and apologized for what happened to the wet stone. But the elder wasn't interested in discussing it. Golgotha knew that the prince wasn't there just to complete the swords, but also to secure the dwarves' power to establish their territory. And he said that dwarves never forget a favor, even if they weren't as skilled as the prince. Golgotha said he would help him with whatever he wanted. He felt he owed the prince a debt of gratitude, and with that, everyone in the Yellow Rock tribe would help him. So, Golgotha swore to the Iron God that he would stand by Davey in whatever he needed. Thus, the protagonist felt his mission was complete. Soon after, one of the Daves came looking for the elder. He said that an intruder was hiding in the village, and they had to deal with the problem. Golgotha was surprised by this information. But during their conversation, an object was thrown in his direction, but the protagonist managed to intervene in time. He saved the elder from being hit and married Minos. He noticed that a red knife had been thrown and found it very strange. Meanwhile, in the queen's chambers, her son, Carlos, was furious with Dave. He had finally gone bald because of the protagonist and couldn't stop involuntarily imitating animals. Every time he opened his mouth, Carlo made an unpleasant sound. Unable to control it, he took out his anger on the people and objects around him, even though he didn't know how. He was sure that Dave had done all this because everything happened so soon after their last meeting. It happened. Kalos' death traveled through his hands. Believing everyone was laughing at him from behind, he brutally attacked the women, claiming they were also underestimating him. His anger caused Carlos to overreact, injuring innocent people. But someone was watching him and enjoying the situation. Keiko interrupted the media, who were watching him. Carlos asked who was observing him. The mysterious man said he hadn't introduced himself yet. As he got closer, he scared the maid but introduced himself as Paz. He asked the prince to remember his name. He knew Carlos had been quite disappointed lately, but he had something that might be of interest. With that, Paz revealed himself as a vampire. Not only that, but he revealed that he had captured Shirley and was keeping her captive all this time. A shocked Carlos asked what he wanted. Pace explained that someone had apparently played a trick on Carlo, but he would fix it right away. Immediately, the prince stopped making strange noises, and Pace offered him to consider a favor. Carlo said he still didn't know who he was dealing with, but Pace assured him not to worry. He simply told the prince that he had to form a contract with him, because that way he could deal with a person he hated so much. As tempting as the offer was, Carlo said that his half-brother had a stigma, and that someone was protecting him. Despite this, Pace declared that Davey was still just a human. Carlos asked if Pace wasn't human. Pace replied that Carlos would find out sooner or later. He also mentioned that he had already sent one of his vassals after Davey, and that he would most likely have already finished the prince before returning to the protagonist. He dodged the enemy's attacks and realized that the thrown knives were not ordinary ones. Purcell came to the same conclusion. Davey noted that it was a blood knife, and he knew that only one race possessed such an ability. From a distance, he saw a Crutcher and thought that this monster possessed the power to use various blood-based abilities. This power came from vampires who absorb blood energy and use it to their advantage. The dwarves were frightened by the monster. In contrast, the protagonist was excited that a high-level creature had come so far to find him and now wanted to discover more about him. Meanwhile, the creature used its power, which frightened the dwarf even more. The monster charged an ability and released an energy blast that struck the ground. Tremendous damage was inflicted. The dwarves were blown into the air, but the protagonist used his abilities to create a shield around them. Crutcher immediately approached, standing in front of Davey. He still couldn't understand this behavior. Still, he was very curious and felt he had to fight to discover more about the enemy. After the attack, the dwarves retreated to the sidelines. Meanwhile, the protagonist confronts the enemy. Not only that, but the monster stares back at him. Immediately, Davey comments that his opponent seems quite animated, and, sarcastically, he asks if he thinks he's a real predator or something. Immediately, the protagonist notices a blood aura. He knows that even among vampires, only high-level ones can use this ability. So this enemy is at least an expert level. Parsley tells Davey to be careful, as she senses this enemy is much stronger than a normal magical beast. But the protagonist isn't worried. He says that even if it is, the monster is still just an animal, driven by instinct. The beast roars when it senses a protagonist approaching, but Davey strikes it, sending it flying into the air. The monster doesn't even try to react. The protagonist thinks the opportunity is perfect. While the enemy is still airborne, He prepares to use magic and draws a sword from a magic portal. Davey says that to test a horse's speed, it must be saddled, meaning a weapon can only be proven effective when tested in combat. With this, the protagonist delivers several consecutive blows, leaving the enemy completely unable to react. A flashback reveals that during Morum's peak in the Central Plains, the sect's high-ranking officials were corrupt. They restricted martial artists and starved people. The protagonist stands before the man who united Murum under a single sword, but all he can think of him is that he seems like just another drunkard. Despite this, the man left behind 88 sword forms. This swordsman joined forces with sword god Varis and evolved them to suit his combat style. Now, in the present, the protagonist says that a man always needs tools. He watches the enemy react to the damage inflicted and concludes that the sword is truly incredible. Parsec still warns that Monster is not dead yet. Davey realizes that Monster's abilities are similar to those of a lich. Crutcher is hiding his immortal core nearby. As long as the core is not broken, it can regenerate infinitely. The monster will also perish if its main body is shattered into so many pieces that he can no longer revive, or if he is exposed to a large amount of secret power. But this isn't easy. Davey asks if Purcell knows anything about how a magical beast can achieve the level of immortality of a high-tier vampire. He says that the fact that the monster was able to use blood energy isn't natural. With this, Davey realizes he won't get easy answers. The creature survived, and because it has the ability to revive, the core must have been provided by a vampire lord. But the protagonist wonders why such a vampire lord would choose a demonic beast, because it would be very difficult to find out the truth. The protagonist decides to simply eliminate the opponent quickly. He tries to destroy the monster's core using an edge and a sword, but Purcell says that won't work because the creature could also disrupt the balance of the system. Davey doesn't understand why. After all, these swords can even kill a god. Furthermore, they've aged for a long time and have become very strong. So, there shouldn't be any powerful enemy they can't defeat. Anyway, he wants to think about it later, because right now he has a problem to solve. Seeing movement, the protagonist knows the enemy is moving, but he launches a feint attack and tells his opponent to hide better next time. Meanwhile, a vampire manifests. He immediately lunges at the protagonist, surprising him, but the enemy regrets this decision, realizing he can't face the protagonist. Davey chases after the enemy, fearing capture, but the protagonist has no intention of letting him escape. He then uses a crimson sword and throws stones at the enemy. This blocks the vampire's escape path, leaving him nowhere to go. Meanwhile, Davey has played with his prey a bit. He also considers that if others saw him in this situation, they might mistake him for a villain. The enemy doesn't understand what the protagonist is saying and simply thinks about getting away as fast as possible. But when he tries to escape, Davey stops him. The vampire is immediately amazed by Davey's speed. Not only that, but also to stop the enemy from escaping. The protagonist says that after what is done, he cannot just walk away. He then attacks the vampire, who barely avoids a direct hit, but he still receives a cut and realizes that he is not truly facing an ordinary opponent. The vampire believes that he belongs to the high nobility of his kind, and not only that, but he believes that his race is superior to humans. He is facing a human. He's not afraid of the magical beast, and after defeating him, he's playing cat and mouse as if nothing happened. The vampire realizes that Pace misjudged the prince, and now that he's easy prey, his master isn't there to help him. The vampire can only think that he's not facing a normal human. Furthermore, he can't even counterattack his opponent. After a while, the protagonist overpowers the vampire and tells him to behave and not resist. The vampire calls the protagonist an inferior human and asks, "What are you trying to do?" Davey says he needs to know something, but the vampire claims that his species doesn't share confidential information with humans. The protagonist replies that he never intended to make the vampire talk because he possesses the perfect magic for it and can see into other people's minds. He knows about the vampire's religion, but he feels there's nothing he can't uncover. The protagonist uses his interrogation flame magic to extract all the necessary information. In the process, the vampire feels the flames burning his body. Immediately, he begs the protagonist to extinguish the fire. Persis says that even though he's an enemy, she finds it excessive, but Davey claims the vampire won't die. Her friend says she's not worried about the vampire, but Davey says he doesn't usually show mercy to someone who tries to take his life. Persolk knows this well, but she feels uncomfortable. Davey says that he's being too kind. Next, he says that he doesn't need to reveal much about the vampire, so he wants to end it quickly. Crying in despair, the vampire can barely speak, yet shows resentment even in this situation. The protagonist asks if he wants to experience the flames a little more, knowing he doesn't. The vampire introduces himself as Petkit and says he's a Viscount. Davey says he knows very well that he was the target. Not Dubs. He then asks if the attack was because of what he did to Vampire Maid. Petkid says yes. Davey comments that the vampire is very cooperative for someone who, just seconds ago, said his mouth is a grave. Next, he asks what he really wants to know. He asks why Petkid and magical beasts have immortality. The vampire hesitates to answer with this. The protagonist thinks he might have provoked him a little more. A distraught Petkid makes an unexpected decision and says that he would rather die than answer it. Immediately, Davey senses danger. He knows the vampire was cursed not to reveal what he knows. Petkid begins to swell and is about to explode. It doesn't take long for him to become a walking bomb and fly through the air, taking his information with him. After the explosion, the protagonist explains that the vampire didn't act willingly, but because of a debt. He also says that he wasn't expecting to uncover much anyway. Purcell apologizes, feeling guilty about the situation, but Davey reassures him that it's not his fault. He explains that when a curse is broken, the person who cast it can sense it. So, basically, the defeated vampire master now knows that his subordinate is dead. Not only that, but Davey also realizes that the curse he placed on Carlos has been lifted. The curse he used was deliberately designed to be difficult to remove, but someone apparently managed to remove it. This makes Davey believe that all these events must be interconnected. He hopes that the person behind all this must be powerful. Back in the dwarf village, they are repairing some broken parts. Purcell notes that the beast passed through before going after Davey, which is why the area was destroyed. The protagonist realizes that the dwarves have been overworked because of this, mobilizing their forces to repair the damage. So he goes to meet the dwarf elder. Golgotha, in turn, apologizes for what happened. Davey asks if the elders were injured during the attack. Golgotha replies that they weren't, but that dozens of buildings were destroyed and a few people suffered minor injuries. But the protagonist notices something different. He thinks the elder wants to tell him something, but is hesitant. Golgotha invites him inside to talk. Inside the chambers, Davey sees several sentinels around the city and asks if anything has happened. The elder says it's nothing major, just that a child has disappeared from the orphanage. The sentinels are searching for them but haven't found them yet. Furthermore, Golgotha fears that this place is no longer safe for Prince. Davey nevertheless says he has something to reveal. He gives the brothers an item, explaining that the notebook contains all the necessary information to restore the sacred item. It will take them a long time to finish it. He also mentions that he will be leaving soon, so he made the notes. The elder says he has no way to pay for it, but Davey replies he doesn't want anything in return. He's truly indebted to them. Because of the dwarves, he got what he wanted. His sword were completed. Furthermore, he reveals that the magical beast was after him, not the dwarves. So, once he leaves the village, their problems will be solved. He apologizes for causing such a commotion. Davey thinks the dwarves could have reacted differently. If he had been hostile, they might have used this opportunity to put the blame on him. But instead, the dwarves stood by the protagonist. That's why he decided to reveal that he has a stigma. The only thing that worries him is the possibility of vampires attacking the village after he leaves. But for now, there's not much he can do. In return, how does Akari feel about Warren? It turns out to be a CB-size Akari carry, but Davey went looking for the missing child and found him hiding in a tree. The protagonist felt he had repaid his host's favor and could now leave the village without further worry. After a while, he set off for home. Things aren't too busy at the gates of the High Territory until, amidst the silence, a caravan arrives. The guards ask them to identify themselves. The protagonist says these visitors are Lord's companions. The guards immediately recognize him as a saint of the territory, even though Davey claims he isn't. Anyway, he's happy to be back home. Han's return has been quite busy, as so much has happened in his absence. His population has grown significantly. Normally, this would have been a problem, but not with him there. After all, the protagonist didn't return without reinforcements. He had already explained the entire situation to Golda. The elder says the situation there is precarious, including the Lord's mansion, but this is his chance to repay him. So he promises to transform the place into a uniform home for the world's best blacksmiths. Golda says no one will follow a leader who can't take care of himself. So he'll start with Davey's resident before moving on to other renovations. Davey says he has a few things in mind he'd like to request, and he thinks the other dwarves will also like them. Seeing the Lord with the dwarves, who are known for never abandoning their lands, Mon Mater wonders what the territory's leader did to convince them. Despite so many questions, the protagonist thinks the territory's reconstruction is going very well. After a while, he retires to his new chambers to rest. He comments that he would rather fight a magical beast than manage all that. Now he understands why the kings of the Josian dynasty died so young. Purcell says that being a leader isn't easy and asks if he won't even change his clothes before lying down. But all Davey can think about is how soft this organic bed is. He says the alchemy department recently made it, but he notices something different, despite the bed being jointed. Someone else is also lying there, and apparently they don't like being disturbed. Immediately, Davey feels like he's provoked someone he shouldn't have. Scared, Davey wonders if he's in the wrong room, but he knows that's impossible. It can only mean there was an intruder. With the region developing so rapidly, he's been dealing with more and more cases of people trespassing into his quarters. Some have even tried to bribe the guards to gain access to his room. Davey always remembered the warning from one of his masters. He had told him not to get involved with any woman or she would come after him. This made Davey realize that the promise of the depraved saint was truly worth fearing. He had received many bribes, he thought, but had never agreed to meet a woman who had paid. It had gotten so bad that it started threatening those who tried to enter his room. After all, Davey just wanted to sleep peacefully after an intense day's work, and he didn't want any women disturbing him. It was a matter of doing 1,000 things at work. But now he saw that someone had somehow gotten in. Not only that, but he realized it was a child. What was going on? Who was this girl? The little girl simply said her name was Kaya. Davey was shocked. Not only he, but Persac knew this wasn't good. Davey was furious at the situation, imagining an enemy trying to manipulate her using an innocent child. She called for Amy in anger. The housekeeper came closer, asking what her master wanted. Davey asked, "What's this child doing in his room?" Amy still didn't know how to answer. Davey said he had warned him not to enter his quarters, even when he was dormant. Amy asked if Prince hadn't brought the child back from his trip. He said no. So if Amy didn't know who the child was, someone else must have sneaked the girl there. She didn't like it at all. Calling it a bad joke, Amy apologized, said she should have monitored her quarters better, and immediately took the girl away. Okay, she's in the cell. She's 12 years old after that. She promised she would immediately find the person responsible for her. But Kaya looked at Davey and called him Daddy. Both were shocked. The excitement was so great that Amy let go of the girl, and Kaya immediately ran to Davey, hugging him tightly. Despite being called Daddy, Davey didn't know what was happening, but his problems were just beginning, as he was startled again when another girl entered his room. This one seemed even more frightened. A while later, Kaya was running around the quarters, and Amy was trying to keep her safe. Checking the girl's status, Davey realized that it was actually the human form of Crimson Sword, and the other girl was Azor's sword. He simply couldn't understand why both had taken on human, childish forms. Purcell remarked that Davey's sense of morality must be injured, considering the awful names she had chosen for them. Davey nevertheless replied that it was too late for that. Davey definitely didn't expect this, but he discovered that the swords had become self-aware and were calling him Daddy because he had created them. He insisted that this had happened against his will. Meanwhile, Amy offered Kaya a biscuit. Seeing this, Davey wondered if swords even needed to eat, as if one wasn't enough. Another girl approached Davey. She hadn't created a nickname for herself, so Davey kept calling her Ezer. The girl called him Daddy in return. Davey felt his heart couldn't handle such cuteness. After a while, he gathered them together. He asked if they could return to their original forms, as if Urine Crimson understood the command. They manifested their power together and transformed back into swords. Purcell noted that they didn't even hesitate to return to their original forms. Davey commented that their transformation seemed instinctive. Furthermore, the density of power within the swords had increased, so the emergence of their consciousness had actually made them stronger. He then told them that they could both return to their human forms. With that, he wondered if he should publicly reveal this. Parzelk reminded him that they were both his daughters. Davey explained that they were technically adopted daughters, and he didn't want to interfere with a future wedding or anything like that, while he was considering what to do, Amy came to talk to the prince. She announced that she had just received a visitor. Davey asked if any guests had arrived without announcing their presence. The housekeeper said yes, but revealed that it was his sister, Princess Winley. Winley was fascinated by the sight of the children and asked her brother who these girls were. Davey told her that she was his daughter. They are adopted daughters. Winley is truly surprised by this information. She immediately comments that Davey has something new to offer every time she sees him. She mentions that she was worried when she heard about his departure to the inhospitable territory, but was overjoyed to learn that he had set up a business and was living well. Furthermore, as soon as she arrived, she saw the dwarves around the city and was delighted, as she had thought they never left their village. Davey explains that they are all helping each other. He also says that he would like to welcome Winley more properly, but as she can see, things are quite hectic here. She says there are no problems and that she is just happy to see her brother happy. Besides, she knows he is a busy guy. Davey thinks his sister is right. He is having fun after all. Then he invites Winley inside, while he is still taking care of his family. Amy leads the others who have come with Winley. The protagonist notices something strange about this. But for now, he'll let the housekeeper deal with the others inside the house. Davey asks Winley how she found time to visit him. Despite being so busy in her territory, she explains that the number of nighttime attacks has decreased. So, Varis has become a very peaceful territory recently. Unlike her territory, Varis is quite uninteresting. In fact, Winley says there's a different reason for her visit. She asked if her brother knows how to use Stigma's power. She knows that even though her brother is a busy guy, he's the only one she can depend on now. That's why she wants to know if he can help. The protagonist sees his sister crying and realizes she's in trouble. He immediately volunteers to help as much as needed. After a while, Winley falls asleep. Davey knows that the distance between Varis and Husk territories is quite long, so she must be exhausted. After all, she traveled for days without proper rest, just to talk to her. Winley mentioned that a friend of hers was on the verge of death. Doctors and priests had given up trying to heal her. The protagonist knows that Piranha is Winley's friend and personal bodyguard. She was hit by a poisoned arrow while rescuing the princess. Her sister was trapped in a trap and was being pursued by bandits. If Patna hadn't been with her, Winley might have been hit by the arrow. Winley said that a priest removed the poison from Piranha's body. However, after that, marks began appearing all over her body. Furthermore, the bodyguard began to exhibit abnormal symptoms. Because of this, she is suffering greatly and is essentially slowly dying. Desperate for help, Winley decided that a priest wouldn't solve her friend's problem, so she tried to appeal to someone with more authority. So she came to her brother because she had a stigma and felt only he could help. Davey promised he would do whatever he could, and after a long cry, Winley fell asleep. The protagonist hasn't left his sister's side since. The children come closer, and Kaya asks if Winley is sick. Davey says no. He says Winley just needs some rest. So, he wants to let her sleep. Kaya, however, doesn't want to leave Winley because she's become attached to him. The protagonist finds it very cute that two children have so much love for someone they barely know. Not just him, but the protagonist as well, and without even realizing it. He's getting used to the idea of being a father. He thinks that normally he would stop the children, but because he's full of energy, keeping them with Winley could help his sister recover. A little while later, the protagonist revisits the symptoms his sister described. Purcell asks what the problem is. He says they're familiar, and he feels something is coming, but he doesn't know what it is. He then tells Butler to find the best and most reliable guilds in his territory. Davey says things are going to get complicated, and he wants to be prepared. But Silk says it doesn't seem like a big problem. After all, he's used to seeing Davey turn any danger into an opportunity. Davey knows this well, but his concern is the increased number of patients, because, according to the symptoms, only one illness comes to his mind. According to the market, according to AJ, according to AJ's patients, according to AJ's patients, and according to AJ's patients, according to AJ's patients, according to AJ's patients, Persulk asks if there really is a disease in which someone coughs up blood and gets blue marks all over their body. The protagonist says yes, but not on this continent, so he's worried and confused. He doesn't know its origin. The next day, Winley was playing with the children. Watching this from afar, Davey thought that every action creates a reaction. The patient had received healing magic immediately after being hit by the poisoned arrow. But then he began exhibiting abnormal symptoms of a disease unknown to doctors. Persulk mentioned that Davey wasn't feeling well. Davey replied that he'd been thinking a lot lately. Her friend then asked where the savages who were marauding the kingdom's borders got such a powerful poison. Davey was skeptical, but said it was too early to draw conclusions, so he would have to investigate further. Persulk asked if that was why had he called the Intelligence Guild? Davey confirmed, explaining that he believed the cure for every disease lay in its cause. That was the first thing he learned in his medical studies. He then noticed a presence and remarked that the timing couldn't have been better. He told the man not to be shy and reveal himself. Persil asked who he was talking to. Davey pointed to a disguised person in front of him and told him not to waste time. The mysterious person said he had heard that the prince needed help. Davey confirmed, thanking him for his visit, but feeling conscious of his guest. He went straight to the point. He said he wanted to buy information and could pay a good price for it, knowing full well that nothing in this world is free. The mysterious person replied that with the right payment, he could even provide information from neighboring kingdoms. Whether the information was intimate or not, Davey asked if the guest had any information about the princess of the Pharaon Empire, but Silk interrupted, saying she didn't need to play the merchant's game. Despite this, the guests said they would give their lives to collect whatever was needed. The answer was yes. Davey said he would be direct. Then he placed the payment on the table and said that a knight named Putna protects his younger sister, Winley. He wanted to know everything about her and where she had been recently. He used to call her R. Where had she been recently? Meanwhile, he saw in the merchant status that her name was Aina Hilshana, a dark elf. The elf in turn asked if they simply needed to investigate the woman's past. Davey asked if she had requested a very difficult task. Aina said he wouldn't accept the money. Davey asked why not. Aina replied that they would be paid after the service was completed. Davey then asked what would happen if he decided not to pay. Knowing the elf to be quite sarcastic, he also knew that he didn't usually break agreements, so he knew he would pay. Davey realized that even though she was discreet, Aina wanted to make a connection, and he liked it. He then asked if her guild had proposed such an arrangement. She said she had decided on her own. In that case, Davey agreed to the arrangement. Immediately, Aina disappeared with the smoke bomb. Davey still remarked that he could have simply gone as a normal person. He then realized that Aina Helishana had tried to hide the fact that she was a woman. Not only that, but her nickname was Echo. The market for comedy is full, famous on the continent for always completing his tasks. But Selk asked what he knew about the name Helishana, as it was Aina's surname and had caught her attention. Davey said it was probably nothing significant and told him to forget about it. 2 days later, when Davey was preparing to leave, his sister insisted on coming along. He explained that Winley's friend was in serious condition, so he needed his sister to stay there until the matter was resolved. He also told Winley not to be stubborn. After all, the journey was long, and bringing more people would only delay the journey. Besides, there was no time to waste, so she needed to stop and rest, as such horse-borne journeys were very tiring. Davey thought that her intuition told her that something bad would happen if Winley came along. Selk nevertheless commented that it had nothing to do with intuition. Despite this, her sister insisted on going with him, until someone interrupted their discussion. It was one of Winley's companions, who asked what was going on. Winley said that her brother didn't want her to travel with him. Perslack said that this was the problem Davey had mentioned. Ulysses introduced himself as a rank 5 mage. He mentioned that he was associated with the Red Tower, even though this affiliation seemed a bit unusual for his status. Davey introduced himself in return, saying that he had heard of Ulysses. Despite Ulysses' friendly demeanor, Davey didn't like meeting the mage like that and felt there was no reason to continue their conversation. After all, no matter how famous Ulysses was across the continent, he was still from the Central Magic Tower, and Davey had no interest in associating with him. Ulysses, for his part, commented that this region was far from humble. Truly, it's the most brilliant territory on the eastern continent. He also said that Princess Winley had praised the place so much that she was interested in visiting. Winley quickly told Ulysses that he shouldn't say such things in front of his brother. Versace also noticed that Davey's jealousy increased upon hearing this and advised him not to be hostile towards Ulysses. But Davey's intentions were completely opposite to that advice. As Davey knew, Ulysses was known as a prodigy of the Red Tower, and it was undeniable that he was very skilled despite his youth. On top of that, he had a background of wealth, competence, and good looks. Basically, an ideal guy without any apparent flaws. The real problem was his closeness to Winley. Davey immediately asks how they met. Ulysses explains that he was Princess. He had met him on his way to the Swan region and had come here with him. Davey thanked him for his kindness, but deep down he felt like killing him. The mage then clarified that Winley had actually helped him when he was fleeing from mountain bandits. The princess had saved him using her magic, which made him feel grateful. He then explained that he was highly skilled in special magic and could create a small mana portal that transports items wherever he wanted. Winley was quite surprised by this. Unlike his brother, he explained that such portals are small, unlike those that require installation, and that only a truly skilled mage would carry such an artifact. Ulysses nevertheless maintained that it was simply a coincidence that he was carrying the item, explaining that he had to safeguard it, so it wouldn't get damaged. Winley found incredible that he could use 2 different types of magic. She doesn't know that her brother does the same. Despite this, Persolk suggests that it could be beneficial for Dewey, as teleporting things long distances is difficult for him. Even though he didn't like the idea, Dewey agreed. Reluctantly, he accepted the table's help. After a while, teleportation magic was used. The 3 of them appeared at their final destination, the kingdom of Varis. But upon arrival, the place was quite unsettling. Persolk noticed a smell of burnt protein in the air. Dewey realized the smell was like burnt corpses. Winley wondered if there had been another invasion, but couldn't understand why. As it had, it had been long since they had driven away all the Band-Aids. Meanwhile, someone recognized Princess Winley. The man introduced himself as Count Lincoln of the Corporation for Disease Treatment, saying he had been sent to care for her friend. He also said that Winley was even more beautiful in person, admitting that the rumors she had heard were grossly understated. Winley quickly interjected, saying she had no time for such things and wanted to resolve her friend's problem as quickly as possible. However, Count Linton stated that the situation would have to wait and asked everyone to follow him. He explained that the castle where the princess would be staying had already been isolated using an artifact from a holy kingdom, and that he would take them there immediately. Upon arriving at the castle, the Count apologized to the knights for moving without permission, but explained that given the current situation, he had no choice. Winley reminded him that the lord of the territory was his brother, Varis, but if he was absent, authority would pass to him. Count Linton agreed. He admits that doing something like this without asking is truly horrific, but his position within the Corporation for Disease Treatment gives him such authority. Therefore, someone like Winley should be well aware of this. The Corporation for Disease Treatment is an organization approved by the 3 emperors of the continent, holding the highest authority in public health matters and representing them. The Count declares that a terrible disease has taken hold of this territory. It is known in his organization as Demon's Blood. Once infected, a person develops blue marks on their body and begins to cough up blood easily, spreading the infection to those around them. Despite this, Winley insists that there is no time for such discussions and asks Davey to leave with Patnath immediately. Count Lincoln, who had not recognized Davey at first, apologizes, saying that he has always been interested in meeting him. He had also heard that Davey has a stigma and owns a successful business related to moon plant leaves. He said that nothing happened by chance and claimed that Davey is blessed for all this. At this point, Winley tires of the conversation. She says her friend needs her. The princess tries to call her butler, but Count Lincoln informs her that all staff on the premises are in quarantine because the disease is highly contagious. He couldn't risk spreading it. Therefore, everyone who has had contact with the patient is under surveillance. Contrary to the princess's belief, Count Lincoln says that he has direct authorization from the queen to carry out his duties in this territory. He also said that in such times his authority is above that of the local lord, as this situation is not the first time. Not only this, he also said that the disease is incurable. Even divine power won't solve the problem, but that's why he and his team are here. He tells Princess to leave the rest to him. He'll be back soon with good news. A treatment room was set up on site. The protagonist went to check on the situation and noticed a lot of sick people. He realized that this quarantine was actually about preventing the patients from getting worse rather than curing them, even though it was still a plausible way to handle things. Persolk said he'd never seen anything so horrific in his life, and the smell of the place was unbearable. Meanwhile, the protagonist was searching for his sister's friend. It didn't take long to find patient number 1, and she was in very bad condition. Upon seeing her, Davey said it was all because of a flower. As far as he remembered, it was called the Tostas flower. a rare plant that grows in extreme environments and contains a deadly poison. Davey checked Patana's temperature and said that if this continued, her brain cells would fry. Her body was in a very unstable state. Her skin was as cold as a corpse, but her organs were extremely hot. She had thought that might be the case. But now, after observing the patient, she concluded that it must be more complicated than she had imagined. But the most intriguing thing was how this disease reached this continent. Davey claimed that the disease was deadly, caused by a virus called melting acceleration. Not only this, she said that this disease was prevalent on another world and was created with a specific goal to make it unlike any other known disease. Besides being highly contagious, it could kill millions through a single person. The last time a cure was developed, it took 10 years, and even though many survived, many others had died by then. With that, Davey declared that he needed to develop antibiotics before it was too late. He picked up a scalpel from a nearby table and prepared to perform a removal, but was stopped before he could do so. An official from the Baron's disease organization, a baron named Garno, stated that it was a restricted area and asked what the protagonist was doing. He introduced himself as Prince Davey and said that his presence should have been reported in advance. The baron stated that he was aware of the prince's arrival, but claimed that the place was off limits even for royalty. He then asked Davey to leave. He also stated that Davey must have known that a pandemic was spreading in the territory and that he had discovered that the disease was airborne. He then asked the prince to cover his face before inhaling the contagious disease. He said he knew the prince had the stigma, but said it wouldn't protect him because a high priest had recently visited the kingdom and was also infected. Suddenly, the baron saw someone screaming in pain and asked when the patient's condition had worsened. Gonio told him to calm the patient down and then give him painkillers. One of the nurses prepared a syringe, but the protagonist said that if he gave it to the patient, he would die. He then asked to check the vial, and upon holding it, he said that was the problem. Davey tore open the patient's shirt. He realized that the virus was causing the man's blood to clot in his lungs, which would cause cardiac arrest if the problem wasn't addressed. With this, the protagonist prepared a scalpel and performed a precise incision on the patient, minimizing his pain. Furthermore, he continued with the medical procedures. This impressed the other nurses. Davey was hyper-focused on the task, until Garno interrupted him and asked why he had killed the man. He also said that life wasn't a toy, so he couldn't do whatever he wanted. But then the Baron noticed something. One of the nurses said the patient's pulse had returned to normal. Goda was shocked by this information and realized that Prince hadn't killed the man, but had helped him. After being released, Davey asked to borrow something. He picked up a vial from the area and told the nurses that they simply needed to stop the bleeding and stitch the wound. But he warned them not to use painkillers on patients with these symptoms, as it would kill them. With that, he declared his work done. But before leaving, he addressed Baron Garno, saying that those blessed with stigma are immune to diseases, and therefore he couldn't be compared to someone like the High Priest. A little while later, the protagonist returns to Winley, but seeing him alone with Ulysses is not very encouraging. He wants to know if he has any news about Barry. Winley replies that his twin brother situation doesn't look good. Davey says that the situation at the treatment center isn't much different, but he believes people are doing their best. Ulysses mentions that he has gathered some information. He says that currently, 2 officials from the disease treatment center have been sent to Varis, Count Linton and Baron Gornio. However, these titles are a thing of the past, as they are now officials of the disease treatment center. Ulysses also explains the hierarchy of the treatment center, revealing that they have a president, 3 directors, and 15 officials. Below them are knights and doctors. However, Davey notices that 3 of the directors are actually a parent's president. Meanwhile, Valsha is the Pope of the Holy Kingdom. And while external wands are easy to heal, this world is quite vulnerable to disease. But the 15 officials are still a state because they are extremely skilled in medicine, and the group fears losing such important people. Yet, with authority from the 3 emperors and the Pope, the Count is currently above royalty. Furthermore, opposing this is tantamount to opposing the 3 empires and the Pope. Therefore, anyone who tries will be considered a traitor. And even if they don't like the situation, they can't do anything about it. They also have the Knights of Destruction, led by Count Colio, the same count from the Eastern Territory of the Randus Kingdom, one of the royal knights. Ulysses had heard that he had retired a few years ago, but his presence here means the situation is serious. So he's willing to interfere in these matters. He doesn't want to. Winley says that if she had known the gravity of the situation, she wouldn't have involved him. The protagonist tells his sister not to worry and assures her that everything will be fine. But then he asks if this is bothering Ulysses in any way. Ulysses says no, explaining that Patna is actually a mage affiliated with the Red Tower, and he is also interested in helping her, because he is an elder of the tower himself. Davey thinks the man gives the impression of being diligent, yet he feels Ulysses has other motives for being here that he is hiding. Furthermore, the protagonist thinks that staying at the treatment center would be useless because he already has what he needs. He says that the treatment center is preventing the spread of the disease, and his role is to create a cure while there is time. Versace asks how Davey intends to do this. The protagonist says that the medical treatment center may have tried the same procedure, but because they used traditional methods, it didn't work. Parzelk then realizes that he will use the patient's blood, but he still doesn't know how it will work. Davey says he has a method and asks if the elf is there. Aina Helishana reveals herself, saying that the protagonist has found her again, but she doesn't like that her stealth never works on her. However, she proceeds to provide the requested information, but mentions that she hasn't received payment yet. She also says that she has something else for him, something she thinks will be useful. Davey jokes that Aina Helishana will ruin her reputation if she continues like this. She doesn't care, saying that she knows what she's doing. Davey opens a scroll given by the elf. He asks if the information is reliable. He knows that reliability is practically the lifeblood of informants. Therefore, if Aina Helishana confirms the truth of the information, she isn't lying. The protagonist says he has one more request. He gives her a list and asks her to bring as many of the listed items as possible, trusting her to do a better job than any mercenary. He also tells her to pay the bill to a disease treatment center. Helishana hesitates to do so, but the protagonist argues that it's to save lives. He knows she's not so cold-hearted that she doesn't care, so he asks her to complete the task for the good of humanity.